Goa unit have been asked to appear before the agency. The reason essentially being is that if you really look at the crux of this entire investigation, it is about money laundering and whether at all the money that was allegedly received by the Aadmi party leaders, was this used for some political purposes. Now the Enforcement Directorate as well as the CBI basically maintains that the money allegedly received was used for the Goa election purposes. So how are they really tracking that? They say that the money actually came in from Chennai and it was sent to Goa. Now, whether it was sent through Delhi or directly to Goa, these are aspects that are still being investigated at this point in time. But initially, remember, the Central Bureau of Investigation had only suggested that roughly about 70 lakh rupees was used during the election in Goa, but it now turns out that the Enforcement Director during the course of investigation has been able to come across more evidence suggesting that it is way above that. Now, what they have done in the process is that they've also recorded the statements of few Aadmi party candidates as well as party workers. Now, whose statements have been recorded under Section 50 of the PMLA Act, in which they are indicating that they had received cash for election purposes. Now, for the Enforcement Director to remember, it's going to be a major challenge. How exactly are you tracing this to the liquor scam, and whether at all these were bribes that were allegedly received that was diverted through Hawala transaction? These are certain aspects that the Enforcement Directorate will have to look into, because at some stage or the other, all of this, all the claims that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate will stand the scrutiny of the court. They will have to basically say whether at all there is any corroborative evidence to start with, because right now, if you really look at this entire case, the gamut of this case, it all hinges on certain witness statements that have been recorded. That is the reason why legal counsel of Arvind Kejriwal has hit out at the Enforcement Directorate, simply saying that there's no need of an arrest to begin with. Secondly, they've also argued the fact that where exactly is the evidence. Third, they have argued where exactly is the money that the Enforcement Directorate is talking about.
Sharon, requesting you to stay with us. We will keep coming back to you in just a bit. Have to slip into a very short break, but tracking closely all the updates from the court and also the latest on the Aam Aadmi Party leader. It's the Goa chief who is now under the scanner of the ED.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers, he put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, viewers, if there is no scam in Liquorgate, why do the biggest lawyers of the country lose in court when they stand up to fight for the Aam Aadmi Party? Are the courts biased too? Or is it the reality that there is too much evidence that the agencies have shown and the agencies have shared with the courts, with the judges, which makes even giving bail impossible for the court? Consider this, they are not even getting bail. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, Arvind Kejriwal denied bail inside jail. The denial of interim relief by the Delhi High Court in the...
Delhi court to hear excise policy case at 2 p.m. today as Kejriwal's 6-day ED remand ends. CBI likely to seek custody of Kejriwal next. More than 500 prominent lawyers write to CJI DY Chandrachud expressing concern over attempts to undermine the integrity of the judiciary. Expelled TMC MP ducks Republic Bangla's questions after she skips ED summons in forex violation case, citing Lok Sabha campaigning. Huge setback for Congress in tax probe case. Delhi High Court dismisses 4 pleas by the party. Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion wars over Chikkabalpura seat after Kolar seat. Congress MLA writes to KPCC President. Days to go for the Lok Sabha polls. Congress still undecided over Amethi and Raebareli seats. Now, Justin Trudeau reaffirms allegations of Nijjar murder plot involving Indian officials despite lack of evidence. Seeks constructive engagement with Indian government. Now, this is despite Five Eyes partners' snub. Let's listen into what he has to say. Right. Now, in the Nijjar murder plot, Trudeau has reiterated his charge, even though there's no proof till date. Trudeau has repeated the charge, alleges that India's role in Nijjar murder plot, its credible allegations against the Indian officials. Now, let's listen into what he has to say.
The killing of a Canadian citizen on Canadian soil is something that we all should take extremely seriously. And the credible allegations that agents of the Indian government were involved in that is something that we did not declare lightly, but our responsibility to protect all Canadians from illegal actions by foreign governments is something that, as a country grounded in diversity, we need to take very seriously. That's why we've been unequivocal about standing up for the rule of law and ensuring that the appropriate investigations are being done in full accordance with our justice system and our police independence. At the same time, we're looking to work constructively with the government of India to get to the bottom of this, to understand how this could have happened, and to make sure that no Canadians are ever vulnerable again.
Getting you all the election wrap, Eknath Shinde's Sena has released a list of its alliance leaders, which includes Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, as star campaigners for the party for the Lok Sabha elections. As Lok Sabha election nears, DMK candidate from South Chennai party sitting MP started her election campaign from T Nagar in Chennai. Union Minister Giriraj Singh slammed India Alliance, saying that they do not have any presence. He added that the opposition only unites to abuse Prime Minister.
गठबंधन जिसे कहते हैं इसका कोई वजूद नहीं है। ये केवल मोदी जी को गाली देने के लिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं, इसके सिवा इसका कोई वजूद नहीं है।
A day after Union Minister Amit Shah spoke about revoking of AFSPA in Jammu and Kashmir, PDP leader Syed Sohail Bukhari said PDP's manifesto is mainly focusing on removing AFSPA.
हमारा जो फंडामेंटल बयानिया है, जो हमारा पार्टी का मैनिफेस्टो रहा है, उसका तो एक बहुत ही अहम और अभिन्न अंग ये पॉइंट रहा है कि यहाँ पे AFSPA हटना चाहिए और जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैं, जो आर्मी है, दे शुड ग्रेजुअली मूव फ्रॉम द सिविलियन एरियाज एंड वो बैरक्स में जाएं और जहाँ उनकी ज़रूरत है, और ताकि इंसेंटिवाइज हो जाए, लोगों को इंसेंटिवाइज किया जाए पीस के लिए।
NCP-SCP Chief Sharad Pawar is holding a meet with his party leaders, the party office in Mumbai, to finalize candidates for Lok Sabha elections. The NDMK MP Ganesha Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on March 24th, passed away this morning due to a cardiac arrest. Ganesha Murthy was undergoing a treatment at a private hospital in Coimbatore, where his health condition continued to deteriorate until his passing. Ashwin gets you more on this.
The sitting MP of Erode, A. Ganesh Murthy, has died at a private hospital in Coimbatore early today. He was brought to the hospital on March 24th after allegedly consuming insecticide. Sources say that he was unhappy with the allocation of ticket to the MDMK to Trichy instead of giving it in Erode. However, the hospital sources have stated that the MP has died due to cardiac arrest. Ganesh Murthy, who was a law graduate, was an active DMK member during his student life, and earlier he had won as a Lok Sabha MP in 1998 as well as in 2009. In 1996, he had split from the DMK and formed the MDMK under the leadership of Vaiko. In the upcoming elections of 2024, the DMK had issued the ticket to MDMK to fight in Trichy instead of Erode. And Vaiko's son is set to be fighting in the upcoming election. The party of MDMK has stated that his mortal remains will be kept at Erode, and then the further funerals will be held today.
The news just coming in that rebellion in SP after Moradabad candidate declaration. ST Hassan opposes Akhilesh, declares non-support for Ruchi Veera, alleging pressure on Akhilesh and asserting front-runner status for ticket. ST Hassan rebels against Akhilesh. Hassan will not support Ruchi Veera. Our reporter just spoke to him a while back. Let's listen into what he had to say.
नहीं क्लियर था सब. हमारे नेता अखिलेश यादव जी ने मुझे चुनाव के लिए अधिकृत किया था, सारे पेपर्स दिए थे और मैंने नॉमिनेशन भी कर दिया था. अब उनके ऊपर क्या दबाव आया, किसका आया, जिसकी वजह से दूसरी एक कैंडिडेट को उन्होंने भी ये फॉर्म दे दिया और मेरा निरस्तीकरण का भी लेटर दे दिया. अखिलेश जी तो मुझे ही चाहते थे और चाहते हैं, ये मेरा यकीन है आज भी. लेकिन कोई मजबूरी ऐसी रही होगी, क्योंकि हमारे नेता बहुत मुरव्वत वाले नेता हैं. मगर इस घटनाक्रम से पार्टी को बहुत ज़बरदस्त नुकसान हो गया. ये वो सीट थी जो जीतने वाली सीट थी और मुस्लिम बहुल सीट थी, और मैं खुद सिटिंग एमपी हूँ, आज भी हूँ. संदेश जो गया है वो सिर्फ मुरादाबाद ही नहीं, पूरे मंडल और पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में गया है, जिसका मैं खुद परेशान हूँ. फ़ोन अटेंड करते करते पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश से मेरे पास फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, मुस्लिम्स इंटेलिजेंशिया के मेरे पास फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, इलाहाबाद के वकीलों के फ़ोन आ रहे हैं. तो मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई पार्टी के लेवल से, और जाहिर है मैं मजबूर हूँ इस कैंडिडेट का चुनाव लड़ाने के लिए भी.
सर, आपने यहाँ पे एक बात कही, दबाव वाली बात कही कि उन पर क्या दबाव था अखिलेश यादव पर. क्या ये दबाव रामपुर से क्रिएट किया गया था? क्योंकि बार बार बात यही आ रही है कि आजम खान वहां से ये तय कर रहे हैं कि आखिरकार कहाँ से कौन प्रत्याशी होगा, फिर वो मुरादाबाद की बात करें या हम रामपुर की बात करें.
देखिए, ये प्रेस में ये बात है और ये मुझे भी मालूम है कि अगर दबाव हो सकता था, क्योंकि आजम खान को अखिलेश जी बहुत बड़ा दर्जा देते हैं, गार्जियन का दर्जा देते हैं, उनकी बात टालते नहीं हैं. उन्हीं के लेवल से मुझे ये खदशा है कि उन्हीं के लेवल से ये सब बात हुई है.
Now, news just coming in that Wayanad election heat rises. BJP's K. Surendra mocks Rahul Gandhi, saying elephants have visited Wayanad more often than Rahul Gandhi. Well, viewers, if you remember, the Lok Sabha seat in Kerala has been on the national radar since the Gandhi Sion won from here in 2019. The BJP has fielded State Chief K. Surendran in the high-profile contest. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
It's very unfortunate. Today, again, a tragic loss by wild elephant attack in Wayanad. The criminal negligence of the state government and the local MP Rahul ji. I would like to ask Rahul Gandhi ji, where are you now? See, the wild elephants came to town more often than Rahul Gandhi ji visited in Wayanad. This is the tragic, pathetic situation of Wayanad voters now.
We have Ashwin joining us. Now, Ashwin, we just heard K. Surendra mocking Rahul Gandhi, saying that he has not even visited Wayanad that often and he's planning to contest from here.
Well, yes, of course, K. Surendran, who is the state BJP president, is also the Lok Sabha candidate for the Wayanad, upcoming Wayanad elections. And he is standing against Rahul Gandhi. And he has been working on the ground. And one of the biggest crises which the people of Wayanad has been facing is the human-animal conflict. Several people have lost their lives because of it. In fact, in the last 5 years alone, around 25 to 30 people have lost their life. In 10 years, 51 is the actual data. And in the last 2 months, for instance, there have been several deaths due to human-animal conflict. And despite all this happening, the BJP has understood that this is one of the vexed conflict that needs to be found a good permanent solution to. And hence, the BJP state president has taken on Rahul Gandhi, his main contender for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, stating that Rahul Gandhi is doing an outstation tour and he's not even taking care of the constituency which he is in charge of. Certainly, he has left no stones unturned to criticize the absence of Rahul Gandhi when there are critical issues that is plaguing the district of Wayanad and the people of Wayanad, especially the human-animal conflict. In fact, there has been several animals and livestock which have been killed. Several humans have also been killed due to attack by elephants as well as by tigers and by leopards. And even wild boar as well as several other wild animals. And so a punitive action has not been taken by neither by the state government as well as by the sitting incumbent MP of Wayanad. So certainly this criticism is definitely garnered more support for K. Surendran, who is the BJP state chief. And certainly he is stating that Rahul Gandhi's absence is causing much disturbance to the people and the constituency of Wayanad. Back to you, Ginny.
Right, Ashwin, if I'm not wrong, K. Surendran had long ago announced that he had no plans to contest the 2014 parliamentary poll. Now, is this to give Rahul Gandhi a tough competition? Is he being fielded for that? And will he be able to give him a tough competition?
Well, JP Nadda, the BJP High Command has actually placed him as a candidate, which is to give a strong message as per the BJP. The BJP wants to send a strong message that they will get their best, the topmost candidate to contest against Rahul Gandhi. In fact, it was supposed to be a friendly, allegedly a friendly banter between Annie Raja of the CPI and Rahul Gandhi. But with the announcement of the BJP from the BJP headquarters that K. Surendran, who is the BJP state president himself standing for elections, the entire the crux of the voting as well as the enthusiasm with the BJP fold has also increased, because this is sending a clear message that the BJP is taking this election very seriously and they want to put a strong contender against Rahul Gandhi in the constituency of Wayanad. Although earlier, as you rightly pointed out, K. Surendran had expressed his unwillingness, but the BJP national president as well as they have decided to place him to ensure that there is tough competition that is given for the Wayanad upcoming Lok Sabha elections 2024. Ginny.
Right, Aswin. Now, all eyes will certainly be on Wayanad elections. Now, moving on, let's listen in once again to what K. Surendran had to say.
It's very unfortunate. Today, again, a tragic loss by wild elephant attack in Wayanad. The criminal negligence of the state government and the local MP, Rahulji. I would like to ask Rahul Gandhiji, where are you now? See, the wild elephants came to town more often than Rahul Gandhiji visited in Wayanad. This is the tragic, pathetic situation of Wayanad voters now.
Time to slip in a very short break. Coming up on the other side, huge setback for Congress in tax probe case. Delhi High Court dismisses 4 pleas filed by the party. Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion wars over Chikkabalpura seat after Kolar seat. Congress MLA writes to KPCC president. This and much more after a very short break. Stay tuned, viewers.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है।
Frisking has given way to F4 racing on the streets of Srinagar. Headlines now boast tourism figures, not terror fatalities. IED blasts and stone pelting have given way to the world's highest rail bridge and a state-of-art movie hall. Kashmir stealing the spotlight even at the G20. Confident Home Minister on the improving situation.
निश्चित रूप से चुनाव के बाद इस पर हम एक एक्शन प्लान बनाए हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के हवाले ही जम्मू कश्मीर का कानून और व्यवस्था की स्थिति होगी और धीरे धीरे ट्रूप्स बैरक में जाएंगे। ये हमारा एक डिजाइन बना हुआ है। हमने 7 साल का एक ब्लूप्रिंट बनाया है। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को हम स्ट्रेंथी कर रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस अब अपने पैरों पर खड़ी हुई और जितनी भी मुठभेड़ हुई है इसमें ज्यादातर अब जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस करती है, क्योंकि फोर्थ फ्रंट पर वही रहती है। हम सपोर्ट में सेंट्रल फोर्सेस रहती है। तो एक कल्चर
Now, news and wrap from across the country. The MDMK MP Ganesha Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on March 24th, passed away this morning due to cardiac arrest. Ganesha Murthy was undergoing treatment at a private hospital in Coimbatore, where his health condition deteriorated, leading to his death. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy claimed opposition wrongly accused YSRCP when CBI found a drug container in Visakhapatnam. Later found that it was linked to the company of the father-in-law of BJP State President Purandeshwari's sons. He asserts this shows YSRCP is unfairly blamed whenever a crime is reported. ED has summoned former Uttarakhand Minister and Congress's leader Harak Singh Rawat under PMLA, asking him to appear for questioning on 2nd April. The summons is related to the illegal occupation of Forest Department land and illegal tree cutting in Jim Corbett National Park. Spiritual leader Shankaracharya Avimukteshwaranand Saraswati has marched towards the parliament with his followers for the cow protection. Spiritual leader stated that they are going to take a resolution for cow protection. Kerala Chief Minister made a remark on RSS saying that their ideologies of hatred. He stated that people should see it as a violation of systematic rights. He highlights the Indian Constitution, saying that it ensures equality before law. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar concludes his program in Malaysia after meeting Digital Minister Gobind Singh Deo. Both ministers discussed digital cooperation, including exchange for best practice and exploring business opportunities. The court-mandated Archaeological Survey of India survey continued for 7th day at the Bhojshala complex. While Hindu groups say the complex was a temple, the masjid side claimed that it is the site of Kamal Mola Mosque. Six workers died and one badly injured after container ship smashed into a bridge in the U.S. port of Baltimore. Maryland Governor Wes Moore stated that there were power challenges as the freight was coming up on the bridge. Moore highlighted that the call came in because of the power issues and the lack of ability to steer the vessel. President Biden has made it clear that his administration will be providing support for the recovery and rebuilding process.
We're able to confirm that there were 21 crew members on board the vessel at the time of this accident, plus 2 pilots. That's 21 crew members plus 2 pilots for a total of 23 individuals on board the vessel at the time of the accident.
Divers located a red pickup truck submerged in approximately 25 feet of water in the area of the middle span of the bridge. Divers recovered two victims of this tragedy trapped within the vehicle.
While the investigation and the response continue, President Biden has made clear that this whole administration will be providing support in every respect for the recovery and the rebuilding process. From a Department of Transportation perspective, that really comes down to 4 major focus areas. Reopen the port, deal with the supply chain implications until the port does reopen, rebuild the bridge, and deal with the surface transportation implications until the bridge is rebuilt. Each of those is a distinct line of effort, and we're already taking steps toward each goal.
The federal government assured to provide a $1.5 billion loan to restart a nuclear power plant in Michigan. Originally stated for dismantling after acquisition by a private energy company in 2022, plans have shifted to restart the 800-megawatt Palisades plant by late 2025, supported by Michigan and Biden administration. Thailand government passed the bill on legalizing same-sex marriage. This brings Thailand closer to becoming the first Southeast Asian country to recognize equality. 1 killed and 16 others wounded after the deadly aerial strike that hit the Kharkiv city in Ukraine. The airstrikes caused widespread destruction, hitting several buildings and damaged other residential buildings. Portuguese parliament elected their proposed Speaker of the House after attempt failing 3 times. The vote came a day after the parliament voted 3 times for House Speaker with no winner, raising the spectre of fresh elections. Finally, the chamber elected Speaker by 160 votes in favour. Now, time to slip into a very short break. Coming up after the break, Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion woes over Chikkabalpura seat after Kolar seat. Congress MLA writes to KPCC President.
It's now time for the nation's sharpest opinion. From global headlines for incidents of stone pelting to hosting the world at the G20, from the weekly visuals of attacks at the Indian Armed Forces by Pakistanis to the first ever Formula 4 car racing event, Kashmir has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, from the grenade attack ripping through the Regal Cinema in Srinagar to getting its first multiplex in 2020, the face of Jammu and Kashmir has transformed under the Modi government after the abolition specially of Article 370 and 35A. For decades after decades, a regurgitated narrative was thrust, a lie told a billion times, projected and amplified by a globally funded, well-oiled machinery that the problem of Kashmir shall never be solved. We were told it was too complex a conflict for India to find a solution to. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, Narendra Modi has delivered the answers. 4.5 years after the revocation of 370, Kashmir has been more peaceful, more integrated than it has ever been through independent India's history. And that is a proud moment for every Indian. So, and this brings me to the news point today, when Amit Shah says today that the government is actually considering a rollback of AFSPA in Kashmir, I do not see this as a loose comment or a comment linked only to the up.
हिंदू धर्म में शक्ति शब्द होता है. हम शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं, एक शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं.
इंडी अलायंस ने अपना घोषणा पत्र शक्ति को खत्म करने के लिए किया है. मैं इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करता हूं और मैं इन शक्ति स्वरूपा माताओं बहनों की रक्षा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा दूंगा.
Big scoop in Liquorgate probe. Top sources confirm that ED will seek further custody of Kejriwal, citing multiple grounds, including non-cooperation. As probe widens in excise policy case, Aam Aadmi Party Goa chief Amit Palekar quizzed by ED over kickbacks used in the Goa campaign. More than 500 permanent lawyers write to the CJI. Justice Eva Chandrachud expressing concern over attempts to undermine the integrity of the judiciary. Expels TMC MP, ducks Republic Bangla's questions after she skips the ED summons in Forex violation case, citing Lok Sabha campaigning. Huge setback for Congress in tax probe case. Delhi High Court dismisses 4 pleas filed by the party. After Kolar seat, Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion over Chikkabalpura seat. Congress MLA voices opposition to KPCC president. Quick afternoon, viewers. We are live on Breaking Republic TV. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We get started with our top focus of the day. The Enforcement Directorate will produce Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal in the Delhi's Rouse Avenue court today as his custody ends in connection with the now scrapped liquor policy case. Now, after the ED, the Central Bureau of Investigation is likely to seek Kejriwal's custody in connection with the probe, and the CBI was in fact the first central investigation agency to register an FIR naming 14 people, including Delhi's former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in the case. And Sisodia is currently, remember, lodged in Tihar jail, and according to sources, ED will seek further custody of Delhi Chief Minister on grounds that includes non-cooperation. And my colleague Riyanka, in fact, is joining us live from outside the Delhi High Court. Riyanka, very good afternoon. It's a very important day for Arvind Kejriwal. The 6-day custody is ending, and Arvind Kejriwal is all set to be produced shortly in the court.
That's right. I'm currently here present outside the Enforcement Directorate office in the National Capital, and today the ED's custody of Arvind Kejriwal, the 6-day custody, ends in the afternoon, which is why Arvind Kejriwal will be in fact produced before the court, the Rouse Avenue court, at around 2 p.m. At around 1:30 to 1:45, we are expecting some movement to take place when Arvind Kejriwal will be taken to the Rouse Avenue court. In all likelihood, the Enforcement Directorate is going to seek further extension of Arvind Kejriwal's custody. Now, what are the grounds? Firstly, the grounds is the confrontation of Arvind Kejriwal along with the documents that has been seized during the raids at several locations by the Enforcement Directorate. Second, the ED has gone ahead and said that it is going to seek an extension on the grounds of Arvind Kejriwal not cooperating. The answers have not satisfied the Enforcement Directorate, which is why they will seek a further extension. Third, Arvind Kejriwal might be confronted with the accused out of whose statements he was in fact being arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. And fourth, the lens have been put on the money trail and where has the money been spent and where has it exactly been kept. This is in terms of the proceeds of crime. Well, what we know here is that the entire link of South Lobby is also being probed, which is why the ED is in all likelihood going to seek an extension for 7 days. We will have to wait and see whether the court gives this extension to the Enforcement Directorate or not when the proceedings begin at 2 p.m. at the Rouse Avenue court.
Absolutely, of course. There are, of course, many grounds that the ED will be now seeking extension on. Riyanka, it also includes non-cooperation. Now, are you picking up on anything that the ED might be now, arguing in court about just to get in fact, extend this custody for Arvind Kejriwal? Because we've known about many things, including how the ED is right now probing that if at all any note was, actually there was any kind of give and take of any note via the lawyers, because we know Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj both have claimed that Arvind Kejriwal is issuing orders from inside the jail, and at the same time the ED says that there is no permission for any kind of government papers. So there are multiple issues that actually the ED will be putting before the court today. That also includes Arvind Kejriwal not cooperating when it comes to questioning.
Absolutely. The ED has time and again maintained the fact that Arvind Kejriwal has not been cooperating, be it starting from the summons to the arrest. The ED has said that Arvind Kejriwal has not been cooperating in the entire matter. What we see is the extension that the ED might seek for 7 more days on several grounds, one of which is the non-cooperation, because the ED seems to be not satisfied with the questions that it has put forward in front of Arvind Kejriwal, which is why this remains one of the major grounds for the Enforcement Directorate to go ahead and argue in front of the court today at 2. Whether the court will give an extension to the Enforcement Directorate is what we are going to see. Now, another angle playing here is the CBI, which is also all set to be neck deep into the investigation and seek a custody for Arvind Kejriwal into the matter, into the corruption angles. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate is taking forward the money laundering angles into the matter. So what we see right now is the heat constantly growing on Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party right before the Lok Sabha elections. We see how the Aam Aadmi Party has gone ahead and alleged and have condemned the arrest of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who has been appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, has time and again argued in front of the court that the arrest is illegal and on what grounds have Arvind Kejriwal being arrested. So such statements have been made by the Aam Aadmi Party and Abhishek Manu Singhvi while they had appeared. Remember, if we talk about the Enforcement Directorate, which is neck deep in investigation at this point in time, it had opposed K. Kavita's bail application, which she had moved in the past, which is why even yesterday the Delhi High Court has given no relief to Arvind Kejriwal, and the court will in fact be taking up the bail application hearing on the 3rd of April, and the ED will be filing a response. So several linkages, several lines are being taken forward at this point in time, but 2 p.m. remains quite crucial, because yesterday what we saw, Sunita Kejriwal, who is the wife of Arvind Kejriwal, she went ahead and mentioned the fact that Arvind Kejriwal will reveal where the money of the where the amount of the money laundering has been kept or where has it been used. But the ED goes ahead and argues the fact that all of the amount had been used for political purposes into the elections.
Right, Riyanka. All right, thank you so much for the moment. We will keep coming back to you for more, as Arvind Kejriwal will be produced shortly in the court. And as you mentioned, it also remains to be seen what Arvind Kejriwal has to say in the court. What proof does he claim to have, and or his wife claims to have, that he is going to present? So it's going to be a very interesting day. Thank you so much for the moment, Riyanka, for joining us here at Republic TV. Some more news. The MDMK MP Ganesha Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on the 24th of March, passed away this morning due to a cardiac arrest. Now, Ganesha Murthy was undergoing a treatment at a private hospital in Coimbatore, where his health condition deteriorated, leading to his death. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy claimed opposition wrongly accused YSRCP when CBI found a drug container in Visakhapatnam. Later found that it was linked to the company of the father-in-law of BJP State President Purandeshwari's sons. He asserts this shows YSRCP is unfairly blamed whenever a crime is reported. Enforcement Directorate has summoned former Uttarakhand Minister and Congress leader Harak Singh Rawat under PMLA, asking him to appear for questioning on the 2nd of April. The summons is related to illegal occupation of Forest Department land and illegal tree cutting in Jim Corbett National Park. Spiritual leader Shankaracharya Avimukteshwar Nanda Saraswati has marched towards the parliament with his followers for cow protection. Spiritual leader says that he's going to take a resolution for cow protection. Kerala Chief Minister made a remark on RSS saying that their ideologies of hatred. He says that people should see it as a violation of systematic rights. He highlights the Indian Constitution, saying that it ensures equality before law. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar concluded his program in Malaysia after meeting Digital Minister Gobind Singh Dev. Both ministers discussed digital cooperation, including exchange for our best practice in exploring business opportunities. The court-mandated archaeological survey of India survey continue for the 7th day at the Bhojshala complex, while Hindu groups say the complex was a temple. Masjid site claims it is the site of Kamal Maula Mosque. Now, the MDMK MP Ganesha Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on the 24th of March, has passed away due to a cardiac arrest. This happened in the morning today, and Ganesha Murthy was undergoing a treatment at a private hospital in Coimbatore, where his health condition continued to deteriorate until his passing. Ashwin gets you more on this.
The sitting MP of Erode, A. Ganesh Murthy, has died at a private hospital in Coimbatore early today. He was brought to the hospital on March 24th after allegedly consuming insecticide. Sources say that he was unhappy with the allocation of ticket to the MDMK to Trichy instead of giving it in Erode. However, the hospital sources have stated that the MP has died due to cardiac arrest. Ganesh Murthy, who was a law graduate, was an active DMK member during his student life, and earlier he had won as a Lok Sabha MP in 1998 as well as in 2009. In 1996, he had split from the DMK and formed the MDMK under the leadership of Vaiko. In the upcoming elections of 2024, the DMK had issued the ticket to MDMK to fight in Trichy instead of Erode, and Vaiko's son is set to be fighting in the upcoming election. The party of MDMK has stated that his mortal remains will be kept at Erode, and then the further funerals will be held today.
All right, we have breaking news coming in right now, viewers. In an exclusive conversation with Republic Kannada, Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar expressed confidence on his brother D.K. Suresh winning from Bengaluru rural constituency. He has also said that the senior Congress leader, also issued a big challenge to the Devegowda family. Take a listen into what D.K. Shivakumar said in this exclusive conversation with Republic Kannada.
ಡಿ.ಕೆ. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸಹೋದರನಿಗೆ ಸಾಥ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ತಮ್ಮ ಕುಲದೇವತೆ ಕಂಕೇರಮ್ಮನ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಕಬ್ಬಾಳಮ್ಮ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಅವರಿಂದ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಮಪತ್ರ ಸಲ್ಲಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮೊದಲೇ ದಿನ. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್, ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ವಿಶ್ವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ?
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ
ಸರ್, ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಹೇಗಿದೆ?
ನೋಡಿ, ನಮಗೆ 85ರಿಂದ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ನು 10 ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನ 3 ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ನು ಜನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಜನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ನು ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಸ್ತೇನಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟು ಹೊಸ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ BJP ದಳ 2 ಸೇರಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಬೇಕಾದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. D.K. ಸುರೇಶು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮನೆಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆದ ದಿನದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ನಿದ್ರೆನೇ ಮಾಡದೆ ಜನರ ಸೇವೆನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಜನತೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಜನತೆ ಭಾಳ ಉಪಕಾರ ಸ್ಮರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಂಥವ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮತದಿಂದ, ಬಹುಮತದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ.
ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, ಕೇಕ್ ವಾಕ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್? ಸರ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ, ಕೇಕ್ ವಾಕ? ಸರ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಕೇಕ್ ವಾಕ ಹೇಗೆ ಸರ್?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್?
ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮತದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ.
ಸರ್, ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಖಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಇದು ಹೃದಯವಂತ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಬಂಡೆ ಫೈಟ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಿ?
ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಹೆಣ ಒತ್ತವನ್ರಿ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಣ ಒತ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಮನಮೇರಿಂಗು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಕನಕಪುರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು. ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು. ಚನ್ನಪಟ್ಟಣ MLA, ರಾಮನಗರ MLA. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು? D.K. ಸುರೇಶ್ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಈ ಬಡರ ಜನತೆಯ ಹೆಣವನ್ನು ಒತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ಜನ ಅವನ ಪಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿನ ಹೊರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಫೈನಲ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಸರ್, ಇದು D.K. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್ ಫೈಟಾ ಅಥವಾ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗಿನ ಫೈಟಾ?
ಮತದಾರರು
And some more news. Eknath Shinde Sena has released a list of its alliance leaders, which includes Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah, as star campaigners for the party for the Lok Sabha elections. As Lok Sabha election nears, DMK candidate from South Chennai and party's sitting MP Thamiraji started her election campaign from T Nagar in Chennai. Union Minister Giriraj Singh slammed the India alliance, saying that they do not have any presence. He added that the opposition only unites to abuse Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
गठबंधन इंडी गठबंधन जिसे कहते हैं, इसका कोई वजूद नहीं है. ये केवल मोदी जी को गाली देने के लिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं, इसके सिवा इसका कोई वजूद नहीं है।
A day after Union Minister Amit Shah spoke about revoking AFSPA in Jammu and Kashmir, PDP leader Syed Suhail Bukhari said that PDP's manifesto is mainly focusing on removing the AFSPA.
हमारा जो फंडामेंटल बयानिया है, जो हमारा पार्टी का मैनिफेस्टो रहा है, उसका तो एक बहुत ही अहम और अभिन्न अंग ये पॉइंट रहा है कि यहाँ पे AFSPA हटना चाहिए और जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस हैं, जो आर्मी है, दे शुड ग्रेजुअली मूव फ्रॉम द सिविलियन एरियाज एंड वो बैरक्स में जाएं और जहाँ उनकी ज़रूरत है, और ताकि इंसेंटिवाइज हो जाए, लोगों को इंसेंटिवाइज किया जाए पीस के लिए।
Chief Sharad Pawar is holding a meeting with his party leaders at the party office in Mumbai to finalize candidates for Lok Sabha elections. All right, we are breaking developments coming in right now. The Delhi High Court has begun the hearing in a PIL that seeks removal of Arvind Kejriwal from the post of Chief Minister of Delhi. Remember, the plea has been moved by one Surjit Singh Yadav, who is a Delhi resident claiming to be a farmer and a social worker. Now, this PIL seeks direction on the union government, ED and Delhi government to restrain Arvind Kejriwal from issuing directions while in police custody. So that's a big update we have right now. This was also up for hearing today. My colleague Riyanka joins us live on the broadcast now. Riyanka, of course, this is another a separate hearing that has begun. This is different from what Arvind Kejriwal's hearing is, where he has challenged his custody. But right now, this is by Surjit Singh, who is a farmer and a social worker. And this is on can Arvind Kejriwal continue as the Chief Minister?
Absolutely, another hearing has begun at the Delhi High Court, and this is in terms of the PIL which was filed by Mr. Surjit, who in term is a farmer. He has in fact gone ahead and challenged the fact that how can Kejriwal, who is in the ED custody, go ahead and give out orders which was in fact received by Aam Aadmi Party Minister Atishi Singh and Saurabh Bhardwaj. So this has been challenged and the hearing has commenced. Let me bring in you the details that we are gathering from inside the court, inside the hearing. Well, the counsel for petitioner has made the submissions before the court, and however, what we see that the ACJ Manmohan, who is in fact the judge, he has told the counsel that the question is here with the prohibition of the bar at this point in time, whichever can be shown. And today, the court has said, is there any scope of judicial interference into the matter? The court has said that we read the fact that the entire issue is being examined.
All right, we have some breaking news coming in right now, and this is all right. High Court has dismissed, in fact, as we were speaking about this hearing, the High Court has dismissed the PIL against removal of Arvind Kejriwal as the Chief Minister. High Court says there is no legal bar for Arvind Kejriwal from running the government from jail. And I go back to my colleague Riyanka. Now, Riyanka, of course, as per law, a sitting Chief Minister, in fact, while we have not seen any instance in the past, but there is no law that actually says that a sitting Chief Minister, unless convicted, cannot run a government from jail, of course. However, the question still remains that how easy it is to actually run the government from jail. There are many problems, there are many logistical challenges also, and there is a moral responsibility also. But right now there is some relief for Arvind Kejriwal as the PIL has been dismissed. There's no legal bar on running government from jail. However, there is, of course, there is an attempt by the opposition to seek a resolution, no confidence motion also against the Chief Minister. That BJP continues to demand, that he cannot run the government from jail. Riyanka.
Absolutely. As we look to it as a slight relief, if we can say, for Arvind Kejriwal, as the Delhi High Court has dismissed the petition, the PIL which was filed in terms of challenging whether Arvind Kejriwal can run the government from the jail. But the BJP continues to attack and maintain its fact that it is not legal. The entire system is illegal as to how Arvind Kejriwal can go ahead and give out orders from the jail. Remember, he had given out health-related orders and water issue or related orders to AAP Minister Atishi Singh and Saurabh Bhardwaj, which was condemned by the Bharatiya Janata Party, which constantly demanded Arvind Kejriwal's resignation. So at this point in time, the court has said, having heard the counsel of the petitioner and having pursued the paper book, the court is of the view that there is no scope for judicial interference vis-a-vis the relief sought. So at this point in time, slight relief can be seen for Arvind Kejriwal, with the Delhi High Court going ahead and dismissing the PIL which sought the removal of Arvind Kejriwal from the post of the Chief Minister of the national capital.
Absolutely, of course. It's a very important day for Arvind Kejriwal. But if we talk about this, for future of all the Aam Aadmi Party here, Arvind Kejriwal continues to, and the Aam Aadmi Party is adamant, very clearly is adamant to function from jail. But how long can we expect this? Because if at all ED's custody does get an extension, ED does get more remand of Arvind Kejriwal, and of course there is also the CBI angle. The CBI is also going to seek custody of Arvind Kejriwal. How does this really help the Aam Aadmi Party? Can Arvind Kejriwal still continue to govern Delhi from jail?
See, the heat on Arvind Kejriwal is already intensifying, be it from the Enforcement Directorate or from the CBI. We see how the Enforcement Directorate today is going to seek a 7-day custody extension when the hearing today begins in front of the Rouse Avenue Court at 2 p.m. And any time from now, we are expecting some movement here. I'm currently placed outside the Enforcement Directorate office here, and Arvind Kejriwal, from a very short while from now, will be in fact taken to the Rouse Avenue Court, where the hearing is going to begin. So, what we see that the Aam Aadmi Party constantly, time and again, is maintaining the fact that Arvind Kejriwal should be released immediately. They have challenged on what grounds have the arrest been made. In fact, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who is appearing for Arvind Kejriwal, has time and again made it very clear that the grounds of arrest are illegal. The remand remains illegal because Kejriwal has been cooperating. This is what Arvind Kejriwal's side has to say. But when it comes to the Enforcement Directorate, it is in fact going to seek a 7-day custody in all likelihood based on several grounds. Firstly, non-cooperation that the ED has said. Arvind Kejriwal is not cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate, or the ED is not really satisfied when it comes to the answers that have been given by Arvind Kejriwal. Secondly, it is mostly likely that Arvind Kejriwal will be confronted with the documents that have been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate during several raids that went on at the leaders' residences. Also, there is a likelihood that Arvind Kejriwal will be put in face-to-face with the other accused in the excise policy case. And thirdly, there is a huge lens on the money trail, which is why the ED is going to look or seek an extended custody from the Rouse Avenue Court. So several developments are taking place. We are constantly bringing in all the details from the ground, but the Aam Aadmi Party remains defiant. The Aam Aadmi Party is maintaining its stand that the arrest is illegal, but the ED says that Arvind Kejriwal is the kingpin of the entire excise policy case, and which is why the ED will go ahead and seek an extension in the matter.
All right. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us there. We'll keep a track of all developments. Arvind Kejriwal expected to leave from the ED office very soon, and he's to be produced in the Rouse Avenue Court today. We'll keep a track of developments right now, viewers. But now, let's take a look at some more stories. The MDMK MP Ganesh Murthy was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on the 24th of March. He passed away this morning due to a cardiac arrest. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy claimed opposition wrongly accused YSRCP when CBI found a drug container in Visakhapatnam. Later found that it was linked to the company of the father-in-law of BJP State President Purandeshwari's son. ED has summoned former Uttarakhand Minister and Congress leader Harak Singh Rawat under PMLA, asking him to appear for questioning on the 2nd of April. Summons related to the illegal occupation of Forest Department land and illegal tea cutting in Corbett National Park. Spiritual leader Shankaracharya Abhimukteshwara Nand Saraswati marched towards the parliament with his followers for cow protection, saying that they are going to take a resolution for cow protection. Kerala Chief Minister made a remark on RSS, saying that their ideology is of hatred and that people should see it as a violation of systematic rights. He highlights that Indian Constitution says it ensures equality before law. Shankar concluded his program in Malaysia after meeting Digital Minister Gobind Singh Deb. Both ministers discussed digital cooperation, including exchange for best practice and exploring business opportunities. The court mandated Archaeological Survey of India to continue the survey for a 7th day at the Bhojshala complex. Hindu groups say complex for the temple must decide claim its site of Kamal Maula Mosque. Right, time for a short break. On the other side, more than 500 lawyers, prominent lawyers, have written to CJI Justice D.Y. Chanchur expressing concerns over attempts to undermine the integrity of the judiciary.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
इंडी एलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है।
Days after Prime Minister Modi dialed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba is all set to make his first visit to India. This is the first time the Ukrainian Foreign Minister will visit India since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Standing here in Kiev, in front of Mahatma Gandhi's monument, I'm pleased to announce that this week I will pay my first ever visit to India. A few days ago, President Zelensky spoke with Prime Minister Modi. My visit will further strengthen our relations.
डीएमके और कांग्रेस टू साइड्स ऑफ द सेम कॉइन है। डीएमके और कांग्रेस का मतलब है बिग करप्शन। डीएमके और कांग्रेस का मतलब है वन फैमिली रूल।
Top headlines at 1:30. Big scoop in Liquorgate probe. Top sources confirm that ED will seek further custody of Kejriwal, citing multiple grounds, including non-cooperation. As probe widens in excise policy case, Goa Chief Amit Palekar quizzed by ED over kickbacks used in Goa campaign. More than 500 prominent lawyers write to CJI express concern over attempts to undermine the integrity of judiciary. Expelled TMC MP ducks Republic Bangla's questions, skips ED summons in Forex violation case, cites Lok Sabha campaigning. Huge setback for the Congress in tax probe case. Delhi High Court dismisses 4 pleas filed by the party. After Kolar seat, Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion in another constituency. Congress MLA voices opposition to DK Shivakumar. A very good afternoon. It is 1:30. We are live and breaking. I'm Samiksha Shrivastava. Stayed up starting with the news that's coming in from the state of Uttar Pradesh, where it's a rebellion that is brewing within the Samajwadi Party after Moradabad candidate declaration. It's ST Hassan who has opposed Akhilesh. He's declared non-support for Ruchi Veera, alleging pressure on Akhilesh and asserting frontrunner status for the ticket as well. So this is a day after Akhilesh opted out of the Lok Sabha seat. The candidate ST Hassan, who's been fielded by the Samajwadi Party, has voiced open dissent. Listen in to that exclusive conversation we had with ST Hassan of the Samajwadi Party.
क्लियर था सब. हमारे नेता अखिलेश यादव जी ने मुझे चुनाव के लिए अधिकृत किया था, सारे पेपर्स दिए थे, मैंने नॉमिनेशन भी कर दिया था. अब उनके ऊपर क्या दबाव आया, किसका आया, जिसकी वजह से दूसरी एक कैंडिडेट को उन्होंने भी फॉर्म दे दिया और मेरा निरस्तीकरण का भी लेटर दे दिया. अखिलेश जी तो मुझे ही चाहते थे और चाहते हैं, ये मेरा यकीन है आज भी. लेकिन कोई मजबूरी ऐसी रही होगी, क्योंकि हमारे नेता बहुत मुरव्वत वाले नेता हैं. मगर इस घटनाक्रम से पार्टी को बहुत ज़बरदस्त नुकसान हो गया. ये वो सीट थी जो जीतने वाली सीट थी और मुस्लिम बहुल सीट थी, और मैं खुद सिटिंग एमपी हूँ, आज भी हूँ. संदेश जो गया है वो सिर्फ मुरादाबाद ही नहीं, पूरे मंडल और पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में गया है, जिसका मैं खुद परेशान हूँ. फ़ोन अटेंड करते करते पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश से मेरे पास फ़ोन आ रहे हैं.
All right, let's cut across to the latest that's coming in on Liquorgate probe. These are the first visuals of Arvind Kejriwal being taken to Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. So the hearing is set to begin in just a while from now, where the ED in all probability will be seeking further remand of the Delhi Chief Minister, after which the CBI could also seek custody of the AAP national convener in Liquorgate probe. So the ED team taking Arvind Kejriwal to Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. Note that ED is likely to seek a 6-day extension of custody in this case. And the grounds that could be cited by the Enforcement Directorate include non-cooperation on part of Arvind Kejriwal and joint interrogation also that could happen of Arvind Kejriwal while in ED custody in the coming days. Well, we will just go across to Riyanka as well, but note, these are the visuals on your screens of Arvind Kejriwal being taken to Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. We understand that the ED will seek further custody of Arvind Kejriwal and the grounds that could be cited include confrontation with documents, non-cooperation with proof, confrontation with other accused as well, and the other is going to be the lens on money trail and proceeds of crime. So these are essentially the grounds that could be cited by the Enforcement Directorate in Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. With this note that the ED has also been thoroughly probing the election funding angle along with the South Lobby
South Lobby angle, which is being probed by the central agency. We will just go across to Riyanka as well, who's been on the ground. She's outside the ED office. But note, just a short while ago, hearing also happened in the same case in Delhi's High Court, where the High Court essentially has junged a petition that sought removal of Arvind Kejriwal as a chief minister. The other one is going to be in just some time from now on Arvind Kejriwal's remand, which is set to end today. Let's go across to Riyanka. Riyanka, we understand a lot of grounds that could be cited by the ED in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court, which include confrontation with documents, non-cooperation with the probe, confrontation with other accused, and the lens on money trail and proceeds of crime, which are essentially going to be cited by the ED while it seeks further extension of Arvind Kejriwal's custody.
Absolutely. The latest news that we are gathering here from the Enforcement Directorate's office here, that Arvind Kejriwal along with the ED officials have left from this location and they are now moving to the Rouse Avenue Court, where the hearing is going to begin at 2 p.m. So this hearing is quite crucial because it is the day today when Arvind Kejriwal's ED remand, the 6-day ED remand, comes to an end, and the ED is in all likelihood going forward and going to seek an extension. A 7-day extension is likely from the sources, is what we are gathering, but we will have to wait and see what arguments take place and what the court gives out to the Enforcement Directorate. Whether the ED will be getting a 7-day extension or lesser or more, we'll have to wait and watch on that. Now, very important to note here is the fact that the ED has put forward 4 grounds of the fact that it will seek an extension. Firstly, other documents, confrontation with Arvind Kejriwal. Well, these are the documents that have been seized and recovered during the several raids that were made at Aadmi Party leaders' residences. So confrontation with the documents is the first ground of the ED that will seek an extension today. Second is Arvind Kejriwal's non-cooperation. Well, the ED seems to be not very satisfied with the answers that Arvind Kejriwal has been given when it comes to the interrogation. And third, if we talk about, is the confrontation with the other accused in the entire matter, especially from the South Lobby. And the fourth is the lens and the heat that is being probed here in terms of the entire money trail and where have the entire money of the money laundering have been kept. So these are the 4 grounds out of which the ED has gone ahead and is in all likelihood to seek an extension of Arvind Kejriwal. Now remember, not just the Enforcement Directorate but also the CBI is growing its heat on Kejriwal, because the CBI is also likely to seek a custody in the coming days. Now, very important focal point of today's hearing is Sunita Kejriwal yesterday making an important statement that Arvind Kejriwal is going to reveal in front of the court as to where exactly the money of the entire excise policy case has been kept or has been invested upon. Well, this is what the big expose today, which will be made by Arvind Kejriwal. So we will have to wait and watch what happens during the hearing and the proceedings at the Rouse Avenue Court at 2.
All right, Riyanka, stay with us. Let's go across to Abhijit as well, who's outside Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. Abhijit, if you can once again take us through the details known so far about the kind of recoveries that were earlier made by ED from the searches that were carried out at Arvind Kejriwal's residence. We understand that several ED files were also recovered by the central agency in the raids that were carried out.
Well, during the last hearing at the Rouse Avenue Court, the Arvind Kejriwal's lawyers kept saying that there was no substance for his arrest and it was illegal. Arvind Kejriwal is expected to arrive at Rouse Avenue Court at before 2 when the hearing is to be held. There is heavy deployment over here and he is expected to come anytime. The police over here are removing all the extra people, extra vehicle. They are stopping the vehicle movement outside the court to make way for his entry inside the court. So it will be interesting to see how if he is actually granted any relief from Rouse Avenue Court during his hearing at 2, or he is sent back with an extension in his remand with ED. Back to the studio.
Right, Abhijit, stay with us. Let's go across to Riyanka again. Riyanka, once again, if you can talk to us about the election funding angle, which is being probed by the ED. We understand that AAP Goa chief has also been summoned. So how does this essentially widen the probe when we talk about the Hawala transaction? As we understand that money was routed through 4 states to fund the Goa election campaign of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Well, today, if we see that Goa is also coming into the limelight because the summons have been sent to Aam Aadmi Party leader Amit Palekar, who is the Goa chief of the Aam Aadmi Party, and not just him, but Rama Rao Datta Prasad Nayak. They have also been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate today. We saw Amit Palekar arrive at the ED office in Panjim in Goa, and well, the quizzing is still underway. So what is currently being probed here is the fact that the 100 crore kickback, which was in fact received from the South Group via K. Kavita and the others who were accused in the entire matter. Out of the 100 crores, 45 crores were spent on the Goa election through Hawala transaction via a middleman, via a businessman to be specific. And this angle has been taken forward. Well, what we know here that the amount was received in cash in terms of the campaigning, during the campaigning which was used by the Aam Aadmi Party during the Goa Assembly elections, and quite likely here, as the ED had previously mentioned, that the money went through Chennai and other areas to Goa in form of cash. So this is being probed today as the ED has sent out summons, and Amit Palekar, who is the Goa Aam Aadmi Party chief, is present at the ED office in Panjim, and the interrogation are currently underway.
Right, Riyanka, stay with us. Also talking here about the role of Sharath Reddy, as has been mentioned quite a few times. He's, of course, turned as an approver. But talk to us about the kind of allegations that the Aam Aadmi Party is now making, saying that the BJP has been in cahoots with Sharath Reddy, the accused who's now turned an approver in the case.
Right. In here comes the talks about the electoral bonds, which Sharath Reddy apparently had spent in 55 crores, and the Aam Aadmi Party is alleging these are the proceeds of crime whose entire beneficiary was the Bharatiya Janata Party, and this happened after Sharath Reddy turned to be an approver for the government in the entire matter. And this, what is being alleged at this point in time by the Aam Aadmi Party, when the list of electoral bonds had come out, there were 41 companies who were indulged in money laundering. Time and again, we have seen how the Aam Aadmi Party has gone ahead and said that there is no evidence of the money laundering in terms of Arvind Kejriwal and the other leaders, be it Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, who have been put behind the bars into the matter. But the BJP being the major beneficiary of the proceeds of crime into the entire case through Sharath Reddy, whose company bought in electoral bonds and spent around 55 crores, whose entitled beneficiary was the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right, stay with us, Riyanka. Let's go across and take a word from Abhijit as well. Abhijit, for our viewers also who are tuning in, if you can run us through the kind of arguments that we can expect in the court today. We understand that several grounds are going to be cited by the ED to get further custody of Arvind Kejriwal.
Well, we are getting the news right now that Arvind Kejriwal has just entered the Rouse Avenue court and will be inside the courtroom within next few minutes, after which the hearing will start. Clearly it's been evident that the ED will further demand for the custody of Arvind Kejriwal as the proceedings are underway, and more revelations are to be made by Arvind Kejriwal as being in the questioning of Enforcement Directorate during its remand. So I think within a few minutes we'll have more updates on how the proceeding goes further, and if the court actually gives some relief to Arvind Kejriwal or increases his remand with ED.
Outside the ED office. Abhijit, outside the Rouse Avenue court, slipping into a very short break. Arvind Kejriwal's wife now arrives at Delhi's Rouse Avenue court, hearing set to begin in just some time from now.
इंडी अलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है।
जब मैं जम्मू और कश्मीरी बोलता हूं तो पीओ को इसके अंदर ही आता है। एक सेकंड भाई, सुनो तो, सुनिए तो, आप मुझे बोलने नहीं देंगे। आप मैं स्पष्ट करता हूं, माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज। मैं जब जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बोलता हूं, माननीय सदस्य, इसलिए एग्रेसिव हूं कि जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के पीओ को आप भारत का हिस्सा नहीं मानते हो क्या? एग्रेसिव ना हो, जान दे देंगे इसके लिए। क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? एग्रेसिव होने की क्या बात कर रहे हो? जान दे देंगे इसके लिए।
Now, there you see Arvind Kejriwal being taken inside the courtroom. He's now been produced. Riyanka, yes, please keep talking to us. We understand that ED is going to be seeking a 7-day extension of Arvind Kejriwal's remand.
That's right. ED is going to seek a 7-day extension of Arvind Kejriwal's remand on 4 grounds that we have in fact been tracking. Firstly, the confrontation with the documents that have been now seized by the Enforcement Directorate when it comes to the raids that went on by the Enforcement Directorate on several Aam Aadmi Party leaders. Secondly, the ED has gone ahead and mentioned the fact that there has been non-cooperation by the Delhi Chief Minister when the interrogation was going on, which remains to be the second ground under which the ED is in all likelihood to seek an extension for his custody. Thirdly, what we are seeing here is whether Arvind Kejriwal will be put in face-to-face in confrontation with the other accused in the entire matter. And the fourth ground on which the ED is going to seek an extension will be the the money trail. And very significant here that Arvind Kejriwal will make a big expose today as to where exactly is the money kept, what evidence has the ED gotten that has not been given any result as of now.
This is the latest news break that is just coming in. Arvind Kejriwal has been produced before court. In fact, he is speaking. He says that all of this is nothing but a political conspiracy against him, and that the public is going to be giving a befitting reply to those who are involved in this witch hunt against the Aadmi party. So this is the latest coming in. Arvind Kejriwal calling it all nothing but a political witch hunt. Also note that Arvind Kejriwal's wife had earlier stated that there's going to be a big expose on part of Arvind Kejriwal before the court today. So expecting some of those statements to come in really from Arvind Kejriwal, who is at present speaking in the courtroom. Riyanka, if you can keep talking to us, we understand that Arvind Kejriwal has already begun speaking in court. He says that all of this is a witch hunt. Are we expecting anything in terms of the remarks that were earlier made by his wife that he is going to be making some expose related to liquor scam? Well, I'm not sure if Riyanka is still with us. We will go across to Shravan also, but note the hearing has begun in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court. The ED in all likelihood will be seeking a 7-day extension of Arvind Kejriwal's remand. In fact, as we speak, Arvind Kejriwal inside the courtroom says that all of this is nothing but a political conspiracy. He's done no wrong. His party is not involved in any corrupt activities, and that the public is going to be giving a befitting reply to all this baseless charge that has been leveled against him and other AAP leaders as well. So tracking closely all those updates, in fact, we understand that several grounds of arrests are going to be mentioned by the ED in the court, which includes non-cooperation on part of Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, the ED is also going to refer to some documents which apparently have been seized, not just from those involved in this case, but also from Arvind Kejriwal himself, who the ED claims to be the kingpin of this whole scam. Let's go across to Abhijit as well as Shravan, who's from outside the ED office. Shravan, coming across to you, take us to the arguments being made in Delhi's Rouse Avenue Court as of now.
In the court, the hearing is expected to begin anytime now, where the judge is going to preside. But just a quick recap of what we know so far. In all likelihood, you would have Delhi Chief Minister's custody being sought once again by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, there are at least 4 essential grounds on which, in all likelihood, you would have the Enforcement Directorate taking further custody. One, with regards to the fact that the investigation hasn't been completed as yet. That's point number 1. He has to be confronted with a voluminous data or documents that have been accessed, that have been seized by the Enforcement Directorate, and that remains still pending. The other is with regards to be confronted with the other accused, the statements that have been recorded so far. It does not appear at this point in time that the Enforcement Directorate would be perhaps carrying out a joint interrogation, because there is no need of it, is what the sense that we got from our sources within the Enforcement Directorate. But having said that, remember, it's a dynamic situation. If at all the Enforcement Directorate at a later stage feels the need for a joint interrogation, keeping in mind that you have the other key accused in this particular case, BRS MLC K. Kavita being the other person. If the need arises, then perhaps you would have the Enforcement Directorate carrying out a joint interrogation between Arvind Kejriwal and K. Kavita. Apart from that, you do have the other accused, that's Manish Sisodia, who is currently in judicial custody. But if at all that decision is taken, an application will also be filed by the Enforcement Directorate in the court seeking permission for a joint interrogation between Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal. But that is a decision that hasn't been taken as yet. Now, the fact why you would essentially see the Enforcement Directorate today today in the court, perhaps seeking further custody, is because of these few grounds. And the fact that the days that he has been in custody, he really hasn't really cooperated with the agency as yet. On the same very day, you've also seen images coming in from Goa, where Aam Aadmi Party leaders, Goa unit chief was actually called in for questioning. And that's a crucial aspect of this entire investigation, because that is the part which indicates that the Enforcement Directorate is now concentrating on the money trail. The question that Arvind Kejriwal's legal counsels have been consistently asking, where is the money? The question that has been asked time and again. Remember, this is a case where Hawala transactions have actually taken place, and the money that was allegedly received by the Aam Aadmi Party leaders was largely used for the election campaigning purposes, which means that the money has already been utilized. There is a value that has been looked into right now, but remember, that is something that the Enforcement Directorate at a later stage will have to also prove before the court in terms of how exactly the money has moved. In the previous hearing that took place in the Rouse Avenue court, you've had S.V. Raju essentially indicating that the money came in from Chennai and was utilized in the election campaigning. Was it diverted through Delhi or any other city? That is not known at this point in time. There are several unanswered questions too, and one will have to understand beyond what the Enforcement Directorate is claiming at this point in time. They are essentially talking about witness statements. They're essentially talking about a meeting that has taken place between Arvind Kejriwal and the other accused in this case. But does this mean at some point in time they will have to justify the fact that do they have enough evidence which goes beyond the recording of just witness statements? And that is the reason why, remember, the case is very different when it comes to the Central Bureau of Investigation, because they are also looking at a different aspect altogether. So it's a crucial hearing. You would certainly expect in the remand that is going to be put forth that they're going to seek about 7 days custody is what we are given to understand. And going by the previous instances, you would certainly have, the custody in all likelihood to be extended.
Right, just for a moment interrupting you, we have that reaction also coming in from Arvind Kejriwal moments before he entered Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. Listen in.
LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी. ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी. CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी. ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी. CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी. ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी. CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी. ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
Alright, pressure only piling on Arvind Kejriwal to resign as Delhi's Chief Minister. We have Shravan from outside the ED office and also Abhijit outside Delhi's Rouse Avenue court. Shravan, coming back to you, if you can once again run us through the names of all those liquor barons involved in this case. Is it also possible that a joint interrogation of all those who have turned approver in this case could be interrogated along with Arvind Kejriwal in the coming days?
Well, as I just pointed out a while ago, Samiksha, right now the need hasn't come up. And that is the reason why the Enforcement Directorate indicating that they've already recorded the statements of the accused in this particular case and the approvers. And that and they've perhaps they're going to produce this before Arvind Kejriwal seeking his response on the allegations that have been leveled. For instance, what is it that K. Kavita has been maintaining all this while? Or for that matter, Sharath Reddy and a few others, Arun Pillai being the other person, Magunta Reddy being an important character as far as the liquor scam goes, because these are allegations that were leveled against Arvind Kejriwal. Because Magunta Reddy says that there was a meeting that took place at Hyderabad where Arun Pillai met K. Kavita, and K. Kavita had already informed Arun Pillai that such a policy was likely to come up in Delhi. Delhi. She's already had an interaction with the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. That's when there was an indication of that 100 crore rupees, that if at all 100 crore rupees is paid, then a favorable excise policy will come up. Now, that's part of the statement. This statement was actually shown to Arvind Kejriwal. We are given to understand a satisfactory response really hasn't come in. As we continue with our rolling coverage, Arvind Kejriwal has now been produced before the Rouse Avenue Court. In a short while from now, the hearing is going to begin. Stepping into a short break. On the other side, we continue with our rolling coverage.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers, he put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi.
Enforcement Directorate produces Arvind Kejriwal in the Rouse Avenue Court as the Delhi Chief Minister's custody expires today in Liquorgate case. Top sources say ED is likely to seek an extension of custody. Kejriwal alleges that his arrest is a political conspiracy and that public will respond. Suspense over big expose claim by Kejriwal's wife. As pro-Biden's in excise policy case, Aam Aadmi Party Goa Chief Amit Palekar quizzed by Enforcement Directorate over alleged kickbacks used in Goa campaign. More than 500 prominent lawyers write to CJI Chandrachud expressing concerns over attempts to undermine the integrity of the judiciary. Expelled TMC MP Mahua Moitra skips ED summons in Forex case to campaign in her Lok Sabha constituency. After Kolar seat, Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion vows in Chikkaballapura seat. Congress MLA voices opposition with the KPCC president. A very good afternoon to all our viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar and the top focus of this hour is Kejriwal's hearing at the Rouse Avenue Court. The Delhi Chief Minister has once again been presented before the District Magistrate in the Rouse Avenue Court after his 6-day custody with the Enforcement Directorate has come to an end. Now, the action will shift to the court soon after the proceedings begin. And we have a reportage, a big reportage that is in place outside the Enforcement Directorate's office at the Rouse Avenue Court. Let's go across to Shavan, who is joining us from Ground Zero. Shavan, it is an all-important hearing for the Delhi Chief Minister, and the Enforcement Directorate is all set to seek an extension of the custody. How does Arvind Kejriwal's fate now hang in the balance?
Well, in fact, first, there was no interim relief that was granted by the Delhi High Court. In fact, the Delhi High Court has sought a response from the Enforcement Directorate, and the argument that was put forth that the Enforcement Directorate should be given the same opportunity as it has been given to the petitioner in this particular case, which means that the matter comes up on the 2nd of April, and that's when the Enforcement Directorate is going to put out details of the investigation that they've carried out. Meanwhile, what has essentially happened, Deepak, is that his custody has gotten over here the Enforcement Directorate. A short while back, we saw Arvind Kejriwal being taken out from the headquarters, being taken to a lower court, that's in Rouse Avenue Court, where the Enforcement Directorate has already produced him. We are given to understand the court has assembled, so the proceedings are expected to begin in a short while from now. A quick recap of what we know so far and what is expected in the next few hours. One, with regards to the breaking news now coming in, top sources are already indicating that the Enforcement Directorate will certainly seek further custody of Arvind Kejriwal. That could be around 7 days custody that the Enforcement Directorate will be seeking. Now, whether at all the court is satisfied, that we'll have to wait and watch. We cannot second guess at this point in time. But just to tell our viewers is what we know in terms of why exactly is the Enforcement Directorate seeking further custody. That's because the investigation hasn't been completed as yet, which means that, as the ED sources have been indicating, that they have got voluminous documents that have been seized over a long period of time, because this investigation has been going on for over 2 years now. Several arrests have been made, several documents have been seized, and not just that, items that have been recovered from the residence and premises of several accused. All that put together, they've collected voluminous documents and data that has been collected over a period of time, which they need to confront Arvind Kejriwal with. Apart from that, what is crucial in this entire investigation are the statements that have been recorded by the Enforcement Directorate under Section 50. Now, these are statements based on which this arrest has actually taken place, because these are witness statements. In this particular case, you have roughly about 4 to 5 approvers, and they have also taken the name of Arvind Kejriwal, and that is the reason why a confrontation likely to happen. Now, are we expecting a face-to-face interrogation to take place? Deepak, sources within the Enforcement Directorate just about 24 hours ago, when I spoke to them, they had indicated that right now there is no need for a joint interrogation. But as I've been maintaining, that it's a dynamic situation, it's fluid. Things could certainly change in the days to come with the Enforcement Directorate, if at all they feel the need to confront the other accused in this particular case. K. Kavita has already been sent to judicial custody. So is Manish Sisodia. So if at all the Enforcement Directorate feels there is a need, they will have to move an application before the court, seeking the court's permission for a joint interrogation between Kavita, Manish Sisodia, as well as Arvind Kejriwal. The fact that so far there has been no such application that has been moved is an indication that a joint interrogation is quite unlikely, because the statements of these individuals have already been recorded. So what is going to happen is that a confrontation is going to take place through those statements that have already been recorded. The other aspect that we have also picked up from our sources is that so far the Chief Minister has been non-cooperative. Also, there have been other developments that have taken place, that orders have actually been passed by the Chief Minister from inside the custody that has raised an alarm. It has not only raised questions about whether at all there has been some sort of a leakage, which the Enforcement Directorate maintains that there has been no such leakage that has taken place, and rather an internal inquiry is already underway. They are looking into how exactly it happened, whether at all these were instructions that were given before the arrest that had taken place, whether at all there is an element of forgery that requires further investigation. These are certain aspects that will be looked into. But right now, the focus is certainly on the money trail. And look at what has happened earlier in the day. Images that came in from Goa, where you've had the Aadmi Party chief, him being summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, is a clear giveaway that the Enforcement Directorate is largely focusing on the movement of money, because that's where you've had the legal counsel of Arvind Kejriwal attacking the Enforcement Directorate, asking the question, where exactly is the money? If you don't have the money, if you don't have the money trail, where is the question of money laundering in the first place? And more importantly, what was the need of the arrest? These are some elementary questions that have been asked by the legal counsel of Arvind Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate. Now, this is expected to be answered here in the court too, where you would expect S.V. Raju, representing the Enforcement Directorate, answering these questions with regards to what is it that they have found so far and what is pending, which is why further custody is required. Why further custody is required.
Right, Shravan, what we get to understand here is that ASG S.V. Raju has started presenting his arguments before the court. He has said that the digital data that has been extracted, they will have to be examined. And they've also said that 4 Aam Aadmi Party leaders in Goa are being questioned, and Arvind Kejriwal will also be confronted with them. These are the latest arguments that are coming to the fore from the court. And the Enforcement Directorate has said that it needs to confront Kejriwal with more people, and added that statements of Aam Aadmi Party Goa candidates are being recorded. And like you mentioned, the Aam Aadmi Party's Goa chief is also being grilled by the Enforcement Directorate in Goa. And furthermore, ASG Raju says that he has not disclosed the passwords, so we do not have access to the digital data. So this is something that is blocking the investigation that is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the Delhi excise policy scam. And that is why, Enforcement Directorate is likely to seek further custody of the Delhi Chief Minister. And what is latest is that ASG SV Raju has said that Kejriwal says that he will speak to his lawyers and then decide whether the passwords are to be given or not. If he does not, we will have to break open the password. This is what the ASG is saying at the moment in the court. But even as the arguments continue to rage on inside the courtroom, let's listen in to the defiant Arvind Kejriwal just moments before he was presented before the district magistrate.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे हैं सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे हैं सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
Well, we have more breaking news coming in. Now, Republic's newsbreak has been confirmed. The Enforcement Directorate is now seeking a 7-day custody extension of Arvind Kejriwal. ASG SV Raju says that they have issued summons to the excise officials in Punjab as well. Now, the probe has widened its ambit from Delhi to Punjab as well. Now, the Enforcement Directorate is currently seeking the extension of the Delhi Chief Minister's custody, even as the constitutional crisis continues to ensue in the national capital, because the national capital has a chief minister who is in the ED custody right now, and he is presented before the court, and the Enforcement Directorate has sought an additional extension of the custody of Arvind Kejriwal by 7 days, and this is to confront him with other entities. Shawan, what are the latest updates from the courtroom?
Well, in fact, let me just help our viewers understand a big twist that has actually taken place. All this while, we were essentially talking about Goa. In fact, Republic's newsbreak has now been confirmed. Earlier in the day, we did actually break that Enforcement Directorate is going to seek further custody, and we'd also put out details of the fact that they are recording the statement of Aam Aadmi Party leaders in Goa. Now, the Punjab angle has come out, and let's just put this out because this is an important development that has taken place. It did actually find a mention when the Central Bureau of Investigation was looking into the matter when the arrest of the then Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia actually took place, because it turns out that the policy was actually also utilized, or a same policy was also put into place in Punjab, and there were discussions that once the implementation is done here in the national capital, a similar excise policy will also be implemented in the state of Punjab. The excise commissioner was actually called here in the national capital. There were meetings that took place with the Aam Aadmi leaders, and in fact, let me also tell you that there is another Aam Aadmi Party leader whose name had actually surfaced during the investigation. So far, since the person concerned has not been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, we are refraining from taking the name of the Aam Aadmi Party leader, but a senior leader was also under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate with a Punjab link that had come in. Now, SV Raju has declared before the court that they are also looking into the angle that has emerged with regards to Punjab. The excise officers have been called in for questioning, but there are two aspects that are becoming very clear. One, with regards to obstructing the investigation. The Enforcement Directorate maintains that despite multiple questions being asked about giving access to the digital device, it turns out that the Delhi Chief Minister says that he's not going to do so unless he's been instructed by the lawyers, which essentially means that the mobile phones that have been seized so far, some mobile phones we are given to understand that the Enforcement Directorate hasn't really got their hands on as yet, but they're hoping that over a period of time they would be able to get access to more of the digital devices that were largely utilized by the Chief Minister, which is also password protected. That is the reason why SV Raju is essentially saying that is pending work. Apart from that, the fact that Aadmi Party leaders, their statements are being recorded in Goa as we speak right now, and once the statement is actually recorded, remember, confronting Arvind Kejriwal with that becomes extremely crucial, because that's the aspect of money laundering. That's the place where the money was actually utilized. That is the reason why it becomes extremely crucial with these pending work or the pending investigation in this, for which custody is actually required. That's the latest that's coming in, Deepak. As I understand, in the court, Arvind Kejriwal had already indicated that this is yet another political conspiracy because of which he's behind bars, responding to some reports essentially coming in that the Lieutenant Governor has indicated that the government cannot actually run from inside the jail, and in fact it was sort of an assurance that was actually given. Right now there have been no developments that have taken place. In fact, the court today has made it abundantly clear that there is no question of any judicial intervention when it comes to whether at all the Chief Minister can actually run the government from inside the jail. There's no legal precedence to it. Hence, there is some sort of a relief
like Arvind Kejriwal's wife had mentioned
from the Delhi High Court,
that the Delhi Chief Minister would make some revelations before the court. The Delhi Chief Minister has now requested before the court that he will make some personal statements as well. He would want to personally address the court, and the arguments have ensued. Shaban, if you could take our viewers through the latest update that's coming in, because Arvind Kejriwal has already started addressing and he started making his statements. He has said that he has first said that the interrogation has occurred in cordial atmosphere, and he also says that I want to thank ED officers. This case has been going on for 2 years. So, Shaban, what is the latest coming in from the courtroom?
Well, this is a move that has been made by Arvind Kejriwal, hoping that he actually addresses through the court to a larger audience at this point in time. Now, this is a position that Arvind Kejriwal has taken from the day this case actually began. And when the first charge sheet was actually filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, it's a bit of a bizarre logic here, simply because at that point in time, the Chief Minister had said that, listen, I am not guilty because I have not been named in the charge sheet. That is the reason why I'm not guilty. But that's not how investigation really works, Deepak, because remember, the charge sheet is for those who have already been taken into custody, and there is always an indication of what one could expect in the days to come. So there is no question that you would have Arvind Kejriwal being mentioned in the charge sheets that have been filed by the Central Bureau of Investigation, because at that point in time he was never taken into custody. Secondly, his statements were not recorded till the time this charge sheet was actually filed. So the role of Arvind Kejriwal came at a much later stage. It was only after his name surfaced during the statements that were recorded by both the agencies, that's when both the agencies started calling Arvind Kejriwal. And the fact of the matter is this, that you would have the same argument put forth. But it's an interesting development that's taking place, because let me just quickly take our viewers through what is it that Arvind Kejriwal is essentially referring to, right? Let's first begin with the first statement that he's made. He basically made an intervention saying that he wants to address the court personally, which it appears from our reporters inside that he was granted permission from the court to address, where he started by saying that he wants to thank the Enforcement Directorate officers because this is an investigation that has been going on for 2 years. A sarcastic statement made by the Chief Minister to begin with. Then he says that he was arrested. No court has proved him guilty as yet. The CBI has essentially filed about 31,000 pages and the Enforcement Directorate has filed 25,000 pages. And even if you read them together, why have I been arrested is the question that he has been asking. This is exactly what Abhishek Manu Singhvi did actually tell the court last time when the hearing took place. What is the need of the arrest? And the fulcrum of this entire investigation was basically revolving around the need of his arrest. The court says, why don't you give this all in writing? To which once again he insisted that he wants to speak. No court has proven him guilty. He refers to the fact that there is a statement of C. Arvind. C. Arvind actually happens to be the second secretary of the then Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, and he's a crucial character as far as this investigation goes. His statement is recorded by both the agencies. I'll try and explain that in a short while from now. But he says, and he's now saying this, that there are several leaders who were called in for questioning. Every time these raids were basically carried out, there are certain instructions that are basically given by the Enforcement Directorate. And C. Arvind, he makes that allegation that C. Arvind was basically forced to take the name of the Chief Minister, or else he would have been arrested. So that is the reason why he's saying there has been some amount of coercion that has actually taken place. And he also turns to the fact that the people who are being turned approver in the case and people are being forced to change their statements. Can arrest be made based on certain statements to which the Enforcement Directorate has already objected? People have been forced to change statements. Is an assertion that has been made by Arvind Kejriwal. Once again, he says that they have been turned approver because there was some amount of pressure that was put on them, saying that they would be arrested if at all they are not given the permission. The court says that they is not going to allow more than 5 minutes for Arvind Kejriwal to address. Arvind Kejriwal says...
Right, Shravan. Now also Arvind Kejriwal has referred to C. Arvind's statements and saying that, hundreds of people come to my house to give me files, but that is not enough to arrest a sitting Delhi Chief Minister. And he says that my name appeared at 4 places. This is the allegation that C. Arvind gave documents to Sisodia at my house. Hundreds of people come to my house. You can't arrest me on this charge. He also points that people are being turned approver in the case and people are being forced to change their statements. But the Enforcement Directorate has interjected and objected to Arvind Kejriwal's statement. The court says that I will not allow more than 5 minutes. And Arvind Kejriwal further continues his statement saying that when Srinivas changes his statement, he gets bail. ED's aim is to implicate us, which is Arvind Kejriwal and his party members. Now, Kejriwal also says that 3 statements were given and the court, and why haven't they brought those statements in front of the court yet? And he says that while not revealing these statements before the court, it is not right for the Enforcement Directorate to arrest him. He also refers to another witness. He says that 7 statements of that particular witness was recorded, and out of which 6 statements didn't have his name. Now, this is the latest statement that Arvind Kejriwal has made before the court. Now, Shravan, coming back to you, Arvind Kejriwal has time and again said that people are being forced to make statements against him, and ever since the approvers, ever since those named in the case turned approvers, they are getting immediate bail. So what's the latest as far as Arvind Kejriwal's statement is concerned before the court?
Well, there is an attempt that Arvind Kejriwal has essentially made an extension of what his legal counsels have argued in the past, that is with regards to the witness statements. Now, Arvind Kejriwal says that are those witness statements good enough for the arrest to take place? Now, he's elaborated by going with C. Arvind. Now, who is C. Arvind? C. Arvind is the former secretary of the then Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia. And what is it, the paper that he's basically referring to? But it's not as simple as Arvind Kejriwal made it look like inside the court, that it was just any other paper that was handed over to him. It turns out that there was a meeting that took place of the South Group in the national capital, that too in a luxury hotel not very far away from the Chief Minister's residence. Now, in that meeting, Vijay Nair, communication manager of the Aadmi party and also the go-to person for the Chief Minister, was present in that meeting. There were certain recommendations that were actually made by the South Group. Those recommendations were noted out in a paper that was actually given by Vijay Nair to Manish Sisodia. Manish Sisodia thereafter called C. Arvind to the residence of the Chief Minister. That's where this recommendation, the recommendations made by the South Group, was actually given to C. Arvind so that this could be incorporated in the draft excise policy. And remember, it is just not about getting the statements here. The Central Bureau of Investigation during the arrest of Manish Sisodia had already indicated that they do have evidence that there were Xerox machines that were actually used at the luxury hotel, and the fact that there are certain other papers that were collected from the luxury hotel, and the minutes of the meeting, all that put together, they were able to recover all those items, indicating that they have a strong evidence to indicate that it is the South group that had lobbied for changes in the excise policy, and it was reflected immediately thereafter. It was reflected in the excise policy. That is the reason why they are saying that Vijay Nair, a man who did not have any official position, was actually given an official residence just next to the Chief Minister's residence, and that too a bungalow which was actually supposed to be utilized by a minister in Kejriwal's government. That's the reason why C. Arvind becomes so very important. But when the Chief Minister says that C. Arvind had came in and gave certain documents, that documents were related to the excise policy itself, and this was not a government document. This was a document of private individuals and their meeting, and what they expected are the changes that are to be brought in the excise policy. That document was given at the residence of the Chief Minister. Hence, the Chief Minister has been asked this question as to whether at all did he actually give the green signal to these recommendations that were given by the South group. Now, Magunta Srinivas Reddy is the other person whose name has surfaced. Now, he says that Magunta Srinivas Reddy had come to meet him for a purpose of land that had nothing to do with the excise policy. But remember, there were raids that were carried out. According to Arvind Kejriwal, he was also forced to give a statement. Now, these are, in all likelihood, you would actually have the Enforcement Directorate countering all of these charges in a short while from now. But remember, Magunta Reddy, his son who was taken into custody and has also turned an approver in this particular case, also makes a mention of a few other meetings where you've had the other beneficiaries in this case, which includes Arun Pillai. Arun Pillai, again, happens to be a co-accused in this particular case and a close associate of K. Kavita. So all that put together, remember, it's taking a very interesting turn because it's, very unlikely, but the court has actually allowed Arvind Kejriwal to make that address. Slipping a short break. On the other side, we continue with our coverage of the court.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers. He put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, viewers, if there is no scam in Liquorgate, why do the biggest lawyers of the country lose in court when they stand up to fight for the Aam Aadmi Party? Are the courts biased too? Or is it the reality that there is too much evidence that the agencies have shown and the agencies have shared with the courts, with the judges, which makes even giving bail impossible for the court? Consider this, they are not even getting bail. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, Arvind Kejriwal denied bail inside jail. The denial of interim relief by the Delhi High Court.
Kejriwal produced in court, ED 6-7 days custody of the Delhi Chief Minister. The arguments are ensuing in the courtroom. Arvind Kejriwal has said that Saurabh Reddy will be the next one to turn him in. He also rakes up the donations that were made by Saurabh Reddy to the BJP. He says that Saurabh Reddy made a 50 crore donation to the BJP, 55 crore donation to the BJP soon after his arrest. Let me go back to Shavan, who is bringing us all the latest developments from the courtroom. Shavan, what is it that Arvind Kejriwal is pointing at when it comes to Saurabh Reddy?
Well, Sharath Reddy also happens to be an approver in this particular case, and the allegation that the Aam Aadmi Party has levelled is this, that once Sharath Reddy was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, within 5 days, Sharath Reddy's company, a company that he has been linked to, bought electoral bonds, and thereafter Aam Aadmi Party makes the allegation that he was forced to make a statement with regards to K. Kavita and of course also about Arvind Kejriwal. So they are basically calling this as political extortionism that has taken place. Now that's a logic that has been given by the Aam Aadmi Party. Now the Enforcement Directorate maintains that there is no link whatsoever with the electoral bonds. First of all, there is no way that the Enforcement Directorate or the investigative agency would have known about the fact that these bonds were actually bought by the person concerned. And remember, that very company is not run just by Sharath Reddy. There are also other members and other directors in that very company who could have also done the same. But having said that, it's very unlikely that you would have the Enforcement Directorate responding to this particular allegation that has been levelled in the court right now, because for the Enforcement Directorate, they're only looking at two very important aspects. Point number one that they are looking into, one is the fact that they are at the fag end of being able to identify the money trail, because here in the previous hearing they had indicated that about 100 crore rupees is the alleged kickbacks that were received, and the money came in from Chennai, it went to Goa, and it was used for election campaigning. Now how is it that they're trying to prove this? They've already recorded the statement of few party candidates and party workers in the past, but today the latest development has taken place is that Aam Aadmi Party's Goa unit chief has been called in for questioning. So as we speak right now, that is already taking place. We'll also, Deepak, I'm not very sure, there is some more information that's actually coming in from the court. Why don't you just take our viewers through some of the latest developments that are coming in? We'll also try and go across to our reporter outside Rouse Avenue Court, getting us minute-to-minute update from what's happening. Rakshita, if you can just quickly take us through some of the developments that are taking place. Our reporter sending us more updates. This is a response now coming in from the Enforcement Directorate too.
Absolutely, Shravan. Well, the Additional Solicitor General has just said that the Aam Aadmi Party received the kickbacks which they used in Goa elections. There is a clear-cut chain. They are talking about this chain. We have statements, he says, we have statements and documents to show that money came through Hawala and was used to fund the Goa campaign. He also questions, how does he know how many documents are with the ED? This is all figment of imagination, says the Additional Solicitor General. He says he wants to play to the gallery. People who did not name him earlier justified why they did not name him earlier. Now, Kejriwal, remember, Shravan, he also has said that ED, he does not oppose ED remand, चाहे जितने भी custody में रख ले, ये घोटाला है. Now, he is trying to, of course, say that, it's all planned and they want to keep me in custody so they can keep me in custody. But he reiterates the charge that this is a planned conspiracy. And, but, the Additional Solicitor General has pointed out to a chain. Now, they are saying that there is a clear-cut chain here, Shravan, that the money came through Hawala for the Goa campaign. And he's also asking that how does Kejriwal knows about how many documents are with the ED? Because this could only be figment of imagination. The ED has enough proof. Well, we'll try and connect to Arshavan there. But remember, viewers, the hearing is right now underway and Kejriwal has spoken out in the court. And this is, what we are understanding is that Arvind Kejriwal could be in more trouble as the ED is seeking more custody. He, however, says that he is not opposing, any kind of extension of the custody. But remember, ED says that Aam Aadmi Party has received kickbacks which it has used for Goa elections. And there are statements, there are documents that confirm there has been a money trail. Now, when Aam Aadmi Party say that there has been no cash seized, ED says that there has been Hawala money. This is Hawala money. And when it's Hawala, it's of course not as simple as it's to trace, but the money trail has indeed been traced. Kejriwal, however, has questioned in court that what are the grounds on which he has been arrested? Are they even sufficient to keep him in custody? That's what Arvind Kejriwal is saying. Now, the Additional Solicitor General, as we speak, in court is saying that we have material to show that this very person demanded 100 crore kickbacks. That's what the ASG is saying. He also continues to say whether someone was coerced to give a statement is a matter of trial. That is what the ASG is saying. As you know, there have been many insinuations by the Aam Aadmi Party that those who have named Arvind Kejriwal have done that under pressure. So that's what Additional Solicitor General is saying, that if at all somebody has been coerced, that is something that is a matter of trial. But Chavan is back with us, I'm told, on broadcast. He's reporting from outside the ED office. Now, very importantly, and of course, this is what the ED has maintained up until now. Chavan, Additional Solicitor General says that there has been a money trail that has been traced. There has been an entire chain, and a very clear-cut chain. And there's no reason how Arvind Kejriwal would know that how many documents does the ED even have.
Well, there's also a response that has come in from Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju with regards to Sharath Reddy, because the allegation the Aam Aadmi Party has been making for the last few days is that there has been political extortionism that has taken place, because they say that Sharath Reddy, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, who's also part of the South Group, a company that has been linked to him, actually bought electoral bonds just days after he was arrested. Now, that's a claim that has been made by the Aam Aadmi Party, and if you go by certain the data that has been put out by the Election Commission too, there is an indication of the fact of Aurobindo that farmer company that has been linked to Sharath Reddy allegedly bought electoral bonds days after the arrest took place. Now, the indication here that has come in from S.V. Raju, and I'm quoting, this is what Additional Solicitor General had to say, that the money that they say came to the Bharatiya Janata Party has nothing to do with the liquor scam. There is no quid pro quo. The Chief Minister is not above the law. He's an ordinary man. Now, that's the response that has now come in. And with regards to certain claims that the Chief Minister has made with regards to the seizure that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate, S.V. Raju says, how exactly would he really know what are the documents that are in possession of the Enforcement Directorate? Let me just try and elaborate that a little bit for our viewers right now, because remember, there have been multiple arrests that have taken place. His colleagues Sanjay Singh, Manish Sisodia are all behind bars for this particular case. But right now, there's two important twists that has taken place. One, this is no longer limited to just the state of Goa, but now there is a new link that has emerged. A link that was indicated by the Central Bureau of Investigation long back when Manish Sisodia was being probed. That is the link with Punjab. We are now given to understand that excise officers of Punjab have also been called in for questioning. So, just to put this into perspective, it is the reason why excise officers from Punjab are being called in is because the Enforcement Directorate basically suspects that the excise policy that was implemented here in the national capital, there was a possibility that it could have also been implemented in the state of Punjab. That is the reason why there were discussions that were actually taking place with the same set of people. So that's a new angle that has now emerged, and apart from that, something that we had already indicated in our earlier broadcast, which has now been confirmed by the ASG inside the court, that the reason why they're seeking further custody of 7 days is because the investigation has not been completed, and they're now focusing on the money trail, particularly in Goa, because they believe that through Hawala transactions that have taken place, the money has ultimately reached Goa and was used for election purposes. And today, as we speak, Aam Aadmi Party's Goa unit chief has already been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. Apart from him, there are 3 other leaders who have been called in for questioning by the Enforcement Directorate, and that's the reason why the agency before the court is now arguing that there is a need to confront Arvind Kejriwal with the same set of documents that have been accessed and the statements that have been recently recorded.
Absolutely, of course, and as we speak, I'll try and read out some more update that we are getting from the court viewers as the proceedings are underway. ED has said that we have strong evidence that Arvind Kejriwal demanded a bribe of 100 crore rupees. That's the latest from the ED. that we have evidence, we have strong evidence that Arvind Kejriwal asked for a bribe of 100 crore rupees. And the judge asked the Delhi CM counsel to lower down his volume as he gets into heated argument with ED counsel. So that's a really heated, one would say, arguments going on in the Rouse Avenue court right now, because Arvind Kejriwal is right now trying to cry foul, saying that this is a conspiracy to keep him in jail ahead of the elections. But remember, the ED continues to say, Shravan, that there is a 100 crore bribe demand that was put forth by Arvind Kejriwal. Now, you know, when it comes to bribes, there also this angle of the South lobby, and the most prominent face of the South lobby is K. Kavita. Now, there are, of course, reports of also a confrontation that could be held, you know, between K. Kavita and Arvind Kejriwal, if at all the custody extended. Shravan, how could it really transpire if at all that happens here? Because ED continues to maintain it has strong, evidence of Arvind Kejriwal demanding a bribe of 100 crore rupees.
Well, before I answer that question, Rakshita, another important development taking place inside the court. Now, legal counsel of Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Gupta, is now arguing in the court where he says that I'm willing to cooperate with the agency. But the fact is this, that they have already completed the searches in Goa. So what is the need of keeping me in custody? A short while back, Arvind Kejriwal said that he does not have a problem if he's kept in ED custody and they can keep him as long as they need. But once again, raising the question whether at all there was a need of arrest. Now, that's the crux of the entire argument that has been put forth by the legal team of Arvind Kejriwal. They're constantly referring to the fact that if at all these searches have been completed, number one, and the very fact that they were the ones where the searches have already been completed for keeping him.
All right, a big update coming in right now. Delhi court has reserved the order on Kejriwal's case. So that means the arguments have concluded right now. And the big update is that the Delhi court has reserved the order. Order will be passed in some time from now. And that is the big update we have right now. There have been, of course, heated arguments there between the counsel of Arvind Kejriwal and also ED counsels there. But this is the big update we have right now. Shravan continues to be with us. Shravan, the Delhi court will be passing the order shortly. Court has reserved the order.
Well, it appears that the arguments have already been completed. Just a quick recap of what we know so far and what is it that the agency has put across as new evidence. Only two important aspects which is different than what we had seen in the previous hearing. The SV Raju, Additional Solicitor General, arguing on behalf of the Enforcement Directorate, says that they are continuing with the investigation. They've just summoned the Aadmi Party Goa unit chief. Statement is being recorded and they would like to confront Arvind Kejriwal with the statement that has been recorded. Secondly is with regards to the digital devices. It turns out that when he was in custody, Arvind Kejriwal was basically asked to give access to the Enforcement Directorate as far as those passwords are concerned to his digital devices. It turns out that he had refused, saying that unless he gets permission from his lawyers, he would not cooperate with the agency. This is something also that has been raised by the Additional Solicitor General, who says that if at all Arvind Kejriwal does not provide the agency with the passwords, that there is a possibility that the agency will go ahead and break the passwords and perhaps look into the digital devices that were allegedly used by the Chief Minister. And the third very important angle, and the new angle I would say, is the Punjab link that is now emerging. So it is no longer limited to just Goa, where they believe that Hawala transaction has taken place, but they also believe that there is a link in Punjab, and that link perhaps is with regards to what the CBI had earlier indicated, that a similar excise policy was actually being used and would have been implemented in Punjab with the same stakeholders. Those who made the money here or who had allegedly received the kickbacks were the same people who were using the same in the state of Punjab. So that is also an important, rather a new angle that has actually emerged right now. And I would say the turning point is now coming up. In a short while from now, you would have the court to pass the order. Whether at all the court feels satisfied that yes, there is a need for 7 days of custody or not, that's something that we'll have to wait and watch. But also dramatic turn of events with Arvind Kejriwal himself requesting that he would like to address the court.
Absolutely. So that's a big update we have right now. ED continues to maintain that there is enough evidence against Arvind Kejriwal to prove that there was a money trail. There's a clear-cut chain, as the ASG says, and also the Rouse Avenue Court now has reserved its order. Viewers, shortly we are going to see the court pronouncing order. What could happen next from here, Shravan? If if ED gets more custody, like further remand of Arvind Kejriwal, what do we expect from here? Because there is, on the other hand, the CBI also preparing to seek custody, and he continues, remember, to run the government from jail. What could be next for the Aam Aadmi Party and the Supremo?
Well, not really second-guessing what the court could do, but simply going by the track record of this particular case. There is a high possibility that the court would certainly be lenient towards the agency because the investigation is still underway. So there is a high possibility that the custody will be extended. Now, if once the enforcement director completes the 14-day period, that's when the custody gets over. There is a very high possibility that you would have another agency stepping in, that is the Central Bureau of Investigation. And the reason why they would also step in is simply because if you see, this case was first started by the Central Bureau of Investigation itself. It was, after all, the predicate offence based on which the Enforcement Directorate had begun their investigation. So it's a logical step that the CBI would actually come into the picture, which would mean that the bail application does not come up for a hearing at any time soon. And the other important aspect is that the matter also comes up for hearing in the Delhi High Court on 2nd of April. That's when the ED will also respond to the notice that has been issued, where they are going to put out the details of the investigation that has been carried out and why no relief should be granted to the Chief Minister. Slipping into a short break. On the other side, we get you the latest from outside the Rouse Avenue Court, where the Chief Minister has already been produced.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है, तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है।
Frisking has given way to F4 racing on the streets of Srinagar. Headlines now boast tourism figures, not terror fatalities. IED blasts and stone pelting have given way to the world's highest rail bridge and a state-of-art movie hall. Kashmir
Welcome back, viewers. So we are continuing to track the latest development coming in from the Delhi High Court. A top focus at this hour, Arvind Kejriwal has argued in court that there is a political conspiracy. What are the grounds for arrest, if at all there are, and how sufficient are the grounds or the evidence against him? And right now what we know is that the court has reserved order. Rouse Avenue Court has reserved the order, and the order will be pronounced shortly. This was ED seeking further custody of Arvind Kejriwal. His 6-day custody ends today, and there have been a long-drawn arguments in court today. And remember, this has been a dramatic proceedings in the court. And now what we know is that the order is reserved. It will be out in some time. We'll try and connect with Shravan in a while from now. So stay with us, viewers. We'll get you a perspective and what to expect next. Remember, Arvind Kejriwal is the sitting Chief Minister of Delhi, and he continues to run the government from jail. That's what his party is saying, claiming. And right now what we know is that there have been arguments from the ED that say Arvind Kejriwal demanded 100 crore bribe in this liquor scam, and money was used for campaigning using Hawala. It was used for campaigning in Goa Assembly elections. So this is the latest we have right now. ED also tells the court that the chief minister, any chief minister, is not above law, that it has the proof to show he sought 100 crore as kickbacks, and there's enough evidence on that. And my colleague Shavan is back with us from the ED office. All right, we try and reconnect, some time to connect with him. But very importantly, viewers, the ED has said that a CM is not above law. And that has been another point of heated debate there. In fact, let's take a listen to what Kejriwal had said while he was going inside the courtroom.
जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
So that is what Arvind Kejriwal had to say, that the Janata, the public will respond, the public will answer to this political conspiracy against him, that he has landed in court, he has landed in jail because of a political conspiracy. But remember the fact that ED continues to maintain that there is evidence against him, and also says that the chief minister is not above law. There is enough evidence and he needs to be investigated on the same. Even if he is the chief minister, he is not above law. Remember, ED also told court today in its arguments that Arvind Kejriwal is giving evasive replies and he is not disclosing passwords of his digital devices. Remember, at least two phones have been seized, and Arvind Kejriwal has refused to give the password of his phone to the investigators, and that is another ground that the ED is arguing, calling it, saying that this is non-cooperation on part of Arvind Kejriwal for investigation to be happening smoothly. And this is the latest we have right now, viewers, and the court has reserved order. Just a few minutes back, the Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has reserved order against Arvind Kejriwal, and we have to wait and watch what the order is. The one thing, of course, is there have been a heated debate over Sharath Reddy's role also, and also the arrest. Now remember, Arvind Kejriwal's counsel says that accused has the right to keep password. That means Arvind Kejriwal has the right to keep password, and one cannot take remand just because one wants the password. In fact, there are multiple reactions coming in on the same. Let's take a listen into those.
देखिए, सारा जो मामला है वो अदालत के समक्ष है, और आज तक ईडी, सीबीआई छापेमारियां करती रही हैं, गिरफ्तारियां करती रही हैं, लेकिन अभी तक कोई भी ऐसा ठोस सबूत एजेंसियों को नहीं मिला जिसके आधार पर वो कह सकें कि कोई भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। रही बात अदालत की कार्रवाई का, तो अदालत की कार्रवाई का इंतजार हम लोग कर रहे हैं कि अदालत क्या निर्णय लेता है। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो पूरा ऑपरेशन है, ईडी सीबीआई तो उसके टूल हैं, उसके माध्यम है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मिशन मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, हमारे सांसद की गिरफ्तारी से नहीं पूरा होता है। उसका तो मकसद ये किसी तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी को खत्म किया जाए, किसी तरह से इस जो आवाज है, आम आदमी की जो आवाज है, उसको बंद किया जाए। तो वो मिशन जारी है, और आगामी दिनों में ये और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस मिशन को और तेज करेगी कि विधायकों को तोड़ो, लोगों को धमकाओ, लोगों को डराओ, और किसी तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को अस्थिर करो, तोड़ फोड़ करो। देखिए, याचिका तो कोई भी दायर कर सकता है, लेकिन निर्णय तो संविधान में जो अधिकार है उसके तहत होगा। भारत के अंदर चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री को केवल आरोपों के आधार पर इस्तीफा देने का प्रावधान नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री कल बाहर थे, बाहर से काम कर रहे थे, अब अंदर हैं तो अंदर से काम कर रहे हैं।
उपराज्यपाल ने कल एक टीवी के कार्यक्रम में कहा कि नहीं चल सकती है।
नहीं, देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री भी अब तक जेल में नहीं रहा है, तो अब नई परिस्थितियों में नई तरह की संभावनाएं बन रही हैं।
MDK MP dies due to cardiac arrest. Remember, Ganesh Murthy had earlier committed suicide a few days back. We'll take a short break, viewers. On the other side, we'll get you more details and we'll keep you the latest on what's happening in the court. Arvind Kejriwal is in ED custody. His custody ends today. We'll be right back after a very, very short break. Thank you so much for watching.
It's now time for the nation's sharpest opinion. From global headlines for incidents of stone pelting to hosting the world at the G20, from the weekly visuals of attacks at the Indian Armed Forces by Pakistanis to the first ever Formula 4 car racing event. Kashmir has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, from the grenade attack ripping through the Regal Cinema in Srinagar to getting its first multiplex in 2020, the face of Jammu and Kashmir has transformed under the Modi government after the abolition specially of Article 370 and 35A. For decades after decades, a regurgitated narrative was thrust, a lie told a billion times, projected and amplified by a globally funded, well-oiled machinery that the problem of Kashmir shall never be solved. We were told it was too complex a conflict for India to find a solution to. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, Narendra Modi has delivered the answers. 4.5 years after the revocation of 370, Kashmir has been more peaceful, more integrated than it has ever been through independent India's history. And that is a proud moment for every Indian. So, and this brings me to the news point today, when Amit Shah...
Arvind Kejriwal in court as Delhi Chief Minister's custody expires today in Liquor Gate. Top sources say ED likely to seek extension of the custody.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी। ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी।
Kejriwal alleges his arrest is a political conspiracy and that public will respond. Suspense over big expose claim by Kejriwal's wife. As per Biden's and excise policy case, Aam Aadmi Party Goa chief Amit Palekar quizzed by ED over kickbacks used in Goa campaign. More than 500 prominent lawyers write to CJI Justice D.Y. Chandrachud expressing concerns over attempts to undermine the integrity of the judiciary. Expelled TMC MP Mahua Moitro skips the ED summons in Forex case to campaign in a Lok Sabha constituency today. After Kolar seat, Congress unit in Karnataka faces rebellion woes over Chikballapur seat. Congress MLA voices opposition to KPCC president. And a very warm welcome, viewers. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We get started with some breaking developments coming in. Well, we could see more star power this election season. It's a big election scoop coming in. Film actor Govinda is all set to return to politics. We understand that Govinda could be joining the Shiv Sena, Shinde Sena today. Remember, formerly he was an MP from Congress party. He was an MP from the Congress party, and even though he was not an active part of politics, today he could be making a re-entry in presence of Eknath Shinde. So that's the big update we have right now. Superstar Govinda, he could be fielded by Shinde's Shiv Sena from perhaps Mumbai, a Mumbai seat, maybe Mumbai Northwest seat, and there have been a meeting with a Shinde Sena leader earlier, remember, in Juhu, which in fact stoked more speculations if he is going to switch over. He's a former Congress MP, and now he could be joining the Shinde Sena. Krishna Hegde, remember, Krishna Hegde, who is part of Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, had met actor Govinda. There were pictures that surfaced of him meeting actor Govinda in his in Mumbai's Juhu residence, and that actually, of course, is strengthened the speculations that he might get a ticket to contest Lok Sabha election from the Mumbai Northwest seat. So this is the big update we have right now. There are many others in the fray. We just know Kangna Ranaut has got a ticket from Mandi. Arun Govil, who played Lord Ram in Ramayan, has been fielded, and there are many other actors from BJP already, like Hema Malini. But this is Govinda, who is a former Congress MP. He could be joining Shinde's Shiv Sena, and he could be making a political return. There are speculations coming in his potential entry, as there was a recent meeting between Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's close aide, and he has, remember, contested the Mumbai North Lok Sabha seat in 2004 under the Congress banner, and in fact he had defeated BJP veteran leader Ram Naik also in 2004. However, later he had parted ways with the Congress party, not contesting in 2009 Lok Sabha poll. So he had defeated a veteran leader like Ram Naik, the BJP, in 2004. But it remains to be seen if at all he gets the ticket for Mumbai North Lok Sabha seat or not. That is the big update we have right now. Discussions surrounding Govinda's political aspirations have gained momentum. Remember, Govinda has been brought up in Mumbai. So there is a Mumbai connect already. He's a superstar from the late 80s and 90s, from 80s and 90s. He's been a superstar. And there are rumors, are a buzz over he could be offered a Mumbai Northwest seat. My colleague Sandeep, in fact, is joining us live on the broadcast from Mumbai. Sandeep, of course, once again, we see parties resorting to star power in this Lok Sabha elections. Govinda could be making a potential re-entry into politics. This time could be from Shinde's Shiv Sena.
See, yes, as far as our sources are to be believed, any time from now, this is the place, this is the Barasat bomb wherein Govinda is supposed to, in fact, join in the Shinde Sena, in fact, and Govinda is expected shortly out here. Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, will be present out here. The biggest question out here is that the Mumbai Northwest seat, over which Amol Kirtikar has been fielded from Mumbai Northwest by Uddhav Sena. The question out here is that whether Govinda will be contesting from that very constituency, because that is the very next constituency wherein Govinda was earlier he used to contest on Mumbai North, but this time there is no announcement over the Mumbai Northwest seat. Sanjay Nirupam was very much hopeful and very much in touch with Shinde Sena and Bharatiya Janata Party leaders as well. But so far there is no clarity whether Sanjay Nirupam is joining in the Shinde Sena right now or not. But ultimately what our sources suggest that Govinda anytime soon from now he will be in fact joining in Shinde Sena, and it is yet to be clear whether he will be given any kind of opportunity to contest the Lok Sabha election. As far as Northwest seat is concerned, it is highly dominated by North Indian community. So definitely whether it is BJP or Shinde Sena, it will be looking out for a popular face, and hence it seems that Govinda is joining in Shiv Sena.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us with those details. We'll keep a track of all developments coming in, and all eyes on that press conference also, which is right now being just set up, and we will keep a track of if at all Govinda makes a re-entry to the politics and from the Shinde Sena. Right now, viewers, we will be shifting focus to some more stories coming in. The MD-MK MP Ganesha Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on the 24th of March, passed away this morning due to a cardiac arrest. Ganesha Murthy was undergoing treatment at a private hospital in Coimbatore, where his health condition deteriorated, leading to his death. Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Y.S. Jagan Mohan Reddy claimed opposition wrongly accused YSRCP when CBI found a drug container in Visakhapatnam. Later found out that it was linked to a company of a father-in-law of BJP State President Purandeshwari's sons. He asserts this shows YSRCP is unfairly blamed whenever a crime is reported. ED has summoned former Uttarakhand Minister and Congress leader Harak Singh Rawat under PMLA, asking him to appear for questioning on the 2nd of April. The summon is related to the illegal occupation of Forest Department land and illegal tree cutting in Jim Corbett National Park. Spiritual leader Shankaracharya Avimukteshwara Nand Saraswati has marched towards the parliament with his followers for the cow protection. Spiritual leaders say that they are going to take a resolution for cow protection. Kerala Chief Minister made a remark on RSS saying that their ideology is of hatred and that people should see it as a violation of systematic rights. Highlighted that Indian Constitution says that it ensures equality before law. Minister of External Affairs Dr. S. Jaishankar concluded his program in Malaysia after meeting Digital Minister Gobind Singh Dev. Both ministers discussed digital cooperation, including exchange for best practice and exploring business opportunities. Court-mandated Archaeological Survey of India to continue its survey for a 7th day at the Bhojala complex, while Hindu group said the complex was a temple. Masjid side claims it is the site of the Kamal Molla Mosque. An under-scanner for cash for query case, Mahua Moitra has evaded the ED summon. And in the latest development, Republic Bangla has confronted Mahua Moitra. Listen in to this sequence as she avoids the 9 direct questions posed before her.
আপনি গেলেন না কেন? কোথাও গিয়ে কি ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে কারণের জন্য আপনি গেলেন না? বারংবার তো আপনি বলেছেন যে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করবেন, তারপরেও কেন গেলেন? আজকে চুপ কেন? মহুয়া চুপ কেন? দেখো, সবার প্রথম যে বিষয়টা আমরা ব্রেক করেছিলাম যে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি আজ ইডির দপ্তরে যাননি, অর্থাৎ তাকে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে কিন্তু তিনি যাননি। তিনি এই মুহূর্তে নির্বাচনী প্রচারে রয়েছেন। আমি বলবো মোহিতকে দেখানোর জন্য একটা প্রশ্নের উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। কোথাও গিয়ে কি মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি ভয় পেলেন? আমরা বারংবার জিজ্ঞাসা করবার চেষ্টা করেছি যে কেন আপনি গেলেন না, কিন্তু তারপরেও কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ কৃষ্ণনগরের বাড়ি থেকে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, কিন্তু কোনো কথা নয়। আমি আরো একবার কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করব। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? আমার যে চুলের ক্লিপ ছিল, দেখুন কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি দিচ্ছেন না। আমরা কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করছি, বারংবার জানবার চেষ্টা করছি। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন আজকে? আমার জন্য বলে দিও ডাল ভিন্ডি রান্না করতে। এখানে তিনি কথা বলছেন তার কর্মী সমর্থকদের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু তিনি দিতে চাইছেন না। অর্থাৎ তিনি যে যায়নি সেই বিষয়টা কিন্তু একেবারে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ইডি টলো, আপনি গেলেন না, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? ক্যামেরাম্যানকে একটু বলবেন যেন আমাকে ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে, আমার সাথে অলরেডি যে আছে তাকে বলছি ছবি। ঠিক আছে, ইডি সমন আপনি পেয়েছিলেন? ইডির সমন আপনার কাছে এসেছিল? মহুয়া, আপনার কাছে ইডির সমন এসেছিল? দেখো কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহামৈত্র দিলেন না, অর্থাৎ পরিষ্কার করে বারংবার চোখে চোখ রেখে আমরা এই প্রশ্ন করেছি, তিনি কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ যেই মহামৈত্রকে বহিষ্কার করা হয়েছিল সংসদ থেকে ঘুষ নিয়ে প্রশ্নকাণ্ডে, সেই মহামৈত্র তিনি কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর দিতে আমরা দেখলাম, কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না তিনি স্পষ্ট করে। মহা, আজকে ইডি আপনাকে ডেকেছে, আপনি গেলেন? ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে কারণের জন্য আপনি গেলেন না? বারংবার তো আপনি বলেছেন যে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করবেন, তারপরও কেন গেলেন? আজকে চুপ কেন মহা, চুপ কেন? দেখো, সবার প্রথম যে বিষয়টা আমরা ব্রেক করেছিলাম যে মহামৈত্র তিনি আজ ইডির দপ্তরে যাননি, অর্থাৎ তাকে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে কিন্তু তিনি যাননি। তিনি এই মুহূর্তে নির্বাচনী প্রচারে রয়েছেন। আমি বলবো মোহিতকে দেখানোর জন্য, একটা প্রশ্নের উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। কোথাও গিয়ে কি মহামৈত্র তিনি ভয় পেলেন? আমরা বারংবার জিজ্ঞাসা করবার চেষ্টা করেছি যে কেন আপনি গেলেন না, কিন্তু তারপরেও কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ কৃষ্ণনগরের বাড়ি থেকে মহামৈত্র তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, কিন্তু কোনো কথা নয়। আমি আরো একবার কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করব। মহা, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? আমার যে চুলের ক্লিপ ছিল, দেখুন কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহামৈত্র তিনি দিচ্ছেন না। আমরা কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করছি, বারংবার জানবার চেষ্টা করছি। মহা, আপনি গেলেন না কেন আজকে? আমার জন্য বলে দিও ডাল ভিন্ডি রান্না করতে। এখানে তিনি কথা বলছেন তার কর্মী সমর্থকদের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু তিনি দিতে চাইছেন না। অর্থাৎ তিনি যে যায়নি সেই বিষয়টা কিন্তু একেবারে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ইডি টলো, আপনি গেলেন না, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? মহা, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
ক্যামেরাম্যানকে একটু বলবেন যেন আমাকে ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে, আমার সাথে অলরেডি যে আছে তাকে বলছি ছবি। ঠিক আছে,
ইডির সমন আপনি পেয়েছিলেন? ইডির সমন আপনার কাছে এসেছিল? মহা, আপনার কাছে ইডির সমন এসেছিল? দেখো কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহামৈত্র দিলেন না, অর্থাৎ পরিষ্কার করে বারংবার চোখে চোখ রেখে আমরা এই প্রশ্ন করেছি, তিনি কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ যেই মহামৈত্রকে বহিষ্কার করা হয়েছিল সংসদ থেকে ঘুষ নিয়ে প্রশ্নকাণ্ডে, সেই মহামৈত্র তিনি কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর দিতে আমরা দেখলাম, কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না তিনি স্পষ্ট করে।
The Ministry of Home Affairs extended the Armed Forces Act in 3 districts and the areas under 3 police stations in the state of Arunachal Pradesh for a period of 6 months. They have declared the state as disturbed area and it will be remaining in force until it is withdrawn. Delhi High Court has dismissed the Indian National Congress Party's plea challenging the Income Tax Department's order on reassessment proceedings for 4 years. This follows the previous dismissal of the Congress's plea against reassessment for the years 2014 to 2017. During an anti-Naxal operation, Naxals fired indiscriminately, which was retaliated. Aam Aadmi Party State President Amit Palekar is currently at the Enforcement Directorate Office for questioning related to the Delhi excise policy scam. Additionally, the ED has conducted search operations in premises linked to the Delhi Aam Aadmi Party leader Deepak Singla. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while addressing an event in Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram district, hailed the Indian economy. Finance Minister says if the economy has reached this level after all the trouble, then we can say that India can sustain growth momentum. She also highlighted that this is the growth of India, not the growth of just one party or state. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said that centre is ready to make changes in the Aadmi recruitment scheme if necessary. Defence Minister also assured that future of Agniveer is secure. MDMK MP Ganesh Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on 24th of March, has passed away due to a cardiac arrest. Now, Ganesh Murthy was undergoing a treatment at a private hospital in Coimbatore, where his health condition continued to deteriorate until his passing. My colleague Ashwin gets you more on this.
The sitting MP of Erode, Ganesh Murthy, has died at a private hospital in Coimbatore early today. He was brought to the hospital on March 24th after allegedly consuming insecticide. Sources say that he was unhappy with the allocation of ticket to the MDMK to Trichy instead of giving it in Erode. However, the hospital sources have stated that the MP has died due to cardiac arrest. Ganesh Murthy, who was a law graduate, was an active DMK member during his student life, and earlier he had won as a Lok Sabha MP in 1998 as well as in 2009. In 1996, he had split from the DMK and formed the MDMK under the leadership of Vaiko. In the upcoming elections of 2024, the DMK had issued the ticket to MDMK to fight in Trichy instead of Erode. And Vaiko's son is set to be fighting in the upcoming election. The party of MDMK has stated that his mortal remains will be kept at Erode, and then the further funerals will be held today.
And on to our top focus, viewers. Delhi High Court Delhi Rouse Avenue Court has reserved order on Kejriwal's case. Now, order will be produced shortly. ED, remember, is seeking 7-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal, while the Aam Aadmi Party continues to cry political vendetta. You can see that sequence. That's the visual coming in when Arvind Kejriwal was going to be produced in the court. He was entering the courtroom, and as he was approaching the courtroom, he said that there is a political conspiracy against him, and the people, the public, will give a befitting reply.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे हैं सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे हैं सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे हैं सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे हैं सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
And also there are reactions coming in. Delhi Minister and Aam Aadmi Party leader Gopal Rai has reacted on the court proceedings and on Arvind Kejriwal's custody. Let's take a listen in.
देखिए, सारा जो मामला है वो अदालत के समक्ष है और आज तक ईडी, सीबीआई छापेमारियां करती रही हैं, गिरफ्तारियां करती रही हैं, लेकिन अभी तक कोई भी ऐसा ठोस सबूत एजेंसियों को नहीं मिला जिसके आधार पर वो कह सकें कि कोई भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है। रही बात अदालत की कार्रवाई का, तो अदालत की कार्रवाई का इंतजार हम लोग कर रहे हैं कि अदालत क्या निर्णय लेता है। देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो पूरा ऑपरेशन है, ईडी सीबीआई तो उसके टूल हैं, उसके माध्यम है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मिशन मुख्यमंत्री, उप मुख्यमंत्री, हमारे सांसद की गिरफ्तारी से नहीं पूरा होता है। उसका तो मकसद ये किसी तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी को खत्म किया जाए, किसी तरह से इस जो आवाज है, आम आदमी की जो आवाज है, उसको बंद किया जाए। तो वो मिशन जारी है और आगामी दिनों में ये और भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस मिशन को और तेज करेगी कि विधायकों को तोड़ो, लोगों को धमकाओ, लोगों को डराओ और किसी तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को अस्थिर करो, तोड़ फोड़ करो। देखिए, याचिका तो कोई भी दायर कर सकता है, लेकिन निर्णय तो संविधान में जो अधिकार है उसके तहत होगा। भारत के अंदर चुने हुए मुख्यमंत्री को केवल आरोपों के आधार पर इस्तीफा देने का प्रावधान नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री कल बाहर थे, बाहर से काम कर रहे थे, अब अंदर हैं तो अंदर से काम कर रहे हैं।
उपराज्यपाल ने कल एक टीवी के कार्यक्रम में कहा कि नहीं चल सकती है।
नहीं, देखिए, मुख्यमंत्री भी अब तक जेल में नहीं रहा है, तो अब नई परिस्थितियों में नई तरह की संभावनाएं बन रही हैं।
And my colleague Riyanka is joining us on the phone line for more. Riyanka, member, is tracking all developments from outside the Rouse Avenue Court. Riyanka, when do we really expect this order? Because the court has already reserved it, but there is some time in the order being, actually released.
We are expecting the order from any time from now. The court has reserved the order. Saw how both the sides
There seems to be a problem with our audio connection with Riyanka. Try and reconnect there. But remember, in any time from now, we can expect order on Arvind Kejriwal's custody. Remember, ED has sought 7-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal. That is the big update we have. Kejriwal continues to maintain in court that there is no allegation against him, and whether or not his arrest is legal or is his arrest valid or not, that is his continuous argument and his counsel's argument. In fact, we saw Kejriwal's lawyer and also ED counsel getting into a heated argument. The judge had also asked the Arvind Kejriwal's counsel to in fact lower his volume. So there have been a high drama unfolding in the Rouse Avenue court today. The court will be passing the order shortly, viewers. But remember, Arvind Kejriwal's defense in court is that the ED is strongly conspiring against him. This is only political vendetta happening right ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. And in fact, Republic TV has accessed the remand copy. This is the big update we are getting in right now, viewers. The remand copy of Arvind Kejriwal has been accessed, and we will get you the important and the operative part on that. This is the remand copy accessed Rouse Avenue District Court, and the update is that it highlights the role of Arvind Kejriwal in the formulation and implementation of excise policy and utilization of proceeds of crime generated from the said irregularities. And it also points out about role in policy formation, demanding kickbacks, and meeting with the South camp. It's clearly noted here about his association with Vijay Nair. In this note reads out, Vijay Nair is this remand copy says Vijay Nair is a very close associate of Arvind Kejriwal. Vijay Nair, who had no role position in Delhi Excise Department or Delhi government, in fact acted as a broker or a middleman on behalf of the top leaders of Aam Aadmi Party for getting bribes or kickbacks from various stakeholders in the Delhi liquor business in exchange of favourable outcomes, that is policy changes. And it's also pointing out in the role in utilization of proceeds of crime, which function Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party headed by Kejriwal, functions through the members of National Executive Committee and Political Affairs Committee such as Manish Sisodia and Kejriwal, Sanjay Singh and other members of the party. As per the investigation done so far, the proceeds of crime of about 45 crore rupees approximately, which was part of the bribes received from the South Group, was used in the election campaign of the Aam Aadmi Party in Goa in 2021-2022. So there you have what the ED has today argued in court also, that the proceeds of crime of about 45 crore rupees approximately was part of the bribes received from the South Group. 100 crore is already what Arvind Kejriwal, as per the ED, had demanded as kickback. Remember, viewers, this is what I'm saying as per the court proceedings. This is what is now, I'm reading out from the remand copy, is that and Aam Aadmi Party has been a major beneficiary of the proceeds of crime generated in the Delhi liquor scam. Part of the proceeds of crime to the tune of cash of 45 crore rupees has been utilized in the election campaign of Aam Aadmi Party in Goa Assembly elections 2022. Same has been explained in detail in many paras above. AAP has committed the offence of money laundering through Arvind Kejriwal, and the offences thus are covered by Section 70 PMLA 2002. Now remember, viewers, PMLA, the act in fact puts the onus on Arvind Kejriwal to in fact prove innocence. Arvind Kejriwal, now the remand copy further reads, Arvind Kejriwal is the ultimate in charge of the Aam Aadmi Party and was intrinsically involved in the acts of policy formulation, kickback scheme and the final use of the proceeds of crime thus generated, including conspiracy thereof. Riyanka is joining us on the phone line for more. Riyanka, so we have accessed remand copy exclusively here, and it of course points out to how Arvind Kejriwal, being the supremo of the party, and how Arvind Kejriwal and his party members had a major role in this excise policy and this entire scam. 45 crore rupees of the entire kickback received were actually used for Goa elections.
Absolutely. Well, we have in fact accessed the remand copy, and it is clearly mentioned here the role in policy formulation. The ED goes on to mention the fact that Arvind Kejriwal was directly involved in the formulation of the excise policy 2021-22. The policy was being drafted considering the favors to be granted to the South Group. See once again how the South Group has been linked here, that for rupees 100 crore kickbacks there was favors being granted, which has in fact been mentioned at the ED remand copy. This policy was in fact being formed in collusion with Vijay Nair, Manish Sisodia and the members of the representatives of the South Group. Well, in fact, if we talk about the ED mentioning the role in demanding kickbacks and meeting with the South Group, it has gone ahead and said that Arvind Kejriwal had demanded kickbacks from the South Group in exchange of awarding favors to them in the formulation and implementation. Well, so this is what that has been mentioned here, and what we see that around 45 crores out of the 100 crores that were received as kickbacks was used at the Goa Assembly elections in terms of the election campaigning, and which is why the Aadmi Party Goa chief was in fact summoned by the ED. So several developments are taking place. In fact, we are going to expect the court order from any time from now, because the court has in fact gone ahead and reserved this order. We will be getting in all the details here on the Republic TV.
Riyanka, right, Riyanka. In fact, ED custody, even this remand copy says about the data in one mobile phone that belongs to Arvind Kejriwal's wife has been extracted and is being analysed. However, 4 digital devices, very importantly, it points out, has been seized during search at Kejriwal's premises, yet to be extracted, as the arrestee has sought time in providing password login credentials. And of course, he's unwilling to share the passwords. That's what his counsel has argued today in court. We'll keep a track of all developments. Thank you so much for the moment, Riyanka, but we'll be right back and get some more details from you as we are expecting the court to pronounce the order on Arvind Kejriwal. We'll be right back after a very short break. Viewers, don't go anywhere.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
इंडी अलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है।
Days after Prime Minister Modi dialed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba is all set to make his first visit to India. This is the first time the Ukrainian Foreign Minister will visit India since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Standing here in Kiev, in front of Mahatma Gandhi's monument, I'm pleased to announce that this week I will pay my first ever visit to India. A few days ago, President Zelensky spoke with Prime Minister Modi. My visit will further strengthen our relations. Ukraine and India are two big democracies. I'm certain we are set.
हिंदू धर्म में शक्ति शब्द होता है। हम शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं, एक शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं।
इंडी अलायंस ने अपना घोषणा पत्र शक्ति को खत्म करने के लिए किया है। मैं इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करता हूं और मैं इन शक्ति स्वरूपा माताओं बहनों की रक्षा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा दूंगा।
A very good afternoon to all our viewers. Thank you for tuning into Republic TV. We lead the election coverage. We will get you all the stories, important and in line with the Lok Sabha elections. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. Congress struggles to keep flock together after Kolar division over Chikbalapura seat out in the open. Top Lingayats here questions Union Minister Prahlad Joshi's candidature from Bhardwaj, mounts pressure on BJP to axe his candidature. Star boost for Mahayuti. Now Govinda enters 2024 battlefield to contest on Shinde-led Shiv Sena ticket. Open rift in Akhilesh's Samajwadi Party. ST Hasan miffed over Moradabad ticket to Ruchi Veera. Rahul's contender from Wayanad takes on Gandhi Science, says elephants visited constituency more than Rahul Gandhi. Days to go for the Lok Sabha elections. Congress still undecided over Amethi and Raebareli seats. Marathon meetings, but Mahavikas Aghadi yet to zero in on seat sharing pact. Well, we have some big breaking news coming in before the polls. Shinde Sena has experienced a surge with the endorsement of Bollywood icon Govinda, providing a significant momentum and a boost to both the party and its coalition Mahayuti. Now, Govinda's decision to align with the Shinde Sena not only amplifies the party's visibility, but also underscores the star power's strategic significance in shaping the pre-electoral dynamics. Now, this is the big breaking news that we are currently tracking at the moment. Let's go across to Sandeep and find out more on this development. Sandeep, it's a big star boost for the Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction. Govinda is all set to contest the Lok Sabha elections on a ticket from the Shiv Sena Shinde faction. What more details do we have? Well, we'll get back to Sandeep in just a moment, but this is a big boost, viewers, for the Mahayuti as well as Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena, because Govinda, a prominent face in the Bollywood, has now joined hands with the Shinde-led Shiv Sena. This is a big boost for the Mahayuti as well, and it provides a significant momentum to both the party and its coalition. Now, Govinda's decision to align with the Shinde Sena not only amplifies the party's visibility, but also underscores the star's significance in shaping the pre-electoral dynamics. Now, coming back to you, Sandeep, it's a big boost for the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena and the Mahayuti, given the fact that Govinda is all set to fight the Lok Sabha elections.
See, as far as Govinda is concerned, it is very much confirmed that Govinda is going to join Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. But ultimately, whether he will be contesting the Lok Sabha election or not, that is something that there is no clarity so far. But yes, he is one of the most popular actor out here. As far as his previous election is concerned, in 2009, it was Govinda to contest on Mumbai North seat. At that very point of time, there were some of the areas which were in his constituency, that is right now in Northwest. So ultimately, he contesting from Northwest would be more favorable for Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena as well as for Govinda himself. There are maximum number of North Indian vote in Northwest Mumbai. Apart from this, he will be in fact getting support of Bharatiya Janata Party as well, because BJP has a good hold out there. At this very point of time, if at all, Govinda gets a chance out there, it will be a major jolt for Uddhav Sena, because Uddhav Sena will be very much alone at that very point of time, with the left only with the only Uddhav Sena party workers. So ultimately, Govinda joining there and contesting election will be most favorable for the National Democratic Alliance and for Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena.
Right, Sandeep, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Whether Govinda's induction would boost the party's and the coalition's prospects remains to be seen. But let's shift our focus on Karnataka, because a massive political upheaval has unfolded in the state of Karnataka. First, it was in the Kolar seat, because the Congress decided to field K.H. Muniappa from Muniappa's son-in-law from Kolar leading disgruntled 5 MLAs and 2 MLCs to stage a rebellion. The state leadership and the top brass has also continued to be in the middle of a major mess over allegations of Parivarvad politics and a blatant show of apathy. Now, 2 MLCs have already resigned, while others made their way to voice their concerns to the Chief Minister and also the Karnataka Speaker. Now, ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, will this infighting turn the tide for the grand old party? Here's the report.
With less than a month to go for the Lok Sabha elections, the Karnataka Congress state unit is under turmoil. In a huge blow to the party, 5 MLAs and 2 MLCs of the party threatened to resign over ticket fiasco. The development came after the party allocated a ticket from the Kolar constituency to K.H. Muniappa's son-in-law, Chikka Pedanna. Reacting to the ticket distribution, the rebel leaders have slammed the Congress's Parivarvad politics.
My father has suffered. I don't know how many of you know my father. He's a 5-time MLA. He started his political journey in 1972. He suffered very badly. Then later on I came to politics. I was also troubled a lot. Time and again I appealed to High Command at that time. Somehow, because this gentleman was a member of parliament and central minister, our words were not respected. So I left the party. Twice they've offered me. I don't have any issue with regards to the party high command.
We are demanding for right community candidate because right community candidate not yet given ticket since from independence. Right community is more in Kolar parliamentary constituency, almost 3,80,000. If right community accommodate, we can win the seat easily.
While the grand old party struggles to keep its flock together in the state, K.H. Muniappa said that he is a disciplined soldier of the party who will respect the High Command's call.
No, I am a disciplined soldier of the party. If I am not correct, how the people is elect 7 times? Never in the history except Jafar Sharif and Shekarana. That too in the difficult time. People have voted for me.
Is this
Whatever it may be, the High Command will take a decision. We have pleaded, we have appealed to the High Command. Whatever they decide, accordingly we will go.
The Congress top brass continues to face flack for their apathy on their leaders' demands. High drama unfolded at the Karnataka Speaker UT Khader's office after the rebels demanded to hold discussions on their resignation. 2 MLCs have resigned already.
They called me, sir, we are going to resign for the post of MLC. So kindly, where you are now, kindly be in the office. I said I am busy. I'll come at 12:30. Up to 1 o'clock I am in the office. So come and give the resignation. Then they came. They are not written on the letterhead. They are only white paper. It is not correct. So I told him, you take your letterhead and write there, then you give me.
Kolar rebel MLAs are also expected to meet Chief Minister Siddaramaiah and Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar to discuss their grievances. Meanwhile, in a bid to keep itself from dismantling, the party later announced that Chikka Pedanna's ticket from Kolar has been withheld. Ahead of the big 2024 battle, the Congress is desperately trying to replicate its win from the Karnataka Assembly elections, while the newly formed BJP-JDS alliance is trying to cut into it. Will the party survive its infighting? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, viewers, after infighting over Kolar ticket, the Karnataka Congress is now facing more infighting. This time, the divide is over Raksha Ramaya's candidature. And even as former Chief Minister Veerappa Moily is confident of getting the ticket, Siddaramaya's close aide Raksha Ramaya continues to lobby hard. He has been perceived as the government's top pick for the seat. And amidst all of this, Congress MLA Subba Reddy says that he will not support Raksha Ramaya and instead pitches for Veerappa Moily and Shivshankar Reddy. Now, after Kolar, this is another divide in the Congress party over the Chikkaballapura candidature for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. Now, Kolar, Chikkaballapura, Chamrajnagar and another seat has been kept on hold because there has been massive infighting over all of these seats. So the Congress is still deciding and gauging the mood on ground. And after that, the party will be issuing and announcing the tickets for these seats. Well, meanwhile, Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has thrown an open challenge to the first family of the JDS. Speaking about his brother's candidacy from Bengaluru Rural, D.K. Shivkumar exuded confidence, saying that the people will vote for the Congress party, and questioned if the former Prime Minister H.D. Deve Gowda can win the Lok Sabha battle while in alliance with the BJP. Here's how the conversation panned out with Republic TV.
ಸಾಹೇಬರು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗಷ್ಟೇ ಅವರು ತಮ್ಮ ಸಹೋದರನಿಗೆ ಸಾಥ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ತಮ್ಮ ಕುಲದೇವತೆ ಕಂಕೇರಮ್ಮನ ದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಈಗ ಕಬ್ಬಾಳಮ್ಮ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನ ಅವರಿಂದ ತಿಳ್ಕೋಣ. ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಮಪತ್ರ ಸಲ್ಲಿಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಮೊದಲೇ ದಿನ. ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ ಸರ್? ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ವಿಶ್ವಾಸದಲ್ಲಿ?
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ
ಸರ್, ಎಷ್ಟು ಉತ್ಸಾಹದಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೀರಿ? ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಹೇಗಿದೆ?
ನೋಡಿ, ನಮಗೆ 85ರಿಂದ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ನು 10 ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ತಮ್ಮನ 3 ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ನು ಜನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಜನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮಗೆ ಏನು ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ನು ದೇವೇಗೌಡರ ಕುಟುಂಬದ ಮೇಲೆ ಹೊಸ್ತೇನಲ್ಲ, ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟು ಹೊಸ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೂಡ ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ BJP ದಳ 2 ಸೇರಿ ಕ್ಯಾಂಡಿಡೇಟ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ಇವತ್ತು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಇವತ್ತಿಗೂ ಬೇಕಾದಷ್ಟು ಶಕ್ತಿ ಇದೆ. DK ಸುರೇಶು ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಹಳ್ಳಿಲಿ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಮನೆಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಕಳೆದ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆದ ದಿನದಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು ನಿದ್ರೆನೇ ಮಾಡದೆ ಜನರ ಸೇವೆನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಜನತೆ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಲೋಕಸಭಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಜನತೆ ಭಾಳ ಉಪಕಾರ ಸ್ಮರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಂಥವ್ರು. ಇವತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮತದಿಂದ, ಬಹುಮತದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾರೆ.
ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಕೇಕ್ ವಾಕಿದೆ ಸರ್. ಸರ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ? ಕೇಕ್ ವಾಕ ಸರ್? ಫೈಟಾ ಕೇಕ್ ವಾಕ ಹೇಗೆ ಸರ್?
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಜನ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ನಿಮ್ಗೇನು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಸರ್?
ಅತಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮತದಿಂದ ಗೆಲ್ತೀವಿ.
ಸರ್, ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಅಖಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಳಿಸಿದಾಗ ಇದು ಹೃದಯವಂತ ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಬಂಡೆ ಫೈಟ್ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನೋಡ್ತೀರಿ?
ಅಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ, ಎಣ ಓದ್ತಾವನ್ರಿ. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಣ ಓದ್ತಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಔಷಧಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಮನಮೇರಿಂಗು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ಕನಕಪುರ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು. ದೇವೇಗೌಡರು ಪಾರ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದವರು. ಚನ್ನಪಟ್ಟಣ MLA, ರಾಮನಗರ MLA. ಕೋವಿಡ್ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರು? DK ಸುರೇಶ್ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಈ ಬಡರ ಜನತೆಯ ಎಣವನ್ನು ಒತ್ತಿದ್ದು, ಜನ ಅವನ ಪಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿನ ಹೊರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಸರ್, ಒಂದು ಫೈನಲ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಸರ್. ಇದು DK ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್ ಫೈಟಾ ಅಥವಾ ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರ ಜೊತೆಗಿನ ಫೈಟಾ?
ಮತದಾರರು
Well, let's take a look at other important stories ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Now, amid the poll preparations, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami held a road show in Didi Hat Bazaar of Pitrogarh district. On the upcoming Lok Sabha election, JJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana, Dushyant Chautala, took a jibe at the Congress, saying it is clear that this Congress will not last this election and it will be their last election. He also added that JJP will contest on all 10 seats in Haryana and candidates will be announced very soon.
कांग्रेस के अंदर एक चीज तो साफ सामने आ रही कि पूरे देश में कांग्रेस के जिनको हम दिग्गज किया करते थे वो सारे डर रहे, और ये चीज साफ कर देते हैं कि कांग्रेस का ये अंतिम चुनाव की सभी 10 लोकसभा सीटों पर जननायक जनता पार्टी मजबूती के साथ भी उतारेगी, मजबूती से उन सीटों को जीतने का भी काम करें.
After being appointed as BJP's national spokesperson, CR Kesavan slammed India Alliance, saying they preach the ideology of hatred and practices the politics of polarization. He added that the India Alliance leaders only spread hatred. Well, we have some big breaking news coming in. The court has granted 4-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal for the Enforcement Directorate. Now, Kejriwal will be in the ED custody till the 1st of April. This is a big setback for the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate had sought a 7-day custody extension, but the court has settled for a 4-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, during this period, the Enforcement Directorate will quiz the Delhi Chief Minister on various angles. They've also said that the digital devices, the data from the digital devices that were seized from the Chief Minister's residence will have to be extracted, and then the Chief Minister will have to be confronted with the data. And the Enforcement Directorate had also said that the summons were also issued to senior excise officials in Punjab. The Enforcement Directorate said that excise officials were involved in arm twisting of the liquor traders in Delhi, and the statements of Aam Aadmi Party Goa chief are also being recorded. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has gotten a 4-day custody extension of the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. This is a big setback for the Delhi Chief Minister in the ongoing probe on the Delhi excise policy scam. And remember, even as Arvind Kejriwal was presented before the court, before he entered the courtroom, he said that this is a result of a political conspiracy against him, a charge that he has been repeating along with his party mates as well. The Aam Aadmi Party has time and again decried the arrest by the Enforcement Directorate, calling it a bid to suppress the opposition's voice and also to derail Arvind Kejriwal's campaigning ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Now, today, Arvind Kejriwal's 6-day custody came to an end, and the Enforcement Directorate placed a request for 7-day extension, but the court has granted a 4-day custody for the Enforcement Directorate. Now, viewers, now there is a fresh crack in the India alliance as well, this time in the Samajwadi Party, because the sitting MP ST Hassan is currently miffed with Akhilesh Yadav's decision to pick Ruchi Veera for the Moradabad constituency. He said that Akhilesh Yadav was being pressurized to give Ruchi Veera the ticket, and that's why the SP chief has picked Ruchi Veera for Moradabad. And he also said that he was the front runner for the Moradabad constituency for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. And furthermore, ST Hassan has also said that he will not extend his support for the Samajwadi Party's candidate in Moradabad. Let's listen into that conversation.
क्लियर था सब. हमारे नेता अखिलेश यादव जी ने मुझे चुनाव के लिए अधिकृत किया था, सारे पेपर्स दिए थे और मैंने नॉमिनेशन भी कर दिया था. अब उनके ऊपर क्या दबाव आया, किसका आया, जिसकी वजह से दूसरी एक कैंडिडेट को उन्होंने भी फॉर्म दे दिया और मेरा निरस्तीकरण का भी लेटर दे दिया. अखिलेश जी तो मुझे ही चाहते थे और चाहते हैं, ये मेरा यकीन है आज भी. लेकिन कोई मजबूरी ऐसी रही होगी, क्योंकि हमारे नेता बहुत मुरव्वत वाले नेता हैं. मगर इस घटनाक्रम से पार्टी को बहुत ज़बरदस्त नुकसान हो गया. ये वो सीट थी जो जीतने वाली सीट थी और मुस्लिम बहुल सीट थी, और मैं खुद सिटिंग एमपी हूँ, आज भी हूँ. संदेश जो गया है वो सिर्फ मुरादाबाद ही नहीं, पूरे मंडल और पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में गया है, जिसका मैं खुद परेशान हूँ. फ़ोन अटेंड करते करते पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश से मेरे पास फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, मुस्लिम्स इंटेलिजेंशिया के मेरे पास फ़ोन आ रहे हैं, इलाहाबाद के वकीलों के फ़ोन आ रहे हैं. तो मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ी गलती हो गई पार्टी के लेवल से, और जाहिर है मैं मजबूर हूँ इस कैंडिडेट का चुनाव लड़ाने के लिए भी.
सर, आपने यहाँ पे एक बात कही, दबाव वाली बात कही कि उन पर क्या दबाव था अखिलेश यादव पर. क्या ये दबाव रामपुर से क्रिएट किया गया था? क्योंकि बार बार बात यही आ रही है कि आजम खान वहां से ये तय कर रहे हैं कि आखिरकार कहाँ से कौन प्रत्याशी होगा, फिर वो मुरादाबाद की बात करें या हम रामपुर की बात करें.
देखिए, ये प्रेस में ये बात है और मुझे भी मालूम है कि अगर दबाव हो सकता था, क्योंकि आजम खान को अखिलेश जी बहुत बड़ा दर्जा देते हैं, गार्जियन का दर्जा देते हैं, उनकी बात टालते नहीं हैं। उन्हीं के लेवल से मुझे ये खदशा है कि उन्हीं के लेवल से ये सब बात हुई है।
Well, to give us more insights, we have Ajay Dubey joining us from Lucknow. Ajay, this is a fresh crack in the Samajwadi Party, where you can see that S.T. Hassan, a sitting MP, has been asked to withdraw his nomination, and he also said that pressure is being mounted on Akhilesh Yadav by his party mates to give Ruchi Veera the ticket from Moradabad. So how do you think the situation will pan out for the Samajwadi Party, given that the Lok Sabha polls are right around the corner?
See, it's just a fresh beginning and it is not going to stop at all, because it is the first phase and we are going to see more phases and more conflict in Samajwadi Party. Right now I'm breaking this information also that it is going to be continued in Gautam Buddha Nagar also. In a while we'll get the detailed information, but this conflict, this problem is not just situated in Muradabad and Rampur. This is going to expand a lot. This is going to expand in western Uttar Pradesh. Then it will happen in eastern parts also when elections will come forward to this area. The important thing is that in Muradabad, S.T. Hassan made this thing very clear that he is not going to support Ruchi. He is saying that this is happening because of Azam Khan. He is totally unhappy and he is saying he will not support the candidate, and it is going to be a difficult task for Samajwadi Party to win Muradabad. Earlier, Muradabad and Rampur was very strong hold for Samajwadi Party. It was very strong. Earlier, the MPs, in last election, we saw the MP who won the election. It was S.T. Hassan only, and this time it is going to be very difficult because S.T. Hassan is unhappy. In Rampur, Azam Khan is unhappy. So things are very much messed up for Samajwadi Party, and now after this phase we'll be seeing this thing happening in the central part of Uttar Pradesh, because in every parliament assembly close to big numbers the cadre is unhappy. As history of Samajwadi Party is saying that they have given ticket first to someone else, then they change this ticket to someone else. 4 days back, I was standing in front of Akhilesh Yadav's house. There I did interview of S.T. Hassan. He was very happy. He said that he got the letter. At that time, his name was not announced officially, but he showed me his letter that he got the letter from Akhilesh Yadav and he's going to do his nomination. But what happened, we have seen that thing, and now it is very difficult for Samajwadi Party to fight Muradabad, because S.T. Hassan is totally unhappy and he's saying he's not going to support this candidate at all.
Right, Ajay, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Viewers, it's time for us to slip into a short break. But on the other side, days to go for the Lok Sabha polls, and the Congress is still undecided over Amethi and Rai Bareli seats. Along with that, we will also tell you about the marathon meetings in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, but they are yet to come to a conclusion on the seat sharing pact. All this and more after a short break. Do stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers, he put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aadmi.
Welcome back, viewers. Now the battle for Wayanad has intensified. It will be BJP's K. Surendran versus Congress's Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad, and just ahead of the elections, the BJP's candidate K. Surendran has taken a dig at Rahul Gandhi, saying that the elephants have visited more homes in Wayanad than Rahul Gandhi, a clear signal that Rahul Gandhi has abandoned Wayanad, which happens to be his Lok Sabha constituency. Let's listen in to what K. Surendran had to say.
It's very unfortunate. Today, again, a tragic loss by wild elephant attack in Wayanad. The criminal negligence of the state government and the local MP, Rahul ji. I would like to ask Rahul Gandhi ji, where are you now? See, the wild elephants came to town more often than Rahul Gandhi ji visited in Wayanad. This is the tragic, pathetic situation of Wayanad voters now.
Let's go across to Ashwin, joining us from Ground Zero. Ashwin, the pre-poll battle between the BJP and the Congress seems to have intensified, and just after an elephant attack in Wayanad, we have the BJP's state president and also the BJP's Lok Sabha candidate K. Surendran mocking Rahul Gandhi for abandoning his own Lok Sabha constituency.
Oh, absolutely. The BJP has placed the state president to contest against Rahul Gandhi in Wayanad, and he has been campaigning there. Now, today an unfortunate event happened where a 30-year-old tribal woman was killed by a wild elephant. In fact, this is the fourth incident alone that has happened in this year alone. In the last 10 years, 51 people have died due to wildlife attacks in the district of Wayanad. Ever since this has been happening, there has not been a concrete solution that has been given by either by the state or by the sitting incumbent MP from Wayanad itself. So certainly the point that has been raised by the BJP candidate over there is again trying to say that the MP is always outstationed. He is never available in the constituency, number one. Number two, he is not here when people really need him, and he is always in some other place and not caring to one of the most biggest problem in the district of Wayanad. In fact, in the last 2 months alone, apart from attack from elephant, there has been several cases of livestock being killed by tigers, as well as several other attacks that has happened. So certainly it's one of the biggest core issue, the voting issue in the constituency of Wayanad. So where we see the main candidate, the incumbent MP, is not even campaigning there. He is outside. He is not even listening to the problems of the people, and that is perhaps why the BJP state president K. Surendran has raised the issue to take it to a national level, to highlight that the inefficiency, the alleged inefficiency of the Wayanad MP. Deepak.
Right, Ashwin, whether the result will be the same as what it was in Rai Bareli remains to be seen. The results will be declared in June, and all eyes will be on that. But it's time for a quick break. Thank you, Ashwin, for joining us with all those details. But viewers, on the other side of the short break, days to go for the Lok Sabha elections, and the Congress is still undecided over Amethi and Rai Bareli seats.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers. He put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi party. Now viewers, if there is no scam in Liquorgate, why do the biggest lawyers of the country lose in court when they stand up to fight for the Aam Aadmi party? Are the courts biased too? Or is it the reality that there is too much evidence that the agencies have shown and the agencies have shared with the courts, with the judges, which makes even giving bail impossible for the court? Consider this, they are not even...
कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है। कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है।
Frisking has given way to F4 racing on the streets of Srinagar. Headlines now boast tourism figures, not terror fatalities. IED blasts and stone pelting have given way to the world's highest rail bridge and a state-of-art movie hall. Kashmir stealing the spotlight even at the G20. Confident Home Minister on the improving situation.
निश्चित रूप से चुनाव के बाद इस पर हम एक एक्शन प्लान बनाए हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के हवाले ही जम्मू कश्मीर का कानून और व्यवस्था की स्थिति होगी और धीरे धीरे ट्रूप्स बैरक में जाएंगे। ये हमारा एक डिजाइन बना हुआ है।
Very good afternoon, viewers. We are live in Breaking Republic TV. I am Rakta Mishra with you. Well, it's been a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal as the Delhi court has extended custody. We'll get you details on that, but first the headlines. Big setback for Arvind Kejriwal as Delhi court extends custody by 4 more days in connection to Liquorgate. United States tries to lecture India, calls for transparent legal process on Kejriwal's arrest, mentions Congress account freeze case. Yet another controversy hits Ashoka University as students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmin slogans. Congress continues to firefight rebellion in Karnataka after Kolar big fight over Chikkaballapura seat. More than 500 top lawyers write to Chief Justice of India express concerns over attempt to undermine the integrity of judiciary. Under scanner for Forex case, Mahua Moitro skips ED summons, seen evading Republic's direct questions. And it's a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal. The Delhi court, viewers, has extended his ED custody by 4 more days. That is, he will be in ED custody till the 1st of April. And this comes after ED sought 7-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal in connection to the Liquorgate investigation. And I'm being joined by my colleagues Riyanka from the Rouse Avenue Court and also my colleague Samiksha from the Delhi newsroom. Well, Riyanka, if you could hear me. Riyanka, it's a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal. 4 more days with the ED till the 1st of April. Arvind Kejriwal, the trouble is only mounting for him. What all happened as the court pronounced order?
That's right. It is indeed a big setback for the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal once again, because the Rouse Avenue Court today has given out its order, and once again in the ED's case that for 4 more days, remember 4 more days, Arvind Kejriwal will be in the ED custody. That is till the 1st of April, which is when the hearing will commence once again at 11:30 a.m. on the 1st of April. Well, we see this is coming in as a setback for Arvind Kejriwal, but remember the ED wanted a 7-day custody, but the court has granted only 4 days custody, that is till the 1st of April. And now let me take you through what exactly happened during the hearing. Well, we in fact accessed the remand copy as well, in which what we had discussed during the day, the grounds for the ED seeking an extension were very clear. Well, the ED went on to say that Kejriwal is not cooperating and they want to confront him regarding certain documents that were in fact being recovered from various raids. Well, if we talk about the ASG who was appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, he has gone ahead and said that the statements that have been recorded from Arvind Kejriwal, he has given evasive answers, which is why the ED had gone ahead and sought 7 days custody, but 4 days have been given by the court. In fact, the digital data that has been extracted had to be examined by the Enforcement Directorate. The ED also went ahead and said that they will confront Arvind Kejriwal with the other people. Now, who are these other people? Well, these are the accused who have been linked to the South Group, to the entire matter of the excise policy, be it BRS MLC K. Kavitha and the others who have been in fact accused of giving 100 crore kickbacks to the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, out of which around 45 crores were apparently used for the Goa elections. What we see here at this point in time, that Arvind Kejriwal also sought some time from the court to speak for himself, and he has said that his arrest and remand is completely illegal, that he is being humiliated at this point in time. He has also challenged on what grounds have he been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. He has mentioned the fact that because of the statements of the accused, remember, who have now turned out to be approvers, out of their statements, he has questioned his arrest. So several developments took place into the court today, but it has it has gone into the ED's favor, where the court has given 4 days custody to Arvind Kejriwal. It is going to be seen what happens next on the 1st of April. Also remember, very significant here, that Arvind Kejriwal had to expose or give out some details about the entire money laundering case, to which he laid the link between Saurabh Reddy, and he said that Saurabh Reddy went on to buy the BJP electoral bonds, and the BJP became the biggest beneficiary of this entire amount of 55 crores. So several developments took place. In fact, Sunita Kejriwal, along with their children, were also present in the court, and she has mentioned the fact to be a political vendetta, which is the Aam Aadmi Party has been constantly terming as, and said that the people of Delhi, the people of the nation, will give the answer.
Right, even Samiksha is with us from the Delhi newsroom. Samiksha, well, of course, this is a 4-day custody for Arvind Kejriwal, and also, of course, there have been demands from the ED that Arvind Kejriwal must share the passwords of the 4 digital devices that have been seized from his residence that belong to Arvind Kejriwal. However, he has not been cooperating. What are you picking up as far as the ED is concerned? What could be their next plan of action?
Well, Rakshita, just to add to what has been recovered, till now the ED very categorically has mentioned that 5 digital devices have been recovered till now.
Seems to be a well, Samiksha, well, I will try and reconnect with you. Seems to be an audio connection, audio problem there with that connection of yours. We'll try and reconnect. But remember, viewers, it's a big update that we have right now. Kejriwal has been remanded to ED custody till the 1st of April. And today it was there were a lot of dramatic arguments that took place in the Rouse Avenue court, a heated debate between Arvind Kejriwal's counsel and also ED representatives there. But remember, Arvind Kejriwal maintains that, there are no grounds for his arrest. And also ED, on the other hand, says that there are multiple evidences that he had demanded kickback of 100 crore rupees, 45 crore rupees of the kickback were used for Goa campaigning. All right, I'm told Samiksha is back with us on the broadcast. Samiksha, please go ahead.
Right, Rakshita, so I was here mentioning about the digital evidence that's been recovered till now by the Enforcement Directorate. The central agency very categorically mentioned in the court that 5 digital mobile phones, 5 digital evidence data has been recovered from 5 digital devices, which also includes the mobile phone of Arvind Kejriwal's wife. The ED also mentions that while the data has been recovered from the mobile phone of Arvind Kejriwal's wife, the data from 4 digital devices is yet to be recovered, which is why the ED has essentially sought more time. In fact, the ED has also gone on to mention that how Arvind Kejriwal has not been responsive while those categorically those specific questions were put to him. The ED states that data from 4 digital devices seized during the searches that were carried out from Arvind Kejriwal's residence is yet to be recovered. And the reason why the ED has mentioned that it needs time is because Kejriwal has not really divulged the details, the specifics, the credentials of the digital devices which have been recovered. In fact, just to add on to the Goa election funding campaign angle, which is being thoroughly probed by the ED, there is also a Punjab angle which has surfaced. The ED maintains that it has sent summons to senior excise officials from the state. So this points fingers that there could be a probable involvement of state officials from the state of Punjab as well. So yes, there is a very strong South lobby connection, which includes the liquor lobby from the state of Telangana. There is a Goa angle as well with election campaign funding being probed. And of course, the latest being the Punjab angle with excise officials also from the state who are under the radar.
ईडी ने लगभग 162 विटनेस को एग्जामिन किया है और करीब 25,000 पेज फाइल किए हैं। इन सारे विटनेस और कागजों को मिलाकर मुझे क्यों गिरफ्तार किया गया है? मेरे नाम सीधे सीधे 4 स्टेटमेंट डाले गए हैं, यानी कि लगभग 4 स्टेटमेंट ऐसे हैं जिनमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के नाम का जिक्र है और उन्होंने कहा कि मैं ये चारों स्टेटमेंट्स के विषय में आपके सामने बात रखना चाहता हूं। पहला स्टेटमेंट मनीष सिसोदिया जी के तब के सेक्रेटरी सी अरविंद के विषय में था। उन्होंने कहा, मेरा नाम 4 जगह आ रहा है। सबसे पहले हैं सी अरविंद। सी अरविंद मनीष सिसोदिया के सेक्रेटरी थे। उन्होंने यह बयान दिया कि एक दिन वह मेरे घर में मेरी मौजूदगी में मनीष सिसोदिया जी से उनके कुछ एक्साइज के डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैंडओवर किए, यानी कि सी अरविंद को मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने सीएम साहब के घर पे कुछ एक्साइज के डॉक्यूमेंट्स हैंडओवर किए। उन्होंने यह नहीं कहा कि कुछ पैसे दिए, ऐसा कोई आरोप नहीं है। मैडम, मेरे घर पे ढेरों विधायक, मंत्री और अधिकारी आते हैं, उनके सेक्रेटरी आते हैं, वह आपस में खुसर पुसर करते रहते हैं और कई कागज़ एक दूसरे से एक्सचेंज करते हैं। मुझे क्या पता कौन किसको क्या दे रहा है? क्या यह बयान एक मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए काफ़ी है? उन्होंने कोर्ट के सामने अपना ये सवाल रखा। उसके बाद उन्होंने दूसरे गवाह के ऊपर आए, जिनका नाम है मुगुंटा श्रीनिवास रेड्डी, जिनको MSR भी कहते हैं, जो जगन रेड्डी की पार्टी के सांसद थे। MSR एक दिन 16 मार्च 2021 को 4:30 बजे उनके दफ्तर में आए। इससे पहले उन्होंने 10 दिन पहले अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को चिट्ठी लिखी कि मैं एक सांसद हूं, मुख्यमंत्री से मिलना चाहता हूं। अरविंद जी कह रहे हैं, मेरे ऑफिस में उन्हें 10 दिन बाद मिलने का समय दे दिया गया। वह 4:30 बजे मेरे पास मिलने के लिए आए। मैं किसी वजह से जल्दी में था, तो उन्होंने मेरे से कहा कि मुझे दिल्ली में अपना फैमिली चैरिटेबल ट्रस्ट खोलना है, उसके लिए मुझे ज़मीन चाहिए। हमने कहा कि ज़मीन हमारे अंडर नहीं आती, LG साहब के अंडर आती है। आप चिट्ठी दे दीजिए, मैं LG साहब को फॉरवर्ड कर दूंगा, यानी कि पहुंचवा दूंगा। 16 सितंबर 2022 को उनके घर पे रेड पड़ी। उनसे पूछा जाता है कि क्या आप अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से मिले। उन्होंने कहा कि जी हाँ, मैं मिला और मैंने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से अपनी फैमिली के ट्रस्ट के लिए ज़मीन मांगने की बात कही थी। 16 सितंबर, ये जो स्टेटमेंट है ये 16 सितंबर 2022 को सेक्शन 17 में ली गई थी। ये एक पीएमएलए का सेक्शन है। 5 महीने बाद यानी कि 10 फरवरी को उनके बेटे को गिरफ्तार कर लिया जाता है। मुगुंटा रेड्डी के बेटे को गिरफ्तार किया जाता है। उसके बावजूद वह अपने पुराने स्टेटमेंट पे कायम रहते हैं। जब 5 महीने तक उनका बेटा गिरफ्तार रहता है तो बाप टूट जाता है। 16 जुलाई को उसके पिता अपना स्टेटमेंट बदल लेते हैं, यानी कि राघव के पिता मुगुंटा रेड्डी अपना स्टेटमेंट बदल लेते हैं। बीच में ईडी के लॉयर ने फिर से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को रोकने की कोशिश की, हल्ला गुल्ला हुआ। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा, राजू जी मैं आपका आशीर्वाद चाहता हूँ, मिस्टर राजू आई नीड योर ब्लेसिंग्स, प्लीज़ मुझे बोलने दीजिए। और फिर किसी तरीके से दोबारा अरविंद जी ने अपनी बात शुरू की। उन्होंने कहा 16 जुलाई को अपना बयान वे बदल लेते हैं। एक बाप अपने बेटी की गिरफ्तारी के बाद अपना बयान बदलता है और 18 जुलाई को उनका बेटा छूट जाता है। उसके बाद उनका और कोई नया स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड नहीं किया जाता। जो बयान बार बार हो रहे थे उनमें कोई भी बयान अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ नहीं था, इसलिए बार बार नए बयान लिए गए। और जैसे ही अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ बयान दे दिया गया, फिर कोई और बयान की जरूरत ईडी को नहीं थी। बाकी सारे बयान जो है कूड़े के कचरे के डब्बे में, और इस बयान को ईडी जो है कोर्ट के सामने पेश करता है। उसके बाद और कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं लिया जाता। बयान पे बयान हो रहे थे, पर जब तक वो मेरे साथ मेरी मदद के बयान दे रहे थे जिसमें मेरे खिलाफ कुछ नहीं था, तब तक ईडी को उस पर एतराज़ था। और जैसे ही वह मेरे खिलाफ बयान देते हैं उनका बेटा छूट जाता है और उनके और बयान लेने बंद हो जाते हैं। और 3 अक्टूबर को उनका माफ़ीनामा हो जाता है, यानी कि वो सरकारी गवाह अप्रूवर बन जाते हैं। ईडी और केंद्र सरकार का मिशन कामयाब हो जाता है। अब तक मैंने 2 गवाहों के विषय में बताया, अब मैं तीसरे गवाह पे आता हूं। फिर अरविंद जी ने कहा इनका मकसद साफ है, ईडी का मकसद साफ है, वो केवल और केवल मुझे फंसाना चाहते थे। सेक्शन 50 में 3 स्टेटमेंट हैं, तीनों बराबर हैं। उनमें से एक स्टेटमेंट को कैसे तवज्जो दी जा सकती है? ईच स्टेटमेंट कैरीज इक्वल ग्रेविटी। क्या जांच की गई है और इनमें से एक सही है बाकी गलत है? इस निर्णय पे ईडी कैसे पहुंची? इस निर्णय पे कोर्ट कैसे पहुंचेगा कि अगर 3 स्टेटमेंट सेक्शन 50 में ईडी ने एक ही आदमी से ली है, वो अलग अलग हैं, तो एक ईडी को उठा ले उस स्टेटमेंट को और वो कोर्ट में दे दे कि साहब ये स्टेटमेंट सही है क्योंकि ये अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ है, ये 2 स्टेटमेंट अरविंद जी के साथ है इसलिए ये खारिज है। इसकी जांच कोर्ट कब करेगा, कैसे करेगा? अरविंद जी ने ये सवाल कोर्ट के सामने रखे। जो 25,000 पेज ईडी ने फाइल किए हैं उनमें 25,000 स्टेटमेंट्स में, उन 25,000 पेजों में जो चीज़ें अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ हैं सिर्फ उन चीज़ों को लगाया गया है। बाकी 2 स्टेटमेंट जो अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ नहीं है, उन 25,000 पेजों में से वो पेज हटा लिए गए हैं। आखिर ऐसा क्यों है? यह तो गलत है। कोर्ट के सामने तीनों स्टेटमेंट लाए जाने चाहिए ताकि कोर्ट इस चीज को डिसाइड करे कि कौन सा स्टेटमेंट कोर्ट माने और कौन सा स्टेटमेंट कोर्ट ना माने। इसके बाद अरविंद केजरीवाल जी तीसरे गवाह की तरफ बढ़ते हैं जो मुगुंटा रेड्डी के बेटे हैं, राघव रेड्डी, जिनका जिक्र मैंने किया कि उनको 5 महीने तक गिरफ्तार किया। तो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कहा तीसरा स्टेटमेंट उनके बेटे का है। राघव मुगुंटा से 16 सितंबर को राघव मुगुंटा के यहाँ 16 सितंबर को रेड होती है और उनका बयान लिया जाता है। उनका बयान अपने पिता की बयान की तरह ही होता है जिसमें वो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ कोई बात नहीं कहते। 10 फरवरी को उनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया जाता है, यानी कि राघव रेड्डी को। उसके बाद उसके 5 बयान लिए जाते हैं। उनमें वह वही बोलता है जो उसने पहले बोला होता है, यानी कि वो अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ उनको इंडाइट करने का कोई बयान नहीं देता है। 5 महीने तक उसको जेल में रखा जाता है। आप समझ सकते हैं, एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट और एक बड़े बाप के बेटे को, एक करोड़पति अरबपति आदमी के बेटे को 5 महीने तक तिहाड़ में सड़ाया जाता है, मगर वो अपने बयान पे कायम रहता है। उसके बाद 16 जुलाई को जब उसके पिता अपना बयान बदलते हैं अपने बेटी की जेल के कारण, तो 18 जुलाई को उस बेटे की जेल से जमानत हो जाती है। उसके जो 7 बयान हुए उसमें से 6 बयान अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ नहीं है। 7वें बयान में जैसे ही वो मेरे खिलाफ बोलते हैं, उसके बाद कोर्ट, उसके बाद ईडी उनका और कोई नया स्टेटमेंट रिकॉर्ड नहीं करता, उसे जेल से छोड़ दिया जाता है, उनको माफीनामा दे दिया जाता है और ये 6 स्टेटमेंट कूड़े के डब्बे में डाल दिए जाते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का सवाल है कि ये कौन तय करेगा कि 7 में से 6 स्टेटमेंट गलत है, 7वां स्टेटमेंट सही है? ये ईडी कैसे तय कर सकती है? ये तय कोर्ट करेगा, न्यायालय करेगा। लिहाजा वो 6 स्टेटमेंट भी कोर्ट के रिकॉर्ड पे लाए जाने चाहिए। उसके बाद जो ईडी का स्टार विटनेस है, उनके विषय में अरविंद केजरीवाल बात करते हैं, शरद चंद्र रेड्डी। चौथा है शरद चंद्र रेड्डी। शरद रेड्डी का केस 16 सितंबर में, माफ कीजिएगा, शरद रेड्डी के मामले में 16 दिसंबर को उनके यहां रेड हुई। उसने मेरे खिलाफ कुछ नहीं कहा। 9 नवंबर को उसने मेरे खिलाफ कुछ नहीं कहा, यानी कि जब रेड हुई तब उसने कोई बयान नहीं दिया। उसके बाद 9 नवंबर को उसको पूछताछ के लिए बुलाया गया, उसमें भी उसने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं बोला। 10 नवंबर को अगले दिन उसकी गिरफ्तारी हो जाती है। उसके बाद 9 बयान दर्ज किए जाते हैं। 9 डिफरेंट स्टेटमेंट्स ऑफ शरद रेड्डी आर रिकॉर्डेड बाय ईडी इन देयर कस्टडी। और उन 9 के 9 स्टेटमेंट्स में शरद रेड्डी अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ उनको इंडाइट करने वाला कोई स्टेटमेंट नहीं देते हैं। उसके बाद 25,000 करोड़ रुपए की कंपनी औरबिंदो फार्मा के मालिक के बेटे शरद रेड्डी को 6 महीने तक जेल में सड़ाया जाता है। एक बाप टूटता है और उसके बाद देखिए क्या होता है। उसके बाद 6 महीने गिरफ्तार रहने के बाद 25 अप्रैल को वह भी टूट जाता है और वह केवल इतना कहता है कि मैं विजय नायर के साथ सीएम साहब के पास गया था, सीएम साहब जल्दी में थे, तो सीएम साहब ने कहा कि विजय के टच में रहो, विजय अच्छा लड़का है। सिर्फ इतना बयान है। 6 महीने सड़ाने के बाद 25,000 करोड़ की कंपनी के मालिक के बेटे का ये बयान है। मैं केवल, अब अरविंद जी ने कहा, मैं केवल यह जानना चाहता हूं कि ये 4 स्टेटमेंट क्या एक मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री को गिरफ्तार करने के लिए पर्याप्त हैं? कैन यू यूज दीज 4 स्टेटमेंट्स टू अरेस्ट अ सिटिंग चीफ मिनिस्टर? कैन यू जस्ट अरेस्ट अ चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दीज स्टेटमेंट्स? अरविंद जी ने फिर कहा, 2 नवंबर को जो 30,000 पेज की फाइल की गई है, यह 30,000 जो पेज फाइल किए हैं ईडी ने, उसके अलावा
That was the Delhi Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj there briefing the media over what happened in the courtroom and saying it continues with this statement that there is no evidence against Arvind Kejriwal. He was questioning, are the 4 statements by the witnesses enough to arrest a sitting chief minister or not? He was talking about Sharad Reddy also, saying that he did not say anything against Arvind Kejriwal the day his residence was raided. Now, the AFSPA in Arunachal Pradesh has been extended to 3 districts, and Ministry of Home Affairs has said that Armed Forces act in 3 districts and the areas under 3 police stations in the state of Arunachal Pradesh for a period of 6 months to continue. They have declared the state as disturbed area and it will remain in force until it's withdrawn. The Delhi High Court has dismissed the Indian National Congress Party's plea challenging the Income Tax Department's order on reassessment proceedings for 4 years. This follows a previous dismissal of the Congress's plea against reassessment for the years 2014 to 2017. During an anti-Naxal operation, Naxals fired indiscriminately, which was retaliated strongly by the operations team. Massive search underway near the area where the Naxal operations took place. The search has led to the seizure of large amounts of Naxal belongings, such as wires, gelatin sticks, batteries, solar panels, etc. Aam Aadmi Party State President Amit Palekar is currently at the Enforcement Directorate office for questioning in connection with the Delhi excise policy scam. Additionally, the ED has conducted search operations in premises linked to Delhi Aam Aadmi Party leader Deepak Singla. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while addressing an event in Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram district, hailed the Indian economy, saying that if economy has reached this level after all the trouble, then we can say that India can sustain growth momentum. She also highlighted that this is the growth of India, not the growth of just one party or state. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says that centre is ready to make changes in the Aadmi recruitment scheme if necessary. The Defence Minister also assured that future of Agniveers is secure. Massive fire breaks out in a garment shop in the suburbs of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot to extinguish the fire. Just a day after Amit Shah hinted at revocation of AFSPA in Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti has said that PDP supports the removal of AFSPA, adding that it was the only demand PDP had when they were in alliance with the BJP. Mufti further lashed out at BJP, saying this could be an act to gain votes. Take a listen in.
A day after Union Home Minister Amit Shah dropped a big hint over centre mulling AFSPA revocation in Jammu and Kashmir, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has come out and said that PDP's primary demand was AFSPA's removal from the valley. Mehbooba Mufti also slammed BJP and termed the latest move a big move by the BJP just to gain votes.
ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट डिमांड रही है और कई सालों से रही है और पीडीपी इसकी हर वक्त वकालत करती रही है और यही वजह है कि जब हमने बीजेपी के साथ अलायंस किया तो उस अलायंस एजेंडा ऑफ अलायंस का ये बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा था। तो अब हम ये सोच रहे हैं कि बात इलेक्शन के वक्त इन्होंने की है, क्या ये वाकई सीरियस है या ये एक जुमला है। इन्होंने कहा था 15 लाख रुपए हम हर गरीब के अकाउंट में जमा कराएंगे, ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ।
The PDP chief hit out at the BJP over other issues, adding that the BJP failed to keep several of its promises. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, on the scan of a forex case, Mahua Moitra has evaded the ED summons, and in the latest, Republic Bangla confronted Mahua Moitra. Listen in as she avoids the 9 direct questions put forth by Republic Bangla.
মহুয়া, আজকে ইডি আপনাকে ডেকেছে, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? কোথাও গিয়ে কি ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে কারণের জন্য আপনি গেলেন না? বারংবার তো আপনি বলেছেন যে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করবেন, তারপরেও কেন গেলেন? আজকে চুপ কেন? মহুয়া চুপ কেন? দেখো, সবার প্রথম যে বিষয়টা আমরা ব্রেক করেছিলাম যে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি আজ ইডির দপ্তরে যাননি, অর্থাৎ তাকে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে কিন্তু তিনি যাননি। তিনি এই মুহূর্তে নির্বাচনী প্রচারে রয়েছেন। আমি বলবো মোহিতকে দেখানোর জন্য একটা প্রশ্নের উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। কোথাও গিয়ে কি মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি ভয় পেলেন? আমরা বারংবার জিজ্ঞাসা করবার চেষ্টা করেছি যে কেন আপনি গেলেন না, কিন্তু তারপরেও কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ কৃষ্ণনগরের বাড়ি থেকে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, কিন্তু কোনো কথা নয়। আমি আরো একবার কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করব। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? আমার যে চুলের টিপ ছিল, দেখুন কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি দিচ্ছেন না। আমরা কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করছি, বারংবার জানবার চেষ্টা করছি। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন আজকে? আমার জন্য বলে দিও ডাল ভিন্ডি রান্না করতে। এখানে তিনি কথা বলছেন তার কর্মী সমর্থকদের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু তিনি দিতে চাইছেন না। অর্থাৎ তিনি যে যায়নি সেই বিষয়টা কিন্তু একেবারে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ইডি টলো আপনি গেলেন না, আপনি গেলেন না কেন মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
ক্যামেরাম্যানকে একটু বলবেন যেন আমাকে ছবিটা পাঠায়। ঠিক আছে, আমার সাথে অলরেডি যে আছে তাকে বলছি ছবি। ঠিক আছে,
ইডির সমন আপনি পেয়েছিলেন? ইডির সমন আপনার কাছে এসেছিল? মহুয়া, আপনার কাছে ইডির সমন এসেছিল? দেখো, কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহামৈত্র দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ পরিষ্কার করে বারংবার চোখে রেখে আমরা এই প্রশ্ন করেছি, তিনি কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ যেই মহামৈত্রকে বহিষ্কার করা হয়েছিল সংসদ থেকে ঘুষ নিয়ে প্রশ্নকাণ্ডে, সেই মহামৈত্র তিনি কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর দিতে আমরা দেখলাম, কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না তিনি স্পষ্ট করে।
Big setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as Delhi court extends custody with the Enforcement Directorate by 4 days in connection with the Liquorgate probe. After Germany, United States tries to lecture India, calls for transparent legal process on Kejriwal's arrest, mentions Congress account freeze case as well. Yet another controversy hits Ashoka University as students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmin slogans. Congress continues to firefight rebellion in Karnataka after Kolar. Big fight over Chikkaballapura Lok Sabha seat. More than 100 lawyers write to Chief Justice of India expressing concern over attempt to undermine the integrity of the judiciary. Under ED scanner for the Forex case, Mahua Moitra skips ED summons, seen evading Republic's direct questions. Well, viewers, in a major setback for the Delhi Chief Minister in the ongoing Liquorgate probe, the Delhi court has now extended Arvind Kejriwal's custody by 4 more days, which means that the Delhi Chief Minister will remain in the ED lockup till April 1st. Now, this comes after ED had sought 7-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal in connection with the Liquorgate investigation. Now, the ambit of the probe has now extended to Punjab as well. Key excise officials have also been questioned. In fact, in Goa, Aadmi Party's Goa president has also been summoned and he is being questioned as we speak. Now, the Delhi Chief Minister will be confronted with the digital devices that have been recovered from his residence while he was being arrested on last Thursday. In fact, the lawyers representing the Enforcement Directorate also said that the digital devices are yet to be extracted and they will be confronted with Arvind Kejriwal. Now, going across to Riyanka, who's joining us live from Ground Zero. Riyanka, this is a big setback for the Delhi Chief Minister. The Enforcement Directorate has extended the custody by 4 more days. What is set to happen in the course of these next 4 days, Riyanka, if you could tell our viewers?
Absolutely. Well, it is indeed a big setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal because the Rouse Avenue Court has given an extension to the Enforcement Directorate for 4 days, which is on the 1st of April. Arvind Kejriwal will once again be produced in front of the judge in the Rouse Avenue Court at 11:30 a.m. Well, why these 4 days? Because the ED has in fact put up a strong case against Arvind Kejriwal, calling him the kingpin of the entire excise policy case. And as we were speaking through the course of the day, that there were 4 grounds on which the ED, had sought the extension. Firstly, that to confront him with the documents that were recovered during the raids that were going on at several Aadmi Party leaders' residences. And second, and the most important part that the ED goes on to mention, that Arvind Kejriwal has not been cooperating. He's being evasive in his answers, which is why he needs to be confronted even more. The third point, which was in fact raised by the Enforcement Directorate, is that to confront Arvind Kejriwal along with the other accused in the case, especially the South lobby angle that needs to be probed here, wherein 100 crore were in fact given to the Aam Aadmi Party leadership in form of kickbacks in return of favor of the proceeds of crime in the excise policy case. And fourth, of course, the entire money trail that is currently being probed. Well, what we see in terms of the other developments, that the ED had also gone ahead and summoned the Goa Aam Aadmi Party chief today, and the probe in fact went on from that, because the ED is alleging that out of the 100 crore kickbacks received from the South lobby, 45 crore were invested and used into the Goa elections during the campaigning. Let me tell you a little bit about what Arvind Kejriwal went ahead and told the court, because he had to make a big expose today, as Sunita Kejriwal had mentioned. Well, Arvind Kejriwal went on to say that on what grounds has he been arrested. Remember, this had been the point of contention that the Aam Aadmi Party has been arguing as to on what grounds Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested. Well, at this point in time, we also see that the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal have constantly termed the arrest and the remand as illegal, and said that Saurath Reddy, who in turn became the prover in the case because of his statement, on what grounds has he been arrested. So what we see today, the court had given out in favor of the Enforcement Directorate.
Right, Priyanka, now let's wait and watch what the probe will throw out in the coming days. Now let's shift our focus on Arunachal Pradesh, because the Ministry of Home Affairs has extended AFSPA in 3 districts, which is Tirab, Changlang and also Longding, and in the jurisdiction of 3 police stations, namely Namsai, Madhepur and Chaukham police stations in Namsai district of Arunachal Pradesh along the border of Assam for another 6 months. This is what the notification by the Ministry of Home Affairs says. Let me read out the notification for our viewers. It says the central government, in exercise of its powers conferred by Section 3 of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act 1958, had declared the Tirap, Changlang and Longding districts in Arunachal Pradesh and the areas falling within the jurisdiction of Namsai, Mahadevpur and Chaukham police stations in the Namsai district of Arunachal Pradesh bordering the state of Assam as disturbed area, with a notification dated 26/9/2023. And whereas the further review of the law and order situation in the state of Arunachal Pradesh has also been undertaken. Now, therefore, the MHA says that Changlang and Longding districts in Arunachal Pradesh and the areas falling within the jurisdiction of Namsai, Mahadevpur and Chaukham police stations in Namsai district are declared a disturbed area under Section 3 of the Armed Forces Special Powers Act 1958 for a period of 6 months with effect from 1st April unless it is withdrawn earlier. Now, just remember, viewers, just a day before this, Union Home Minister Amit Shah had said that, had hinted of removing AFSPA from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, in Arunachal Pradesh, which has been declared as a disturbed area under the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, the AFSPA has been extended in 3 more districts. This is the big breaking news that we are currently tracking at the moment. The AFSPA will be in place in Arunachal Pradesh's Tirap, Changlang and Longding districts. So this is the big breaking news that we are currently tracking. For the next 6 months, AFSPA will be in place in these 3 districts of Arunachal Pradesh as well. Let's also take a look at other election-related stories from across the nation. Amid the Lok Sabha poll preparations, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami held a road show by foot in Didi Hat Bazaar of Pitrogarh district. On the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, JJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana Dushyant Chautala took a jibe at the Congress, saying it is clear that this is Congress's last election. He also added that JJP will contest on all 10 seats in Haryana and candidates will be announced soon.
कांग्रेस के अंदर एक चीज तो साफ सामने आ रही कि पूरे देश में कांग्रेस के जिनको हम दिग्गज कहा करते थे वो सारे डर रहे, और ये चीज साफ कर देती है कि कांग्रेस का ये अंतिम चुनाव की सभी 10 लोकसभा सीटों पर जनता पार्टी मजबूती से उन सीटों को जीतने का भी काम करें।
Now, after being appointed as BJP's national spokesperson, C.R. Keshavan slammed India Alliance, saying they preach the ideology of hatred and practices the politics of polarization.
The India Alliance preaches the ideology of hate and practices the politics of polarization. You would have seen how they've said they're enemies of Ram. The India Alliance has said we'll eradicate Sanatan Dharma, we'll eliminate Mahashakti. Even some of the alliance members of the India Alliance have said we will divide India and separate from India.
On Sushil Kumar Rinku joining the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj said MLAs in Punjab were offered money, Lok Sabha candidature, Y plus security by the BJP to join them. Now, Saurabh Bhardwaj also alleged that the BJP is trying to topple the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab.
पंजाब में बहुत सारे विधायकों के पास पार्टी बदलने के लिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आने के लिए उनको पैसा ऑफर किया गया, उनको वाई प्लस सिक्योरिटी ऑफर की गई, उनको पोजीशंस ऑफर की गई, यहां तक कि उनको संसद के अंदर चुनाव लड़ाने की बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कही।
Days after quitting BJD, B. Mahtab is likely to join the BJP today. Mahtab quit the BJD on March 22nd. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar said there is pressure from candidates for election ticket from Kolar, but no one will resign from the party over this. He added that all party leaders will work together in Kolar district. Days after Naveen Jindal joined hands with the BJP after quitting Congress, his mother and former Haryana Minister Savitri Jindal also quit the grand old party. Well, let's shift our focus on Maharashtra because in a big election scoop, film actor Govinda is all set to join the Shiv Sena led by Eknath Shinde today. Remember, formerly he was an MP from the Congress party, and even though he was not active in politics, today he is being roped in by the Eknath Shinde faction. This will be a big re-entry into the political world for Govinda because he has been a Congress MP in the past. And also sources suggest that the Northwest Mumbai ticket could be given to Govinda because he has a lot of fans over there and his presence is widely recognized in Maharashtra's Mumbai Northwest seat. So he's all set to join the Eknath Shinde faction today in the presence of the Chief Minister himself. Well, this is a big boost for the Mahayuti who is contesting the elections against the Mahavikas Aghadi, which has Congress, NCP's SCP faction, which is led by Sharad Pawar, and also Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena also. We have Sandeep joining us on the phone line. Sandeep, Govinda is all set to work with Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena for the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. How big of a boost is this for the Mahayuti alliance?
See, yes, definitely Govinda's popularity will benefit Eknath Shinde. Specifically, if we talk about the Mumbai Northwest seat, Mumbai Northwest seat is highly dominated by the North Indians in Mumbai, and definitely, as we know that Bharatiya Janata Party has a huge back up with the North Indian. Definitely, if at all Govinda's name is being announced by Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, that vote would be encashed by the Mahayuti. And apart from this, there hasn't been any official announcement over the Northwest. But if it all happens, that will definitely benefit Eknath Shinde and in fact the Mahayuti. Ultimately, it will be the Mahayuti to announce its candidate for that very constituency, because so far there is no clarity who will be the candidate from that very seat. But yes, Govinda's popularity will in fact benefit Eknath Shinde in the coming elections.
Now, Sandeep, we are also getting an inside scoop that Govinda is likely to contest against Uddhav Thackeray's candidate Amol Kirtikar.
See, that is what I said, that still there is no clarity whether he will be going to contest elections or not. But yes, what we hear from the sources that he could be given the ticket against Uddhav Sena's Amol Kirtikar, and he may contest from that very seat. Remember, there are Marathi voters as well as North Indian voters out there, and there are also South Indian voters in the Northwest constituencies. Govinda is given an opportunity, or his name has been declared as a candidate for the Mumbai Northwest constituency, then definitely he will be in fact contesting election against Amol Kirtikar. And Amol Kirtikar is someone who is being under investigation in the Khichdi scam. And remember, Sanjay Nirupam, in fact, have been very much vocal against the Uddhav Sena candidate, Amol Kirtikar. He has called him Khichdi Chor. In such a scenario, the situation remains very win-win for Eknath Shinde's faction, and in fact, that will definitely benefit the Mahayuti for the Northwest constituency.
Govinda is likely to be pitted against Amol Kirtikar, and also right now Govinda, Kareena and Karishma Kapoor are meeting Eknath Shinde. What is the latest from ground zero? Are Govinda, Kareena Kapoor and Karishma meeting the Chief Minister at his official Varsha bungalow?
See, there is no clarity whether Kapoor are gonna join Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena or not, but ultimately this is the time of election wherein we see multiple actors and people associated from Bollywood, and also from, if we talk about Maharashtra, Marathi industry, actors also meet the politician, and politicians also try to gain their support. But yes, it is very much right that they all are meeting Eknath Shinde right now at Varsha Bungalow. But ultimately, whether Kareena or Karishma is going to join Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena, that is something very difficult to answer right now, because we are expecting Eknath Shinde and Govinda right now at Balasaheb Bhavan in Mumbai, wherein an official announcement of Govinda joining Eknath Shinde will be made out here.
Right, Sandeep, we'll keep our viewers updated with all the minute-to-minute details, but in a short while, a press conference, a joint press briefing is also expected to take place from the Balasaheb Bhavan. We'll keep our viewers up to date on that, but let's shift our focus on a quick report from Telangana, because ahead of the polls, massive anger is brewing among the TDP cadres and the supporters of N. Ramakrishna Reddy. Now, this comes after the TDP candidate was not given a ticket in the NDA alliance. Now, supporters of Reddy have hit the streets, burnt cycles and also placards of the TDP. The ticket has instead been offered to NDA candidate M. Shivakrishnam Raju. Here's a quick report.
There is massive anger among the TDP cadre. Days after TDP candidate N. Ramakrishna was denied a ticket, party cadres in protest hit the streets over Annaparthi seat being offered to the BJP candidate. They burned cycles and placards of the party in strong opposition to the latest decision. This comes just days after 20 Telugu Desam leaders and their followers submitted resignation to party top brass.
TDP has now joined hands with the NDA and will be contesting all three together. That is TDP, Jansena and BJP will be contesting together in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and that is the reason why we see that Annaparthi seat has now been given to the BJP, as BJP will be contesting on 10 seats in the assembly polls and 6 seats in the parliament election, Lok Sabha elections. We'll have to wait and watch how it turns out to be. This comes just ahead of the elections. This is an Risha with video journalist for Republic TV.
Now moving on, under the scanner for a forex case, Mahua Moitra has evaded the enforcement directorate summons, and in the latest development, Republic Bangla even confronted the expelled TMC MP. Let's listen in and watch how she dodges and ducks all the 9 direct questions that were posed by our team.
আপনাকে ডেকেছে, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? কোথাও গিয়ে কি ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে কারণের জন্য আপনি গেলেন না? বারংবার তো আপনি বলেছেন যে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করবেন, তারপরেও কেন গেলেন? আজকে চুপ কেন? মহুয়া চুপ কেন? দেখো, সবার প্রথম যে বিষয়টা আমরা ব্রেক করেছিলাম যে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি আজ ইডির দপ্তরে যাননি, অর্থাৎ তাকে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে কিন্তু তিনি যাননি। তিনি এই মুহূর্তে নির্বাচনী প্রচারে রয়েছেন। আমি বলবো মোহিতকে দেখানোর জন্য একটা প্রশ্নের উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। কোথাও গিয়ে কি মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি ভয় পেলেন? আমরা বারংবার জিজ্ঞাসা করবার চেষ্টা করেছি যে কেন আপনি গেলেন না, কিন্তু তারপরেও কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ কৃষ্ণনগরের বাড়ি থেকে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, কিন্তু কোনো কথা নয়। আমি আরো একবার কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করব। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
আমার যে চুলের টিপ ছিল,
দেখুন কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি দিচ্ছেন না। আমরা কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করছি, বারংবার জানবার চেষ্টা করছি। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন আজকে?
আমার জন্য বলে দিও ডাল ভিন্ডি রান্না করতে। ভিন্ডি করছি, ভিন্ডি।
এখানে তিনি কথা বলছেন তার কর্মী সমর্থকদের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু তিনি দিতে চাইছেন না। অর্থাৎ তিনি যে যায়নি সেই বিষয়টা কিন্তু একেবারে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ইডি হলো, আপনি গেলেন না, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
ক্যামেরাম্যানকে একটু বলবেন যেন আমাকে ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে, আমার সাথে অলরেডি যে আছে তাকে বলছি ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে।
ইডি সমন আপনি পেয়েছিলেন? ইডির সমন আপনার কাছে এসেছিল? মহুয়া, আপনার কাছে ইডির সমন এসেছিল? দেখো, কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্র দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ পরিষ্কার করে বারংবার চোখে চোখ রেখে আমরা এই প্রশ্ন করেছি, তিনি কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ যেই মহুয়া মৈত্রকে বহিষ্কার করা হয়েছিল সংসদ থেকে ঘুষ নিয়ে প্রশ্নকাণ্ডে, সেই মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর দিতে আমরা দেখলাম, কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না তিনি স্পষ্ট করে।
Viewers, the battle for Wayanad has intensified. State BJP President and BJP's Lok Sabha candidate from Wayanad, K. Surendran, has hit out at Rahul Gandhi. After an elephant attack today, K. Surendran has taken a jibe at the incumbent MP of Wayanad, saying that the elephants visit Wayanad homes more than Rahul Gandhi. A clear statement saying that Rahul Gandhi has abandoned his own constituency by not visiting it with time and again. Listen in. The BJP has once again hit out at Rahul Gandhi from contesting from Wayanad. BJP's Lok Sabha candidate and state BJP chief K. Surendran from Wayanad said that Rahul Gandhi has neglected the needs of the people from his constituency. Criticizing Rahul Gandhi, K. Surendran said his lack of attention might help BJP win in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections.
It's very unfortunate. Today, again, a tragic loss by wild elephant attack in Wayanad. The criminal negligence of the state government and the local MP, Rahul ji. I would like to ask Rahul Gandhi ji, where are you now? See, the wild elephants came to town more often than Rahul Gandhi ji visited in Wayanad. This is the tragic, pathetic situation of Wayanad voters now.
Taking a dig at Rahul Gandhi, K. Surendran said, elephants have visited homes in Wayanad more than Rahul Gandhi. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
हिंदू धर्म में शक्ति शब्द होता है। हम शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं, एक शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं।
इंडिया अलायंस ने अपना घोषणा पत्र शक्ति को खत्म करने के लिए किया है। मैं इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करता हूं और मैं इन शक्ति स्वरूपा माताओं बहनों की रक्षा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा दूंगा।
We did bring in
U.S. National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy stated that the ship that caused Baltimore bridge collapse was carrying hazardous materials. The ship carried 56 containers aboard containing hazardous materials including corrosives, inflammables and also lithium-ion batteries. Federal government assured to provide a $1.5 billion loan to restart a nuclear power plant in Michigan. Originally slated for dismantling after acquisition by a private energy company in 2022, plans have now shifted to restart the 800 megawatt Palisades plant by late 2025, supported by Michigan and Biden administration. Thailand government passed the bill on legalizing same-sex marriage. This brings Thailand closer to becoming the first Southeast Asian country to recognize the law. One killed and 16 others wounded after a deadly aerial strike that hit the Kharkiv city in Ukraine. The airstrikes caused widespread destruction, hitting several buildings and damaged other residential buildings as well. Portuguese Parliament elected their proposed Speaker of the House after failing 3 attempts. Now, the vote came a day after the Parliament voted 3 times for House Speaker with no winner, raising the spectre of fresh elections. Finally, the chamber elected Speaker by 160 votes in favour. Heavy rains and winds have caused flooding in Lisbon and its outskirts, snarling traffic and bringing down trees. Flash floods have also blocked streets, giving rise to traffic disruptions in the city. We have some big breaking news coming in. Taking to social media, Prime Minister has launched a scathing attack on Congress, saying to browbeat and bully others is vintage Congress cultures. For a committed judiciary, the Prime Minister has launched a scathing attack on Congress, saying to browbeat and also bully others is vintage Congress culture. 5 decades ago itself, they had called for a committed judiciary. They shamelessly want commitment from others for their selfish interests, but desist from any commitment towards the nation. No wonder 140 crore Indians are rejecting them. This is the big attack coming in from the Prime Minister ahead of the elections. Taking to social media, the Prime Minister has hit out at the grand old party. We have Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, this is PM's latest attack on the Congress party. If you could tell our viewers about the context.
Came out in public domain in the morning, Deepak, and we saw how the lawyers expressed consternation and some discomfiture at the manner in which the topmost court of the country was sought to be colored with a certain perception, and the perception of fixing happening in terms of which benches would take up which cases. And that was attributed, of course, nobody was named in the letter. There was no naming and shaming, but it was attributed to some comments coming in from Congress and Aadmi Party affiliated senior lawyers in the Supreme Court who were trying to suggest that the reason why the bails are getting rejected in the case of Aadmi Party leaders and others accused in the liquor gate is because the cases are going to same benches, be it the Delhi High Court or the Supreme Court. So I think in that context, the letter was written and those senior lawyers expressed dismay at the way the dignity of the Supreme Court and the objectivity and its stature is sought to be compromised by a certain lobby, and that obviously is connected with those defending these accused in the liquor gate. So I think in that context, Prime Minister now joining in the debate, really broadening it by suggesting that this is clear Congress culture. So I think while the letter did not name names, Prime Minister then going ahead and actually putting the onus on the Congress party and its culture to browbeat the judiciary and institutions. Prime Minister in that context also mentioning that as far back as 5 decades ago, the Congress party talked of committed judiciary. Of course, he's talking about the Indira era. Indira Gandhi was Prime Minister and she had superseded judges and broken the hierarchy of justices in the Supreme Court to put her own choices or to impose her own choices on the institution. And in that context, she had spoken about the committed judiciary, subsequent to which she, of course, lost elections also. And then, of course, the dark period of emergency. So the Prime Minister there bringing to attention that period when the Congress party would actually commit acts of imposing its will on judiciary and today talks about independence of judiciary, but at the same time, when it comes to their own objectives, does not pull back from coloring the Supreme Court itself with a certain hue and perception about bench fixing, etc. So I think Prime Minister, by joining in the debate, has really broadened it, and it's likely that this might gain more traction now that the Prime Minister has spoken on the letter written by those lawyers concerned about attacks on the topmost court of the country.
Right, Abhishek, many thanks for joining us with all those details. This is the Prime Minister's latest attack on the Congress party. But it's time for us to slip into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Do stay tuned. On the other side, yet another controversy hits Ashoka University as students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmin slogans.
इंडी अलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है। जब मैं जम्मू और कश्मीर बोलता हूं तो पीओ को इसके अंदर ही आता है। एक सेकंड भाई, सुनिए तो आप मुझे बोलने नहीं देंगे। आप मैं स्पष्ट करता हूं, माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज। मैं जब जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बोलता हूं, माननीय सदस्य, इसलिए एग्रेसिव हूं।
पहिले तर मी स्वागत करतो तुमचं, मग म्हणजे त्यांना मार्ग मोकळा होतो बोलण्याचा। सगळ्या पत्रकारांचं मनापासून स्वागत आणि आपल्याला शिवजयंतीच्या सगळ्यांना शुभेच्छा। आज शिवजयंतीच्या अतिशय पवित्र दिनी आज आपले सगळ्यांचे लोकप्रिय अभिनेते गोविंदाजी यांचं आज शिवसेनेमध्ये मी मनापासून स्वागत करतो, त्यांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो। खूपच अतिशय डाऊन टू अर्थ असलेले आणि सगळ्यांना आवडणारे आणि सगळ्याच समाजामध्ये लोकप्रिय असलेले गोविंदाजी यांचं मी पुन्हा एकदा स्वागत करतो। डाऊन टू अर्थ असलेले आणि सगळ्यांना आवडणारे आणि सगळ्याच समाजामध्ये लोकप्रिय असलेले गोविंदाजी यांचं मी पुन्हा एकदा स्वागत करतो आणि त्यांचं मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो आणि त्यांना शुभेच्छा देतो। आणि आपण जरा आमचे पत्रकार मित्र आहेत साहेब, हिंदीमध्ये
नमस्कार, प्रणाम, जय महाराष्ट्र। मी आदरणीय शिंदे साहेबांचं, आदरणीय एकनाथ शिंदे साहेबांचं मी धन्यवाद देतो। शुभेच्छा प्रदान करतो। आजच्या या दिवशी मी या पक्षात प्रवेश करणे
Today I feel very fortunate to join
मला असं वाटतं की देवापासून मिळालेलीच कृपा आहे व प्रेरणा आहे.
This is truly a blessing to join the party today. Also a Shiv Jayanti, and on this auspicious day, I have decided to join Shiv Sena.
बाहेर पडल्यावर मला असं वाटलं होतं की आता पुन्हा कदाचित मी या बाजूला दिसणार नाही, परंतु 10 पासून 24 या 14 वर्षाच्या वनवासानंतर सुरुवात.
We have been having a meeting since many days and finally decided that I will join Shiv Sena.
तिथेच त्याच पक्षात आदरणीय एकनाथ साहेबांच्या कृपेनं आज मी
We are seeing Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, who has been working tirelessly for the state of Maharashtra, for the people of Maharashtra.
की या शुभेच्छा या मनापासून आपण सगळे दिलेले कृपा.
I feel very fortunate as he has welcomed me, and he also accepts my request where I have offered that I want to join Shiv Sena.
विश्वानि देव सवित दुरितानि परासव यत् भद्रं तन्नासव त्र्यंबकं जजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनं उर्वारुकं बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्ष्यमामृतात्. कालहर दुःखहर दारिद्र्यहर कष्टहर रोगहर हर हर महादेव. गेले 14-15 वर्ष मी हे दोन जे आईपासून मला मिळालेले हे जे मंत्र आहेत तेच म्हणून मी माझे कामं करत होती, कारण मी फिल्म लाईन व पॉलिटिक्स यापासून लांब झालो होतो. मला असं वाटतं की आपली जी कृपा झाली आहे, मी धन्यवाद तर देतोच, परंतु आपल्या वतीने मला मिळालेली ही जिम्मेदारी किंवा काम हे वफादारी व इमानदारीने मी वाजवेन व आर्ट अँड कल्चर हा जो सब्जेक्ट आहे मी सेवा प्रदान करेन. मी स्वतःला धन्य समजेल जर का तुम्ही ती जिम्मेदारी मला दिली आर्ट अँड कल्चरची, कारण वर्षानुवर्ष विरारपासून मी बाहेर पडलो आणि आज अख्ख्या जगात नाव झाले जे, तर लोकांना पण असं वाटलं पाहिजे, कारण की महाराष्ट्राची ही जी भूमी आहे ही चंद्रकृपेची ही अशी एक स्थान भूमी आहे जिथं हे जगात जगबगणारे सगळे जे सितारे आहेत ते त्याला जन्म देणारे हे स्थान जे आहे संतांची भूमी आहे. आणि आपल्या देशात चित्रपट असो किंवा चित्रकूट असो जे काही आहे ते आर्ट अँड कल्चर ला कसं काय ते
I've always been into art and culture, and as far as politics is concerned,
मला असं वाटतं की फार वर्षापूर्वी मी हे
I was in politics, but I never thought that I will come into politics again.
मला असं वाटतं की
But
मी
now
फार
I think the
वर्षापूर्वी
Bhardwaj has ended.
10 मिनिटाची
Whatever
speech
opportunity will be given, it will be fulfilled. I will work honestly.
आज पुन्हा ही 10 मिनिटाची स्पीच जी आहे आईच्या कृपेनं देवाच्या कृपेनं ही स्पीच नसून न व्हाता ती सत्य व्हावी अशी मी प्रार्थना करतो. कारण फिल्म सिटी हे जे आर्ट अँड कल्चरची जी जागा आहे ही जगात असल्या स्तरावर जाऊन पोहोचू शकते जी जगातली सगळ्यात मुंबई इज द मॉडर्न सिटी आणि त्यातली जगातली जास्तीत जास्त मॉडर्न प्लेस जो काही असू शकतो इन फ्युचर, मला असं वाटतं दॅट इज फिल्म सिटी. ती मॉडर्न तर आहेच, फार फार वर्ष झाले आम्ही जी मुंबई बघायचो ती सुरुवातीला त्यापासून आता जास्त सुंदर दिसते, प्रोग्रेस दिसतोय. आणि हा जो सौंदर्यीकरणचा सब्जेक्ट आहे,
Mumbai as we see sensitive, it is completely progress, and we see the new city,
तेव्हापासून
a new opportunity
मुंबईमध्ये
for the actors as well.
हा दिसतोय. हवा असो, रस्ते असो, क्लीन आहे. कामं जी आहेत सौंदर्यीकरणची असो किंवा जी प्रोग्रेसची असो,
Today we see the progress of the state. There are clean.
मला असं वाटतं की माझ्यावर जी वर्षानुवर्ष
the progress, the development,
ही जी शिवकृपा राहिली,
it is all under the
शिवाजीची
guidance
कृपा राहिली,
and the
किंवा
work that
आदरणीय
has been
बाळासाहेब
done
ठाकरेंची
from the
माझ्यावर कृपा राहिली.
from the state of Maharashtra, where the chief minister is been working.
ते माझ्या आई वडिलांचे चांगले संबंध होते त्यांच्याबरोबर, आणि कधी असं वाटलं नव्हतं की मी अशा या रीतीनं जुळेल. परंतु ही कृपाच आहे. आणि जास्त मोठे मोठे शब्द न सांगता मी धन्यवाद देतो.
that today I have joined Shiv and I'm really thankful to Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
किती वर्षानंतर मी मराठीत यापुढे कधीच एवढी स्पीच. हाँ, मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ आदरणीय एकनाथ जी का. मेरे साथ में मित्रगण यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं, मैं आप सब लोगों का धन्यवाद देता हूँ. जो लोग यहाँ पे पत्रकार वर्ग से आए हैं, आप सभी का धन्यवाद देता हूँ. और ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि जो काम मुझे मिलेगा मैं ईमानदारी के साथ वो काम कर पाऊँ. ऐसे माई के चरणों में मेरी प्रार्थना है. और जो मैंने मराठी में कहे हैं आपको उसको हिंदी में आपको जी मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि मैं 2004 से 9 तक में था. फिर मतलब के पॉलिटिक्स में 4 से 9 था और वो 14वीं लोकसभा थी. ये कमाल का इत्तेफाक है. इत्तेफाक नहीं, ये सत्य है, सच कहूँ. ये 14वीं लोकसभा थी. उसके 14 वर्ष बाद मैं आज पुनः मैं आया हूँ इस जगह पे. मैं पुनः आया हूँ यहाँ पे. और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि जो आप जो काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे सौंदर्यीकरण के हो, चाहे प्रोग्रेस के हो, चाहे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स के विषय के हो, वो तो हो ही रहे हैं, वो आप सब देख रहे हैं. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो अभी इससे पहले कभी देखा नहीं. जैसे मैं उदाहरण कहूँ, ईश्वर से डर के उदाहरण देना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि जिस वक्त हम प्रार्थना कर रहे होते हैं तो ये प्रार्थना होती है कि किसी की दृष्टि न लगे कि ये जो शहर में जो हम लोग कल्पना किया करते थे, वो कल्पना का सत्य और कई शहर लेके बैठ गए. मुझे ऐसा लगता है प्रेरणा तो सब मुंबई से मिली है. और जो प्रेरणा मिली, जो आर्ट एंड कल्चर की हो, चाहे वो सितारों की और वो चांद की हो, वो जो सपना हम देखा करते थे, मुझे ऐसा लगा कि आदरणीय एकनाथ जी के साथ हम लोग वो पूरा कर सकते हैं. वो सपना साकार हो सकता है. और जो फिल्म सिटी है वो विश्व में, वर्ल्ड की जो मॉडर्न सिटी है वो ऐसी तैयार हो सकती है. मैं वो शुभेच्छा करता हूं कि जो माया नगरी से हम लोग जुड़े हैं और जो आगे निकले हैं और पूरी दुनिया में इज्जत मिली है, उसके साथ हम ईमानदारी से पेश आए. ये ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है, दुआ है. आप जो कहिए.
सर, लोकसभा निवडणूक लढणार का? लोकसभा निवडणूक तुम्ही लढणार का? मराठी सांगा. लोकसभा निवडणूक तुम्ही लढणार का?
मी ते काय सगळं विचार मी माझ्यावर ठेवत नाही. मी वो हे सगळं बघून घेतलं मी.
उत्तर पश्चिम लोकसभा
सीएम साहेबांना बोलू द्या, त्याच्यानंतर प्रश्न.
आज पहिलं तर मी आपल्या सगळ्यांना पुन्हा एकदा शुभेच्छा देतो आणि गोविंदाजी तुम्हालाही शुभेच्छा देतो. आज आपण मला भेटल्यानंतर सांगितलं त्यांनी की मुंबई बदलतीये, मुंबई आता चांगली वाटायला लागली आहे, मुंबई सुंदर होतीये, रस्ते होत आहेत, पूल होत आहेत, मेट्रोचं काम सुरू आहे. सगळं जे बंद पडलं होतं ते सुरू झालेलं आहे असं मला ते आता येताना गाडीमध्ये म्हणाले. मला याच्या अगोदर भेटले तेव्हाही म्हणाले की काम सुरू आहे. एक पॉझिटिव्हिटी आहे, एक प्रॉस्पेरिटी आपल्याला इथे सगळीकडे पाहायला मिळते आणि एक सगळं जे काही मुंबईकरांना अपेक्षित आहे ते काम सुरू आहे. पोल्युशन कमी होतंय.
After we came into the power, and that the same message that has been conveyed by Govinda even earlier when he met.
सगळं त्यांना माहित आहे आणि त्यामुळे त्या सगळ्या कामाच्या मुळे ते एक त्यांच्यावर त्याचा प्रभाव पडला. बरोबर ना? ते स्वतः प्रोग्रेसिव्ह आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना प्रोग्रेस पाहिजे. ते मला हेही म्हणाले की महाराष्ट्र में भी इतना तेजी से एक विकासाची कामं जोरात सुरू आहे. देशभरामध्ये देखील जे 50-60 वर्ष काम झालं नाही आज आपण ते पाहतोय मोदीजींच्या नेतृत्वाखाली. तेही मला ते म्हणाले आणि याच्यामुळे ते इम्प्रेस होऊन डेव्हलपमेंटच्या मुद्द्यावर ते आपल्या.
Today we see development under the guidance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and this is across our country.
याच्यामध्ये ऍक्टर आहेत, बॅक स्टेज ऍक्टर आहेत, सगळे किती लोक, लाखो लोक आहेत. ही मोठी इंडस्ट्री आणि त्यासाठी मला काहीतरी करायचं आहे आणि सरकार नक्की याच्यामध्ये मला मदत करेल. आणि मी त्यांना
Well, it's official, viewers. Govinda is back in the political arena after almost 15 years. It was last in 2009 when we saw Govinda in the political front, but this time Govinda is back again and he will fight the Lok Sabha elections from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. Now we have Alisha joining us from the newsroom in Delhi. Alisha, how big of a boost is Govinda's induction into the Mahayuti alliance?
Well, yes, Deepak, we know that now where the Govinda has officially joined Shiv Sena, which is led by Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and what the sources have indicated that Govinda is likely to contest from Mumbai Northwest constituency, which will be against Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction, that is Amol Kirtikar, who has already been announced as a candidate from Mumbai Northwest, and now it is most likely because today it has also been mentioned that the Mahayuti led by Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar is going to hold a press conference where they are going to share seat sharing as well as the list of candidates also being likely to be announced. But it is indeed a boost for Mahayuti, where a Bollywood actor who was in politics from 2004 to 2009 and after 15 years, whereas again joined politics, and as he mentioned that he feels very much fortunate to join Eknath Shinde because the beautification and the development that he's been witnessing in Maharashtra, specifically in Mumbai, is something he needs to carry forward, and whatever the responsibility will be given by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, he's going to fulfill it, is what he mentioned in the press conference.
Right, Alisha, many thanks for joining us with all those details. That is official, viewers. Govinda has joined the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena faction. He has also hailed the Shinde's, Chief Minister Shinde's leadership. And while commending his dispensation, Govinda said that Mumbai has been beautified even further, and he has also assured that he will further work for the benefits of art and culture in the state. Now let's shift our focus on other top stories from across the nation, viewers. Activist Bhardwaj condemned.
Priyanka Gandhi, the one who says, मैं लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ. If this is लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ, then where is she right now? When Kangana, बेटी of Hindustan, is facing all, she's going through hell, she's going through a lot of trauma, mental trauma, because it's not easy.
Activist Bhardwaj condemned Supriya Shrine's comments against Kangana Ranaut. She called Kangana the Beti of Hindustan and added that it's wrong on Supriya's part to behave in such a manner. Goa CM Pramod Sawant along with BJP South Goa candidate Pallavi Dempo visited and offered prayers at Sri Shivanath Ravalnath Prasanna Temple in Shiroda. After joining BJP, Siddhant Mohapatra hailed PM Modi and said that the Prime Minister's double-engine government has to be brought in Odisha.
बस जो माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो है कि वो जो डबल इंजन का सरकार है, बस उड़ीसा में वो डबल इंजन का सरकार लेके आना है और उड़ीसा के वो प्रगति जो है वो सारा चीज हम लोग को देखना है बस.
The first Make in India LCA Tejas Mk1A aircraft series took to the skies today from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited facility in Bengaluru. It was a successful sortie with a flying time of 18 minutes. The aircraft was piloted by Chief Test Pilot Group Captain KK Venugopal. The Indian Army is conducting a joint training program with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. The program aims to further the coordination and combined operational capabilities of both forces. The training is focused on operational tactics, intelligence sharing and counter-terrorism strategies, drawing on the Indian Army's extensive experience in these fields. Now moving on, under the scanner for a forex case, Mahua Moitra has evaded the Enforcement Directorate's summons, and in the latest development, Republic Bangla confronted the expelled TMC MP. Listen in to how she avoided the 9 direct questions of Republic Bangla.
মহুয়া, আজকে ইডি আপনাকে ডেকেছে, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? কোথাও গিয়ে কি ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে কারণের জন্য আপনি গেলেন না? বারংবার তো আপনি বলেছেন যে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করবেন, তারপরেও কেন গেলেন? আজকে চুপ কেন? মহুয়া চুপ কেন? দেখো, সবার প্রথম যে বিষয়টা আমরা ব্রেক করেছিলাম যে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি আজ ইডির দপ্তরে যাননি, অর্থাৎ তাকে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে কিন্তু তিনি যাননি। তিনি এই মুহূর্তে নির্বাচনী প্রচারে রয়েছেন। আমি বলবো মোহিতকে দেখানোর জন্য একটা প্রশ্নের উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। কোথাও গিয়ে কি মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি ভয় পেলেন? আমরা বারংবার জিজ্ঞাসা করবার চেষ্টা করেছি যে কেন আপনি গেলেন না, কিন্তু তারপরেও কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ কৃষ্ণনগরের বাড়ি থেকে মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, কিন্তু কোনো কথা নয়। আমি আরো একবার কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করব। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
আমার যে চুলের টিপ ছিল,
দেখুন কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি দিচ্ছেন না। আমরা কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করছি, বারংবার জানবার চেষ্টা করছি। মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন আজকে?
আমার জন্য বলে দিও ডাল ভিন্ডি রান্না করতে। ভিন্ডি কচি ভিন্ডি।
এখানে তিনি কথা বলছেন তার কর্মী সমর্থকদের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু তিনি দিতে চাইছেন না। অর্থাৎ তিনি যে যায়নি সেই বিষয়টা কিন্তু একেবারে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ইডি টলো, আপনি গেলেন না, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? মহুয়া, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
ক্যামেরাম্যানকে একটু বলবেন যেন আমাকে ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে, আমার সাথে অলরেডি যে আছে তাকে বলছি ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে।
ইডি সমন আপনি পেয়েছিলেন? ইডির সমন আপনার কাছে এসেছিল? মহুয়া, আপনার কাছে ইডি সমন এসেছিল? দেখো, কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহুয়া মৈত্র দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ পরিষ্কার করে বারংবার চোখে চোখ রেখে আমরা এই প্রশ্ন করেছি, তিনি কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ যেই মহুয়া মৈত্রকে বহিষ্কার করা হয়েছিল সংসদ থেকে ঘুষ নিয়ে প্রশ্নকাণ্ডে, সেই মহুয়া মৈত্র তিনি কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর দিতে আমরা দেখলাম, কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না তিনি স্পষ্ট করে।
Let's take a look at other election-related stories. Amid the Lok Sabha poll preparations, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami held a roadshow on foot in Didihar Bazaar of Pitrogarh district. On the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, JJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana Dushyant Chautala took a jab at Congress, saying it is a clear indication that this is Congress's last election. He also added that JJP will contest on all 10 seats in Haryana and candidates' names will be announced soon.
कांग्रेस के अंदर एक चीज तो साफ सामने आ रही कि पूरे देश में कांग्रेस के जिनको हम दिग्गज किया करते थे वो सारे डर रहे, और ये चीज साफ कर देती है कि कांग्रेस का ये अंतिम चुनाव कि सभी 10 लोकसभा सीटों पर जननायक जनता पार्टी मजबूत विश्वास भी पा रही है, मजबूती से उन सीटों को जीतने का भी काम करें।
After being appointed as BJP's national spokesperson, C.R. Kesavan slammed India Alliance, saying they preach the ideology of hate and practices the politics of polarization. He added that the Congress and the India Alliance will lose in the upcoming elections.
The India Alliance preaches the ideology of hate and practices the politics of polarization. You would have seen how they've said they're enemies of Ram. The India Alliance has said we'll eradicate Sanatan Dharma, we'll eliminate Ma Shakti. And even some of the alliance members of the India Alliance have said we will divide India and separate from India.
On Sushil Kumar Rinku joining BJP, AAP Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj said that MLAs in Punjab were offered money, Lok Sabha candidature, Y plus security by the BJP to join their fold. Saurabh Bhardwaj also alleged that the BJP is trying to topple the Aadmi Party government in Punjab.
पंजाब में बहुत सारे विधायकों के पास पार्टी बदलने के लिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आने के लिए उनको पैसा ऑफर किया गया, उनको वाई प्लस सिक्योरिटी ऑफर की गई, उनको पोजीशंस ऑफर की गई, यहां तक कि उनको संसद के अंदर चुनाव लड़ाने की बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कही।
Days after quitting the BJD, Bharturi Mahtab is likely to join the BJP. Mahtab quit the BJD on March 22nd. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar said there is pressure from candidates for the election ticket from Kolar, but no one will resign from the party over this. He added that all party leaders will work together in Kolar district. Days after Naveen Jindal joined hands with the BJP after quitting the Congress, his mother and former Haryana Minister Savitri Jindal also quit the Grand Old Party. Viewers, ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, massive anger is brewing among the TDP cadres and the supporters of N. Ramakrishna Reddy. This comes after the TDP candidate was not given a ticket in the NDA alliance. Supporters of Reddy hit the streets and also burnt cycle and placards of TDP. Well, the ticket has instead been offered to NDA candidate M. Shivakrishnam Raju. Here's a complete report.
There is massive anger among the TDP cadre. Days after TDP candidate N. Ramakrishna was denied a ticket, party cadres in protest hit the streets over Annapati seat being offered to the BJP candidate. They burned cycles and placards of the party in strong opposition to the latest decision. This comes just days after 20 Telugu Desam leaders and their followers submitted resignation to party top brass.
TDP has now joined hands with the NDA and will be contesting all three together. That is TDP, Jansena and BJP will be contesting together in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and that is the reason why we see that Annapati seat has now been given to the BJP, as BJP will be contesting on 10 seats in the assembly polls and 6 seats in the parliament election, Lok Sabha elections. We'll have to wait and watch how it turns out to be. This comes just ahead of the elections. This is Aneri Shah with British journalist for Republic TV.
Well, moving on, in a big setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, the Rouse Avenue Court has extended his ED custody by 4 more days till April 1st. Now, this comes after ED had sought 7-day custody of Arvind Kejriwal in connection with the Liquorgate investigation. Remember, viewers, Arvind Kejriwal's wife had said that Arvind Kejriwal will make some serious disclosures today before the court. And Arvind Kejriwal, while speaking before the district magistrate, questioned the grounds of his arrest, and he also asked whether 4 statements of approvers are enough to arrest a sitting Delhi Chief Minister. But the ED, on the other hand, said that Arvind Kejriwal will have to be confronted with other entities who are accused in the case and also be confronted with the digital evidence that will be extracted from the devices that were recovered from Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Also, what is to be noted here is that the ambit of the probe has also extended to Punjab, where key excise officials were also summoned for questioning, and Arvind Kejriwal continues to remain in the Enforcement Directorate's custody till April 1st. And also April 2nd, the hearing on Arvind Kejriwal in the Delhi High Court will also resume, viewers. The Delhi High Court had asked the Enforcement Directorate to file a reply against Kejriwal's plea seeking relief from arrest. We'll have to wait and watch how things will pan out for the Delhi Chief Minister. But for now, Arvind Kejriwal's custody with the Enforcement Directorate has been extended by 4 days till April 1st. This means that Arvind Kejriwal will further be grilled and interrogated by the Enforcement Directorate on various angles. One is what happened to the 45 crores that was used in Goa poll campaigning. Also, the lens will be on the kickbacks, alleged kickbacks that Aam Aadmi Party leaders received in exchange for undue favor for the South cartel. So all eyes will be on what the probe will throw up in the coming days, because the Enforcement Directorate is all set to tighten the screws on Arvind Kejriwal in the next 4 days. So far, Arvind Kejriwal has refused to cooperate with the Enforcement Directorate. That was mentioned by the Enforcement Directorate as well, that Arvind Kejriwal has been evading questions and has refused to give password for a mobile device that the Enforcement Directorate believes contains information which will help it connect the dots and also establish where and what happened to the alleged kickbacks that were received, while also giving undue favor for the South cartel in the Delhi excise policy that is now scrapped. We have Riyanka joining us live. Riyanka, now the Enforcement Directorate's custody of Arvind Kejriwal has been extended by 4 days. What will the Enforcement Directorate question the Delhi Chief Minister about? Because there are several, criteria that were mentioned by the probe agency that Arvind Kejriwal had refused to cooperate with the agency in these last 6 days. And they also mentioned in front of the court that the data from digital devices will have to be extracted and then confronted with the Delhi Chief Minister.
Right, absolutely. Arvind Kejriwal today, in fact, is facing yet another setback from the Rouse Avenue court when it comes to the ED custody, which has been extended for 4 more days, which is till the 1st of April, 11:30 a.m. when the court will convene once again, and then further proceedings will be taken forward. Now, today, the ED was clear enough with the fact that they are in fact going ahead and building a very strong case against Arvind Kejriwal. And as we had discussed during the course of the day, that the ED had 4 important grounds on which it had sought the extension for 7 days, but it got just 4 days of extension for Arvind Kejriwal's custody. Now, what are these grounds and what is being expected to happen in the next 4 days? For Arvind Kejriwal is number one, that he will be confronted with the documents that have been seized from the Aam Aadmi Party leaders' residences during the ED raid. Secondly, the ED has been very focused on the fact that Arvind Kejriwal did not give proper answers. They were not satisfied with the answers, and Kejriwal remained evasive when it comes to the strong questions that were put forward by the Enforcement Directorate. So they said that Kejriwal was not cooperating, hence confronting him was important. Also, the third point that is likely with the ED going to do in the next 4 days is quite likely that Arvind Kejriwal and the other accused in the case, especially from the South lobby, if we mention the fact BRS MLC K Kavita, both of them could be put in together to be face to face and confronted together in the entire matter into the probe of the South lobby here that we are talking about, because Arvind Kejriwal has been accused of receiving kickbacks of rupees 100 crore from K Kavita. Also at this point in time, what we know that the entire money trail is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Into this comes in Goa and Punjab, because summons was sent to several Aam Aadmi Party leaders and the beneficiaries as well. Today what we saw that Goa Aam Aadmi Party chief was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, and which is why we see how the Enforcement Directorate is probing the entire money trail, because it has alleged that the 100 crores that were received as kickbacks, out of that 100 crore, 45 crore went on for the Aam Aadmi Party
campaigning for the assembly elections in Goa. So these are the details that are coming in. We have to wait and see what happens next, how the ED goes on, build its probe, and also the ED went on to say that the digital data have to be also confronted with the Delhi Chief Minister in the coming 4 days.
Right, Priyanka, many thanks for joining us with all those details. Viewers, Arvind Kejriwal will remain in ED custody till April 1st. Let's wait and watch how situation pans out for the Delhi Chief Minister. Let's shift our focus, because the day after India summoned a US diplomat and objected to remarks on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest, the United States has reiterated its call for fair, transparent and timely legal processes. Now, US State Department spokesperson Matthew Miller also said that it was aware of the Congress party's allegations that tax authorities had frozen some of their bank accounts, and India has now hit back at the United States. Let's listen in to this strong retort.
Imputation questions regarding the US State Department spokesperson's comment. As you know that we've already, yesterday India had lodged its strong objection and protest with the senior official from the US Embassy with regard to the comments made by the US State Department. The recent remarks by the State Department are unwarranted. Any such external imputation on our electoral and legal processes is completely unacceptable. In India, legal processes are driven only by the rule of law. Anyone who has similar ethos, especially fellow democracies, should have no difficulty in appreciating this fact. India is proud of its independent and robust democratic institutions. We are committed to protect them from any form of undue external influences. Mutual respect and understanding form the foundation of international relations, and states are expected to be respectful of the sovereignty and internal affairs of others.
Well, first it was Germany, now it's the US, and India has again retorted strongly to the United States, saying that this is an internal matter. And let me go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining us. Abhishek, after Germany recently, it's the US that has now waded in to a lot of internal matters. One is Kejriwal's arrest, and another is Congress's accounts being frozen. But India, in its part, has lodged a strong protest with Germany, and today the MEA has also spoken tough with the US as well.
Well, of course, MEA had to set the record straight second time, and it can do n number of times. But there is a curiosity. It's interesting that repeated questions are being asked of the spokesperson. Now, I mean, what has Germany to do with what's really happening in India by way of a legal process going on? So obviously somebody is sort of putting a bait, and it's becoming sort of a clickbait answer coming in from these bureaucrats, be it the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of or the Foreign Ministry of Germany or the State Department in the case of the United States. But remember, you know, like Caesar's wife, you should be above suspicion if you have to make these kind of comments. We have seen of recently what has happened in the case of the U.S. elections and the manner in which Donald Trump was stopped from contesting and being a candidate or taking the ballot in at least 3 states. And that gives you an idea of the kind of curation of the electoral process that's certainly being tried or was being tried till the time that top levels of judiciary intervened in the United States and scrapped the obstruction coming in the way of Donald Trump's candidature as a Republican candidate. I think U.S. also has a very vibrant and strong democracy like we have. Their democracy is also very raucous like ours, and so they should appreciate better what we are going through. And in terms of the legal processes, remember, Liquorgate, at least from the first arrest that was made about a year and a half back till the time that the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has been arrested, the fact that he continues to remain Chief Minister, he has not resigned because legally he is not bound to, and morally maybe he can take a different position. But what is important is that at all levels, topmost levels of judiciary are sort of overseen, because through the bail application process, the matter at all levels. and hence for anyone to be doubting those processes or casting aspersions is absolutely uncalled for, and that's what the MEA has said, that this is a process driven by rule of law, and anyone who has similar ethos, especially fellow democracies, should have no difficulty in appreciating this fact. Obviously, the message is loud and clear that we will not, despite being best of friends, we will not brook any interference in what is our internal affair.
Right, Abhishek, the message is loud and clear. Stay out of India's internal matters. After Germany, now MEA strongly responding to the US interfering in the internal matters of India. Let's shift our focus on other top stories from across the nation. The Ministry of Home Affairs extended the Armed Forces Act in Special Armed Forces Act in 3 districts and the areas under 3 police stations in the state of Arunachal Pradesh for the period of 6 months. They have declared the state as disturbed area and it will be in force until it is withdrawn. The Delhi High Court has dismissed the Indian National Congress Party's plea challenging the Income Tax Department's order on reassessment proceedings for 4 years. This follows a previous dismissal of Congress's plea against reassessment for the years 2014 to 2017. During an anti-Naxal operation, Naxals fired indiscriminately, which was retaliated strongly by the operations team. Massive search was also underway near the area where the Naxal operations took place. The search has led to the seizure of large amount of Naxal belongings such as wires, gelatin sticks, batteries, solar panels and more. Aam Aadmi Party State President Amit Palekar is currently at the Enforcement Directorate office for questioning in relation to the Delhi excise policy scam. Additionally, the Enforcement Directorate has conducted search operations in the premises linked to Delhi AAP leader Deepak Singla. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while addressing an event in Kerala's Thiruvananthapuram district, hails Indian economy. Finance Minister says, and I quote, "If the economy has reached this level after all the trouble, then we can say that India can sustain growth momentum." She also highlighted that this is the growth of India and not the growth of just one party or state. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said centre is ready to make changes in the Agniveer recruitment scheme if necessary. The Defence Minister also assured that the future of Agniveers is secure. Massive fire breaks out at a garment shop in suburb of Mumbai. 8 fire tenders were immediately deployed to the spot to extinguish the fire. Well, viewers, a fresh controversy has hit Ashoka University. A posh casteist remarks were raised and also anti-Brahmin slogans were also raised by the students inside the campus of Ashoka University. This is the latest that we're tracking at the moment. Posh casteism is being witnessed in Ashoka University. Let's also remind our viewers about the kind of slogans that were raised inside the premises of the college. Anti-Brahmin and anti-Baniya slogans were raised by students. Let's go across to Madhurima, who's joining us live from the national capital. Madhurima, latest from Ashoka University is that posh casteism has taken center stage. What more do we have?
Well, we're reporting outside from Ashoka University, and this is the day after those slogans were raised. They are doing rounds on social media where you could hear a group of students shouting on the top of their voices, the Brahman and Baniya Murdabad, and they're asking for caste census. Let me take you to the visuals over here as well. There's a protest going on right outside the premises of Ashoka University where you could see the slogans demanding a caste census over here is being made. We'll try and speak to some of them as to what is the idea behind this particular protest.
So you guys are protesting over here. What do you have to say about the slogans that were raised inside Brahman and Banya Murdabad?
I would rather not.
But there was slogan raised and you guys are protesting over here. Would anybody here like to make a comment on the... will you take responsibility for those slogans that were raised inside? Or do you think that they were casteist? Anyone over here?
We have released a Twitter statement.
What is your Twitter statement? Could you please speak on camera? What is the Twitter statement regarding that classic slur, Brahman and Banya Murdabad?
It's in English. You speak English, you can read it.
It's okay. That's overspanned. You recording me is not going to.
I am also a journalist.
So how do you?
First of all,
I don't need permission. Did you take permission before saying Brahman Banya Murdabad inside the college?
Well, that was the defiance that was witnessed on camera. Students refusing to acknowledge what they've said on social media. And also, let's talk about the derogatory remarks that were hurled at a particular community. Because anti-Brahmin and anti-Banya slogans were raised inside the university, and it's all over social media as well. Students, instead of apologizing or rather clarifying their remarks, we've seen the defiance on our camera. Well, this is the latest coming in from Ashoka University. Let's shift our focus now on the latest stories. Activist Barka Tehran condemned Supriya Shunet's comments against Kangana Ranaut. She called Kangana Beti of Hindustan and also added that it's wrong on Supriya Shunet's part to behave in such a manner.
Priyanka Gandhi, the one who says, मैं लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ. If this is लड़की हूँ, लड़ सकती हूँ, then where is she right now? When Kangana, Beti of Hindustan, is facing she's going through hell. She's going through a lot of trauma, mental trauma, because
Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant along with BJP South Goa candidate Pallavi Dempo visited and offered prayers at Sri Shivanath Ravalnath Prasanna Temple in Shiroda. After joining BJP, Siddhant Mohapatra hailed PM Modi and said that PM Modi's double-engine government has to be brought in the state of Odisha for development.
मंत्री जी का जो है कि वो जो डबल इंजन का सरकार है, बस उड़ीसा में वो डबल इंजन का सरकार लेके आना है और उड़ीसा के वो प्रगति जो है वो सारा चीज हम लोग को देखना है बस.
The first aircraft LA5033 of the Tejas Mk-1A series took to the skies today from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited facility in Bengaluru. It was a successful sortie. With a flying time of 18 minutes, the aircraft was piloted by Chief Test Pilot Group Captain KK Venugopal. The Indian Army is conducting a joint training program with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. The program aims to further the coordination and combined operational capabilities of both forces. The training is focused on operational tactics, intelligence sharing, and counter-terrorism strategies, drawing on the Indian Army's extensive experience in these fields. And moving on, under scanner for the Forex case, Mahua Moitra has evaded the Enforcement Directorate summons, and in the latest development, Republic Bangla has also confronted the expelled TMC MP. Here is how the confrontation panned out.
মহুয়া, আজকে ইডি আপনাকে ডেকেছে, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? কোথাও গিয়ে কি ভয় পাচ্ছেন যে কারণের জন্য আপনি গেলেন না? বারংবার তো আপনি বলেছেন যে নিজেকে প্রমাণ করবেন, তারপরও কেন গেলেন? আজকে চুপ কেন? মহুয়া চুপ কেন? দেখো সবার প্রথম যে বিষয়টা আমরা ব্রেক করেছিলাম যে মহামৈত্র তিনি আজ ইডির দপ্তরে যাননি, অর্থাৎ তাকে ডেকে পাঠানো হয়েছে কিন্তু তিনি যাননি। তিনি এই মুহূর্তে নির্বাচনী প্রচারে রয়েছেন। আমি বলবো মোহিতকে দেখানোর জন্য একটা প্রশ্নের উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। কোথাও গিয়ে কি মহামৈত্র তিনি ভয় পেলেন? আমরা বারংবার জিজ্ঞাসা করবার চেষ্টা করেছি যে কেন আপনি গেলেন না, কিন্তু তারপরেও কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর তিনি দিলেন না। তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, অর্থাৎ কৃষ্ণনগরের বাড়ি থেকে মহামৈত্র তিনি বেরিয়ে যাচ্ছেন, কিন্তু কোনো কথা নয়। আমি আরো একবার কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করব। মহা, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
আমার যে চুলের টিপ ছিল
দেখুন কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহামৈত্র তিনি দিচ্ছেন না। আমরা কথা বলবার চেষ্টা করছি, বারংবার জানবার চেষ্টা করছি। মহা, আপনি গেলেন না কেন আজকে?
আমার জন্য বলে দিও ডাল ভিন্ডি রান্না করতে। ভিন্ডি করছি, ভিন্ডি।
এখানে তিনি কথা বলছেন তার কর্মী সমর্থকদের সঙ্গে, কিন্তু কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু তিনি দিতে চাইছেন না। অর্থাৎ তিনি যে যায়নি সেই বিষয়টা কিন্তু একেবারে স্পষ্ট হচ্ছে। অর্থাৎ ইডি টলো, আপনি গেলেন না, আপনি গেলেন না কেন? মহা, আপনি গেলেন না কেন?
ক্যামেরাম্যানকে একটু বলবেন যেন আমাকে ছবিটা পাঠায়।
ঠিক আছে, আমার সাথে অলরেডি যে আছে তাকে বলছি ছবিটা। ঠিক আছে।
ইডির সমন আপনি পেয়েছিলেন? ইডির সমন আপনার কাছে এসেছিল? মহা, আপনার কাছে ইডির সমন এসেছিল? দেখো কোনো উত্তর কিন্তু মহামৈত্র দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ পরিষ্কার করে বারংবার চোখে চোখ রেখে আমরা এই প্রশ্ন করেছি, তিনি কোনো রকমের কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না। অর্থাৎ যেই মহামৈত্রকে বহিষ্কার করা হয়েছিল সংসদ থেকে ঘুষ নিয়ে প্রশ্নকাণ্ডে, সেই মহামৈত্র তিনি কিন্তু কোনো উত্তর দিতে আমরা দেখলাম কোনো উত্তর দিলেন না তিনি স্পষ্ট করে।
Now let's take a look at other election-related stories. Bollywood actor Govinda joined Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena ahead of the upcoming Lok Sabha elections. Govinda is likely to be fielded from Mumbai Northwest Lok Sabha constituency. Former BJD leader Siddhant Mohapatra and Padma awardee Dr. Damayanti Peshra joined Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi today. Both leaders met BJP National President JP Nadda. Karnataka Minister and Congress leader Priyank Kharge lashed out at Kalaburgi MP, saying that the MP is being supported by CBI, ED, IT and the Election Commission. Kharge alleged that he has been receiving threat letters. Manuvadi saying that Dalits should not be speaking out this loud.
Letter from Manuvadi saying that Dalit should not be speaking out this loud. Dalit should not be coming out into politics. And if you continue to speak out, we will have to ensure that we encounter you.
Expelled TMC MP Mawa Moitra has started her election campaign from Nayachar Island in Kaliganj Assembly. Mawa Moitra is TMC's Lok Sabha candidate from Krishnanagar constituency. NCP Sharad Pawar faction spokesperson Vidya Chavan said that all seats of Northeast Mumbai belongs to Sharad Pawar faction, and if they are denied, leaders will contest from Central Mumbai.
मुंबई में जो 6 सीटें हैं उसमें से जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट मुंबई की सीट है वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के हक की सीट है और वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस को मिलनी चाहिए, ऐसी हमारी मांग है। अगर वो शिवसेना नहीं देना चाहती है तो फिर मध्य मुंबई है, हमारी सेंट्रल मुंबई जो है वहाँ से नीलेश भोसले हमारे इच्छुक है। अगर नहीं देते तो सोचेंगे क्या करना है।
JDS candidate for Hassan Prajwal Revanna submitted his nomination papers to the district electoral officer. Now Prajwal Revanna is seeking re-election to the Lok Sabha. Telangana Chief Minister Revanth Reddy casted his vote at the Kondagal MPDO office for the MLC by-elections of Mehboob Nagar. East Tripura Lok Sabha BJP candidate Kriti Singh Devbarma filed her Lok Sabha nomination in Agartala. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Saha attended the grand rally of her nomination ahead of the submission. The state BJP president and Lok Sabha candidate from Wayanad, K. Surendran, has hit out at Rahul Gandhi for neglecting the needs of his people in the Wayanad constituency. He took a dig at the Gandhi sign, saying that more elephants have visited Wayanad than Rahul Gandhi himself. He added that Rahul Gandhi's lack of action might benefit the BJP in the upcoming polls. The BJP has once again hit out at Rahul Gandhi from contesting from Wayanad. BJP's Lok Sabha candidate and state BJP chief K. Surendran from Wayanad said that Rahul Gandhi has neglected the needs of the people from his constituency. Criticizing Rahul Gandhi, K. Surendran said his lack of attention might help BJP win in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections.
It's very unfortunate. Today, again, a tragic loss by wild elephant attack in Wayanad. The criminal negligence of the state government and the local MP, Rahul ji. I would like to ask Rahul Gandhi ji, where are you now? See, the wild elephants came to town more often than Rahul Gandhi ji visited in Wayanad. This is the tragic, pathetic situation of Wayanad voters now.
Taking a dig at Rahul Gandhi, K. Surendran said, elephants have visited homes in Wayanad more than Rahul Gandhi. Bureau Report, Republic TV. Other international stories that we are tracking at the moment, US National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy stated that the ship that caused Baltimore bridge collapse was carrying hazardous materials. The ship carried 56 containers aboard containing hazardous materials including corrosives, inflammables and lithium-ion batteries. The federal government assured to provide a $1.5 billion loan to restart a nuclear power plant in Michigan, originally slated for dismantling after acquisition by a private energy company in 2022. Plans have shifted to restart the 800-megawatt Palisades plant by late 2025, supported by Michigan and Biden administration. Thailand government passed a bill on legalizing same-sex marriage. This brings Thailand closer to becoming the first Southeast Asian country to recognize the law. One killed and 16 others wounded after the deadly aerial strike that hit the Kharkiv city in Ukraine. The airstrikes caused widespread destruction, hitting several buildings and damaged many more infrastructure on ground. Portuguese parliament elected their proposed Speaker of the House after attempt failing 3 times. The vote came a day after the parliament voted 3 times for House Speaker with no winner, raising the spectre of fresh elections. Finally, the chamber elected Speaker by 160 votes in favour. Heavy rains and winds have caused flooding in Lisbon and its outskirts, snarling traffic and bringing down trees. Flash floods have blocked the streets. Well, it's time for a quick break, but on the other side, we will tell you about the exclusive conversation of Pratibha Singh with Republic TV. She says if the party fields her from Monday, she will not object. Stay tuned for that.
It's now time for the nation's sharpest opinion. From global headlines for incidents of stone pelting to hosting the world at the G20, from the weekly visuals of attacks at the Indian Armed Forces by Pakistanis to the first ever Formula 4 car racing event. Kashmir has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, from the grenade attack ripping through the Regal Cinema in Srinagar to getting its first multiplex in 2020, the face of Jammu and Kashmir has transformed under the Modi government after the abolition especially of Article 370 and 35A. For decades after decades, a regurgitated narrative was thrust, a lie told a billion times, projected and amplified by a globally funded, well-oiled machinery that the problem of Kashmir shall never be solved. We were told it was too complex a conflict for India to find a solution to. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, Narendra Modi has delivered the answers. 4.5 years after the revocation of 370, Kashmir has been more peaceful, more integrated than it has ever been through independent India's history. And that is a proud moment for every Indian. So, and this brings me to the news point today, when Amit Shah says today that the government is actually considering a rollback of AFSPA in Kashmir.
कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है। इंडी अलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है।
Days after Prime Minister Modi dialed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba is all set to make his first visit to India. This is the first time the Ukrainian Foreign Minister will visit India since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Standing here in Kiev, in front of Mahatma Gandhi's monument, I'm pleased to announce that this week I will pay my first ever visit to India. A few days ago, President Zelensky spoke with Prime Minister Modi. My visit will further strengthen our relations. Ukraine and India are two big democracies. I'm certain we are set to be good partners and friends.
The visit of the Ukrainian Foreign Minister comes after President Zelensky extended an invitation to Prime Minister Modi to visit to Ukraine later this year. The Ukrainian Foreign Minister is expected to hold high-level dialogues with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. On the top of Ukraine's agenda is going to be lobbying for India's support for the upcoming peace summit scheduled to be held later this summer in Switzerland. The peace summit is expected to build on the 10-point peace formula of President Zelensky that seeks complete withdrawal of Russian troops, release of prisoners of war, and a formal confirmation of the end of the war, among other things. India has so far not announced its participation.
Hello and welcome you watching the Thursday edition of This Is Exclusive with me, Shavin Sen. Ladies and gentlemen, with that controversy started by Supriya Shridet, many within Monday have been asking, is this a complete walkover by the Congress party? Now, there is a backstory to this. Pratibha Singh, wife of former Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Veerbhadra Singh, has been representing the Mandi constituency and has largely been seen as a bastion for the Congress party. But there has been nervousness within the Congress party as to who exactly will be the Congress candidate from the Mandi constituency. What perhaps really explains the delay in announcing the candidate from Mandi. And with this controversy, has it now become a clear, complete walkover? For the first time, Pratibha Singh has now opened up. We'll put out that interview in a short while from now. All this and much more in this edition of This Is Exclusive. These are the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. 600 lawyers talk about pressure on Supreme Court. Prime Minister calls out attempt to browbeat and bully. Big setback for Kejriwal as Delhi court extends custody by 4 more days in connection to Liquorgate. United States tries to lecture India, calls for transparent legal process on Kejriwal's arrest, mentions account freeze case. Yet another controversy hits Ashoka University as students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmin slogans. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Pratibha Singh says, if party feels me from Mandi, I won't object. Under scanner for Forex case, Mahua Moitra skips ED summons, seen evading Republic's direct questions. A day after Pratibha Singh said that she won't contest on the Mandi seat, Republic spoke to the Congress leader. From the sexist comment against Kangana Ranaut to the battle for the Mandi seat to Congress's game plan for the upcoming elections, Pratibha Singh has spoken for the first time. She says that this comment would certainly not go down well, keeping in mind that after all she is the daughter of Himachal Pradesh. The exact line that was also taken by the Chief Minister of Himachal Pradesh, who called Kangana Ranaut daughter of Himachal Pradesh. Listen to this exclusive interview with Pratibha Singh.
See, it is not for me to decide. I have told you earlier also, we have to generally review and see what the condition in the ground is. It is not only we are the deciding factors, it is the public opinion which matters more than anything else. So I have told them, let me think about it, let me talk to the people, what the people want, what the people really agree to. Then I will let you know within a week and then you can decide what to do.
So Congress High Command wants that you only should contest from Mandi against Kangana Ranaut.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They have said that from our side you are the best candidate in Mandi. So I said, okay sir, if you feel like that. I have never disobeyed the orders of High Command. Whether it was the earlier elections, by election also, under very hard circumstances, under adverse circumstances, I jumped into the fray. I won that election. And earlier also against Ram Saurabh ji, I was given the ticket. I was asked to fight. Then also I fought. So this is now again an opportunity where I want to serve the people and do my best. So let's see whatever comes out of it. Then we'll decide within a short time and people will come to know whether who will be the candidate from Mandi.
But looking at the public people of Mandi and how you have served them after Veerbhadra Singh passed away, you carried on the legacy of your husband in this Lok Sabha constituency. What is right now the perception of the voters of Mandi? Do they want you to contest from this very seat against Kangana Ranaut?
See, earlier also, as you said, Veerbhadra Singh ji had a big clout in this area. He fought election number of times from here. And he always contested. That was what the High Command wanted him to be in the fray. So he contested and won. After that, I was there for almost 3 terms. People have elected me also. His legacy counts a lot in that area. And people want that you all should be there because there's a lot of regard for this personality. And they still feel that his name, because he has done a lot. When he was the Chief Minister, he worked for the people. Even when he was in the centre, he did a lot for this area. So people want that your family should be there always. People fondly remember him. Now also, last Vidhan Sabha election also, people gave their verdict according to these lines only. And they felt that he has done so much for us. So this is a time to repay back, and they voted for Congress, and and that's how we won that seat.
You won Mandi Lok Sabha constituency 3 times. In fact, 2021 bypoll also you won. This time, what's stopping you? Why are you being hesitant from taking a quick decision when it comes to Mandi Lok Sabha constituency? Is it the perception of Prime Minister Narendra Modi or the candidature of Kangana Ranaut which is making you take a decision after thinking a lot, after giving it a lot thinking?
See, it is not a matter of Prime Minister Modi. Modi was there when I fought the last election. Then also Modi ji was there in the helm of affairs. And Jairam Thakur ji was the candidate. He was fighting those elections. So that is not the point that we get afraid of these big names. We are fighters and we know how to fight elections and we know the ground realities. In the times to come also we will, in case High Command gives me the ticket, so I'll be there and I'll work for the people.
In your opinion, has Supriya Shrine's distasteful remark against Kangana Ranaut given her a walkover in this Mandi constituency?
No, it's not a walkover, but I personally feel, being a lady, she may be in any profession, she's a film actress, she may be anything, but as far as a lady is concerned, I think we should not pass any remarks like this.
So being a lady myself, I feel that we should not talk about personal matters. ठीक है, she is a party candidate from BJP. So we should accept that and we should work. They come out with their plans, what they want to do in future, and we say what we want to do. Then people will decide whom to vote for and who will be the winning candidate.
Now, the direct attack after Supriya Shrine's remark on Kangana Ranaut, the sexist remark which was made, the direct attack came from BJP and the and overall the people who watched and saw those statements on social media. Direct attack came on Congress party. Many stated that Sonia Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are the senior Congress leaders. They should not have kept mum on this entire issue. Do you think that Congress should have apologized personally on this issue?
See, I can't say that. I can't say this. You are talking about very big names, whether it is Priyanka ji, whether it's Sonia ji. That is from them to decide. I cannot comment on such things. What call they take and how they take it, that is up to them.
Are you hoping that Congress will field you from Mandi Lok Sabha constituency?
If they do, as earlier also, they fielded me, I did my best. And whatever results they were in front of the people. This time also, if High Command gives me the ticket, then I'll be in the fray and I'll try and do my best as much as I can. I've done it earlier also, and now also I promise the people that whatever best I can do as a member of parliament, I will do that from my side.
So personally, you want to contest election from Mandi. You are just waiting for the High Command to release the candidature, to announce the candidature. Personally, you want to fight against Kangana Ranaut. We can say that.
Seeing the conditions in the ground, I feel that this is also very important. Very, very important that before deciding and before taking such big decisions, you have to see what is in the ground. What are the people's feelings, what people want. That also has to be taken. It is not about myself. It is, I represent a party. It is about the Congress party. We want the Congress party to win with thumping majority. So it is High Command who will decide which is the best candidate. Whenever they choose, then we accordingly work for the party.
For a longer period of time, since Kangana Ranaut started speaking about several political issues from past 2 years, many have been stating that her pro-Hindutva image and also the lines on which the BJP has always been campaigning, those could be the plus and the positive things for Kangana Ranaut to win the Mandi Lok Sabha constituency. How do you see this constituency? Because it comprises of Lahaul Spiti, Kinnaur and Mandi itself. Yeah.
She's not been very active in these areas. People don't even know her personally. And I feel whatever she says, that is up to her, what her view is, what her opinion is, what she wants to do. But I feel when the disaster was there, and since she's a person from Mandi only, she belongs to Mandi. That is true that she's a daughter of this area. And they have chosen her, they have brought her into the field. So we'll also do our best, whatever we can do, and win these forthcoming elections.
Apart from Pratibha Singh, how many others are also the runners for this Mandi Lok Sabha constituency? Because from past 10 years, only the name which was heard from Mandi Lok Sabha was Pratibha Singh. But now, as you said that if the High Command wants, then I'll contest. That means there are another 1 or 2 names which are also rolling in for the Mandi ticket from the side of Congress.
I really don't know. We will go and talk to them also. We will have a discussion with them also. Whatever they decide, it is the High Command who takes the call, whom to give the tickets. It is not for us to decide that I'm the candidate. It is for them to decide. So let them decide whatever they decide. We will follow that.
Have things changed after the announcement of Kangana Ranaut's candidature? Are you of the opinion that before announcement of Kangana Ranaut's candidature from Mandi, things were positive for you from the side of Congress? It was decided only that Pratibha Singh is going to contest from Mandi. But now after the announcement of Kangana Ranaut's candidature, things have taken a sudden turn.
No, not at all. Not at all. Whether it was her or whether it is anybody else. As I told you earlier also, they were like Jairam ji was there from Mandi, he fought the election. So any name can come. We have to be strong on our side and we will not see that who is the... why are you saying that since she's come, it's taken a turn? It hasn't. Theek hai, she is there. So people will see that also. They'll see her performance also. We went through a big disaster in Himachal Pradesh. People now asking questions, where was she at that time? Why didn't she come and help the people? If she was from Mandi area, and Mandi area was very badly hit by these disasters, she should have come and helped the people. People would have been happy that she is in a position where she could have helped people. So these are the questions now people have started asking. So let's see, whatever things take a turn, we'll work accordingly.
One more thing. A fortnight ago, things happened in Himachal Pradesh. That time when we spoke to you, you clearly stated that team from Delhi and DK Shivkumar came and tried to persuade you and Vikramaditya both. And that time it was being said that all is not well in Congress, Himachal Congress. Still it is being said that all is not well in Himachal Congress. Right now, what is the situation?
Okay, there are certain ups and downs in life. Congress also faced up and down. Many people left us and joined the BJP. Now we will fill those gaps. We will find candidates who can win the election. They will be in the field and they will fight it out and they'll win, and we'll make the government stable.
Himachal Pradesh CM Sukhu also called Kangana Ranaut daughter of Himachal Pradesh. Do you think that shouldn't Congress apologize for the sexist remarks? I'm asking this again and again because this is the question which is being asked by the people who have seen those comments. Until now, Supriya Shrinate also didn't apologize for her sexist remarks.
I don't know whether they will apologize or not. I can't talk on anybody's behalf.
But as a women leader, do you feel so?
I said so. Being a lady, such remarks were not desirable. One shouldn't talk about their personal lives. She's a lady, and disrespectfully, if you talk about a lady, that is not proper.
One more thing. Now the rebel MLAs now who have jumped the ship, joined the BJP camp, they're all going to contest the by-election. How do you see, will Congress field strong opponent against them, or the situation is going to be troublesome for Congress? How do you see this? Things have not been well from past 2 months in the state of Himachal Pradesh.
It's not like that they were... Even they have jumped to the BJP, but within BJP also there's a lot of resentment. There were people who were waiting that our name should have been announced, we should have been the candidates. By their jumping over, things in their camp is also not very stable, and they are also not very happy about it. But why should we comment on them? We should talk about ourselves. We will also find new candidates who can give better results, who can their performance should be good. And we will definitely win these elections and make the government stable.
From Himachal Pradesh, we'll get you that interesting turn of events that has taken place in Maharashtra. Govinda, who was earlier the Congress parliamentarian, has now switched sides. He's joined Eknath Shinde's camp. We'll get you the latest on the other side. He's spoken for the first time. We'll get you that interview after a short break.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers. He put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party. Now viewers, if there is no scam in Liquorgate, why do the biggest lawyers of the country lose in court when they stand up to fight for the Aam Aadmi Party? Are the courts biased too? Or is it the reality that there is too much evidence that the agencies have shown and the agencies have shared with the courts, with the judges, which makes even giving bail impossible for the court? Consider this, they are not even getting bail. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, Arvind Kejriwal denied bail inside jail. The denial of interim relief by the Delhi High Court in the case of Kejriwal's arrest is yet another courtroom loss for the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, anytime the Aam Aadmi Party tells you there is no scam, just ask one question. If there is no scam, how come you're always losing in court? And we all know that in every case of arrest and bail, the courts look at only one fact. The courts ask whether there is a prima facie case that can be built against the accused. If there's no prima facie case, you get bail. But here there is a prima facie case. There's a lot of scam. There's a crores of rupees which have been made. Hundreds of crores. The situation is so complicated for Arvind Kejriwal now that unless he wins tomorrow, when his matter for continued custody comes up for hearing, unless he gets relief tomorrow,
Film actor Govinda has joined the Shiva Sena. Remember, formerly he was a parliamentarian from the Congress party, and even though he was not an active part of politics, today he has made a re-entry in the presence of Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. In a super exclusive interview to Republic TV, Govinda has once again spoken about his political re-entry and why exactly right now. In fact, this contest is likely to become far more interesting given the fact that Shiva Sena Uddhav Thackeray camp has already fielded Amol Kirtikar. Remember, his candidature has resulted in a situation where you have had the Congress party getting upset about it, saying that that seat was ours. So this contest is turning out to become extremely interesting, with Shiva Sena from the Eknath Shinde side in all likelihood would be fielding Govinda. Listen in to what the actor had to say.
अभिनेता गोविंदा अब उनका जो है पदार्पण दोबारा से राजनीति में होने जा रहा है। पहले कांग्रेस, अब एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना, क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
वो 14वीं लोकसभा थी। आज 14 वर्ष बाद मैं इस पक्ष में आया हूं और इस कृपा का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। पिछले 9-10 वर्ष में जो आदरणीय मोदी जी की राज्य में जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है और जो यहाँ पे हो रही है, ये 2 वर्ष में हम लोगों ने जो देखा है बहुत शुभ है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत आगे निकलेंगे और साथ में काम करने के लिए जो मौका दिया है, मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं उनको।
एक के बाद एक कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम नेता जो हैं वो छोड़ करके जा रहे हैं, चाहे मिलिंद देवरा हो, अशोक चौहान हो। आपने भी कांग्रेस को अपना योगदान दिया है। ऐसी स्थिति में जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी का पतन हो रहा है और जिस प्रकार से आपने भी पार्टी को छोड़ा, आपको लगता है कांग्रेस का कोई भविष्य नहीं है?
सुनिए मेरी बात, जो मैंने जिस समय के लिए साथ में जोड़ा था वो मैं समय पूरा करके निकला। उसके बाद 13 वर्ष मैं कभी उस तरफ देखा भी नहीं, राइट? और मेरी तरफ भी कहीं देखा नहीं है गया है, कहीं किसी का मैं कह नहीं रहा हूँ, नाम नहीं लेता हूँ मैं कभी किसी का, और बदनामी फालतू में कभी सब्जेक्ट में डिस्कस नहीं करता हूँ। तो मैं 14 वर्ष बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं इसमें जुड़ जाऊँ, ये मुझे अच्छा लगा, जैसे उस समय वहाँ लगा था तो जुड़ गया।
उत्तर पश्चिम की अगर बात करें, उत्तर पश्चिम सीट को लेकर के क्या आप आग्रहित हैं कि आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे? क्योंकि आपकी पॉपुलैरिटी भी बहुत है।
आप उनका प्रश्न मुझे पूछ रहे हैं, वो उन्हें पूछिए आप।
नहीं, पॉपुलैरिटी आपकी बहुत है, आपको प्यार भी बहुत मिला है।
जी मिला है, और मैं सेवा प्रदान कर सकता था कि अब ये देखा जाएगा ना।
A letter written by 600 eminent lawyers about the Supreme Court and how exactly there are interest groups, vested groups that are now operating. 600 lawyers opened up about the pressure on Supreme Court, a letter to the Chief Justice of India led by Harish Salve. Prime Minister has also called out the attempt to browbeat and bully. Now, one of the lawyers signatory to this entire petition that was sent across was eminent lawyer Hitesh Jain, who's joining us right now on this broadcast from Mumbai. Let me see if we can just get him on air right now. I'm told that Hitesh Jain has joined us. Mr. Jain, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, you, along with various other lawyers, have said that there is an interest group that is operating. Whom are you referring to? Who exactly is this interest group that you are referring to? Mr. Jain, you'll have to just
Shravan,
unmute yourself. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Shravan, you're asking me an obvious question, and you know the obvious answer also as to which group we are referring. In the past 2 weeks, you are seeing a concerted attempt to undermine the judiciary and particularly the Supreme Court. And this escalated particularly when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested. Even you could hear the murmurs during the arrest of Manish Sisodia and other opposition-led leaders who have been accused of corruption. What is strange is there is this set of politicians who will accuse these people of a political corruption. Then they will don the hats of the lawyer and they will appear for them in the court. And when they do not get the favorable order, then they start criticizing the judiciary in the court, outside the court, on the media, on the social media. They use every platform to undermine the judiciary. So basically what is happening is it is their way or highway. And more so the way this judiciary, the more so this lobby is behaving, the kind of allegations they are making. For example, if a particular bench is not giving the relief, they are not afraid in name calling the judges and they are casting all sorts of aspersions. I think this is dangerous. It is dangerous for the credibility of the judiciary. We felt this is a serious enough issue which needs to be called out, and that is the reason a letter has been addressed to the Chief Justice of India, bringing in all these tactics in front of him.
Mr. Jain, I'm also quoting from the letter. You, along with the other lawyers, say that it's troubling to see some lawyers defend politicians by the day, and then they try to influence the judges through the media at night. Now, that's a cause of concern, given the fact that you've had political parties now launching a full-fledged campaign, simply saying that, there is a sense that there is a lobby that basically operates within the judiciary too, and that's what they're basically indicating to. How concerned are you, as well as the other lawyers, and what ramifications does it really have?
See, obviously this is concerning. As a lawyers, we win some case, we lose some case. It is about, at the end of the day, every lawyer will confess that there is a robust judicial system, and ultimately it is the rule of law that prevails in the court. And there is no point, there's no hard feelings whether you win the case or whether you lose the case. But when you lose the case, you start casting aspersions. When on a particular subject, there is not the judicial outcome is not favorable, there is a lobby, they will start casting the aspersion. Now, that is what is a matter of concerning. It's like, it's a very simple thing in a layman's language. If the result is not in my favor, the best thing is instead of looking at the facts, I have to start calling the judge straight away. I have to start blaming the judge that ultimately the judge was biased. He had his other views, and therefore I'm not able to succeed. I think if we start making such kind of allegation, if the lawyers who have been so-called successful lawyers, if they start making such kind of allegation, what is the faith people are going to have in the judiciary?
Well, thank you very much, Hitesh Jain, for joining us on this broadcast of This Is Exclusive. Several other eminent lawyers have also once again raised this concern as to what exactly could be the ramifications if this really continues with a lobby group, a pressure group, carrying out their activities with vested interest. That's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. But before that, Republic Media Network is also proud to announce the launch of our exclusive Nazar Ka Tika campaign, encouraging all Indians to come ahead and vote. At Republic, we believe voting is the cornerstone of our democracy, driving progress and safeguarding freedom for all. Join us in our Nazar Ka Tika campaign and vote for a new India.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है।
Frisking has given way to F4 racing on the streets of Srinagar. Headlines now boast tourism figures, not terror fatalities. IED blasts and stone pelting have given way to the world's highest rail bridge and a state-of-art movie hall. Kashmir stealing the spotlight even at the G20. Confident Home Minister on the improving situation.
निश्चित रूप से चुनाव के बाद इस पर हम एक एक्शन प्लान बनाए हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के हवाले ही जम्मू कश्मीर का कानून और व्यवस्था की स्थिति होगी और धीरे धीरे ट्रूप बैरक में जाएंगे। ये हमारा एक डिजाइन बना हुआ है। हमने 7 साल का एक ब्लूप्रिंट बनाया है। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को हम स्ट्रेंथ कर रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस अब अपने पैरों पर खड़ी हुई और जितनी भी मुठभेड़ हुई है इसमें ज्यादातर अब जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस करती है, क्योंकि फोर्थ फ्रंट पर वही रहती है। हम सपोर्ट में सेंट्रल फोर्सेस रहती है। तो एक कल्चर बदला है। पहले जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस पर विश्वास नहीं किया जाता था।
दुनिया की सबसे पुरानी भाषा तमिल भाषा हिंदुस्तान की है। मैं दुनिया को बताना चाहता हूं, सबसे पुरानी भाषा का गर्व प्राप्त है, वो मेरी तमिल भाषा है।
Very good evening, viewers. We are live and breaking on Republic TV, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you this Thursday evening. Let's get started with all the top stories making headlines this hour. It's official. Actor Govinda joins Shinde-led Shiv Sena, likely to be fielded from Mumbai Northwest seat. Lok Sabha elections inch closer, but Sharad Pawar's faction is still in a huddle mode. No candidate list yet. NCP Sharad Pawar unit says 1 out of the 6 seats in Mumbai is theirs. Congress tries to defuse the situation. Expelled TMC MP Moa Moitro skips ED summons for poll campaigning. Battle for Wayanad intensifies. K. Surendran hits out at Rahul. Says elephants have visited Wayanad more than Rahul Gandhi has visited. After Kolar, Congress infighting in Chikkabalapura constituency. Congress MLA Subba Reddy openly opposes Raksha Ramaya. After a break for almost 15 years, actor Govinda is back in the political arena. The actor has joined the Shinde Sena and his induction is being seen as a big boost for the Mahayuti alliance. The actor also reminded everyone about his close ties with Balasaheb Thackeray and affirmed that he will work for the growth of arts and culture in Maharashtra. According to sources, Govinda could contest the upcoming Lok Sabha elections from the Mumbai Northwest seat. This will see a direct competition between Uddhav Sena's Amol Kirtikar and Govinda.
अभिनेता गोविंदा अब उनका जो है पदार्पण दोबारा से राजनीति में होने जा रहा है। पहले कांग्रेस, अब एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना। क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
वो 14वीं लोकसभा थी। आज 14 वर्ष बाद मैं इस पक्ष में आया हूं और इस कृपा का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। पिछले 9-10 वर्ष में जो आदरणीय मोदी जी की राज्य में जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है और जो यहाँ पे हो रही है, ये 2 वर्ष में हम लोगों ने जो देखा है, बहुत शुभ है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत आगे निकलेंगे और साथ में काम करने के लिए जो मौका दिया है मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ उनको।
एक के बाद एक कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम नेता जो हैं वो छोड़ करके जा रहे हैं, चाहे मिलिंद देवरा हो, अशोक चौहान हो। आपने भी कांग्रेस को अपना योगदान दिया है। ऐसी स्थिति में जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी का पतन हो रहा है और जिस प्रकार से आपने भी पार्टी को छोड़ा, आपको लगता है कांग्रेस का कोई भविष्य नहीं है?
सुनिए मेरी बात, जो मैंने जिस समय के लिए साथ में जोड़ा था वो मैं समय पूरा करके निकला। उसके बाद 13 वर्ष मैं कभी उस तरफ देखा भी नहीं, राइट। और मेरी तरफ भी कहीं देखा नहीं है गया है, कहीं किसी का मैं कह नहीं रहा हूँ, नाम नहीं लेता हूँ मैं कभी किसी का, और बदनामी फालतू में कभी सब्जेक्ट में डिस्कस नहीं करता हूँ। तो मैं 14 वर्ष बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं इसमें जुड़ जाऊँ, ये मुझे अच्छा लगा, जैसे उस समय वहाँ लगा था तो जुड़ गया।
उत्तर पश्चिम की अगर बात करें, उत्तर पश्चिम सीट को लेकर के क्या आप आग्रहित हैं कि आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे? क्योंकि आपकी पॉपुलैरिटी भी बहुत है।
आप उनका प्रश्न मुझे पूछ रहे हैं, वो उन्हें पूछिए आप।
नहीं, पॉपुलैरिटी आपकी बहुत है, आपको प्यार भी बहुत मिला है।
जी मिला है, और मैं सेवा प्रदान कर सकता था कि अब ये देखा जाएगा ना।
And Republic TV also spoke to Milind Devra. Remember, Milind Devra is also one of those who has switched from the Congress party to the BJP. Let's take a listen into what Milind Devra had to say.
See, I've known Govinda for almost 25 years. And in 2004, we both fought the elections together. I fought South Mumbai, he fought North Mumbai. My late father had blessed us both, had brought him into the Congress then. He's a man with a clean heart. He wants to do something good for Mumbai. He wants to represent the creative industry, the artists. Mumbai is India's cultural capital.
And my colleague Sandeep is joining us live from Mumbai right now on the broadcast. So it's of course official. Govinda is adding more star power to the NDA this time. Now it's Shiv Sena that is becoming star-studded with Govinda joining his party ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. What sort of a boost does it provide, Sandeep, here to the NDA and to the Mahayuti?
So yes, definitely. As far as the elections are concerned, Eknath Shinde is in fact looking out for people who has huge popularity, and in the same sequence it seems that after Milind Devra's entry, it is Govinda who has in fact joined in Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. What would be his role? Whether he will be just a campaigner for Eknath Shinde, or whether he will be given any kind of opportunity to contest elections in Lok Sabha. That is something that is not yet clear, but ultimately when we questioned Govinda regarding his wish to contest election, he said that it is the party and the senior leaders to decide whether the opportunity to be given or not. He is ready to serve though. That is what is being he told us. So definitely whether he will be allotted the Mumbai Northwest seat or not, that is something that we have to look out for, because Northwest is the seat over which there is still mystery, and so far neither BJP nor Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena has given up its candidate against the Uddhav Sena's Amol Kirtikar. Remember, Sanjay Nirupam is someone whose ticket has been who has been denied ticket by the Congress party, and Uddhav Sena was given that very seat, and after which the outrage within Sanjay Nirupam came out against Congress party as well. But whether the opportunity for the Northwest constituency will go for actor Govinda or not, that is not yet clear, and neither Eknath Shinde nor Govinda himself has stated anything regarding that very seat. Whether that seat will be in the camp of Eknath Shinde, this is also not yet clear. So definitely we have to keep our eyes over what unfolds next, because that is very important seat, and it has it is highly dominated by North Indians in Mumbai, Northwest constituency. So if at all Govinda also gets the opportunity there, so it would be a very safe seat for Govinda to get it secured and win that very constituency. But so far there is no official announcement over him contesting that very constituency.
Right, in fact, stay with us, Sandeep. We're getting more updates on Maharashtra. Now, remember, this is a fresh crack that has emerged in Maharashtra's Mahayuti alliance. Remember, senior Shinde faction leader Anand Rao Adsul has opposed Navneet Rana's candidature from the Amravati Lok Sabha constituency. And this is what he had said, that Navneet Rana will be entering a death well now. Sandeep, quite strong words are being used here. So still there is nothing much all well in the Mahayuti, because, he has pointed out that decision to field Rana was not taken by the Grand Alliance, but he's pointing fingers that it was actually on the order or direction of the BJP.
Rakshita, if you talk about Navneet Rana's seat, remember Navneet Rana was last time elected as an independent MP, and she had the support of NCP from outside. And at that point of time, remember, at this point of time, Anand Rao Adsul was very much hopeful within the Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena to get that very seat for his son. So, ultimately, Navneet Rana's name was announced by the central leadership of Bharatiya Janata Party, and the Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena wanted that very seat for themselves. And not only that, the Bharatiya Janata Party local cadre is also upset with Navneet Rana there in Amravati. The local Amravati workers are also upset with Navneet Rana, and they had a history of fighting against Navneet Rana. So ultimately, Bharatiya Janata Party giving Navneet Rana the ticket from Amravati constituency is in fact hurting the local sentiments out there, of the people out there. And in the same series of events, we saw Anand Rao Adsul stating against Navneet Rana. It will be very much crucial to see how will Bharatiya Janata Party convince its all their alliance partners out there, and even their own party workers out there, wherein there is an outrage against Navneet Rana from Amravati.
All right. Thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us with those details. So lots going on in Maharashtra ahead of the Lok Sabha elections, and Republic TV will be getting you all the latest on that and from across the country. Now we move on to some other news now. Right now, amid Lok Sabha poll preparations, Uttarakhand Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami has held a roadshow on foot in Didi Hat Bazaar of Pittoragarh district. On the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, JJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana, Dushyant Chautala, took a jibe at the Congress, saying it is clear that this is Congress's last election. He added that JJP will contest on all 10 seats in Haryana and candidates will be announced soon.
कांग्रेस के अंदर एक चीज तो साफ सामने आ रही कि पूरे देश में कांग्रेस के जिनको हम दिग्गज किया करते थे वो सारे डर रहे हैं, और ये चीज साफ कर देती है कि कांग्रेस का ये अंतिम चुनाव कि सभी 10 लोकसभा सीटों पर जननायक जनता पार्टी मजबूत मिजाज भी उतारेगी और मजबूती से उन सीटों को जीतने का भी काम करें.
After being appointed as BJP's national spokesperson, CR Keswan slammed India Alliance, saying that they preach the ideology of hate and practice the politics of polarization.
The India Alliance preaches the ideology of hate and practices the politics of polarization. You would have seen how they've said they're enemies of Ram. The India Alliance has said we'll eradicate Sanatan Dharma, we'll eliminate Ma Shakti. And even some of the alliance members of the India Alliance have said we will divide India and separate from India.
On Sushil Kumar Rinku joining the BJP, Aam Aadmi Party Minister Saurabh Bhardwaj says that MLAs in Punjab were offered money, Lok Sabha candidature and Y plus security by BJP to join them. Saurabh Bhardwaj alleges that BJP is trying to topple the Aam Aadmi Party government in Punjab.
पंजाब में बहुत सारे विधायकों के पास पार्टी बदलने के लिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आने के लिए उनको पैसा ऑफर किया गया, उनको वाई प्लस सिक्योरिटी ऑफर की गई, उनको पोजीशंस ऑफर की गई, यहां तक कि उनको संसद के अंदर चुनाव लड़ाने की बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कही.
Days after quitting the BJD party, Bhartrahari Mehtab is likely to join the BJP today. Now, Mehtab quit BJD on the 22nd of March. And Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivakumar says that there is pressure from candidates for election ticket from Kolar, but no one will resign from the party over this. He adds that all party leaders will work together in Kolar. Days after Naveen Jindal joined hands with the BJP after quitting the Congress, his mother and former Haryana Minister Savitri Jindal also quit the Congress party. Now, after fighting over Kolar ticket, the Karnataka Congress is facing more infighting. Now, this time the divide is over Raksha Ramaiah. Even as former Chief Minister Veerappa Moily is confident of getting the ticket, Siddaramaia's close aide Raksha Ramaiah continues to lobby hard. And amidst this, Congress MLA Subba Reddy says he will not support Raksha and instead pitches for Veerappa Moily and Shivashankar Reddy. Our colleague Prajwal Prasad, in fact, is joining us live on the broadcast from Bengaluru on this now tussle happening over Chikkabalapura there, Prajwal. Congress is continuously facing more and more trouble, more and more tussle. What is the latest? Tell us more as far as the context of this seat is concerned.
You know, Rakshita, first and foremost about going ahead and speaking about the Chikbalapur Lok Sabha constituency, we are seeing that Raksha Ramaiah was one of the contenders and he was also one of the front runners. And it was expected that the Congress High Command would go ahead and give him a seat. But in all likelihood now it looks like, it will not be a possibility here because Subba Naidu, a Congress legislator from Bagyapalli, which comes under the Chikbalapur Lok Sabha constituency, has now written an open letter of rebellion to the KPCC President D.K. Shivakumar, and he's also asked the District in Charge Minister, Mr. B.Z. Zamir Ahmad Khan, as well as Chief Minister Siddaramaiah to intervene here. And therefore, there has been no sort of solutions reached because he states that if a ticket is being given, it should be either given to Shivashankar Reddy or Veerappa Moily. So basically, it is not only Mr. Moily whose name is under consideration, but also Shivashankar Reddy as well. And meanwhile, Shivashankar Reddy, while even speaking to the regional media, has gone ahead and expressed his opinion, stating that no matter what, we will not back down as well. And if a ticket is given to Raksha Ramaiah, they will not be working for the Congress party. So there's still a massive rebellion within the Chikbalapur Congress unit. But all said and done now, there are also breaking developments on the Kolar Lok Sabha constituency as well, Rakshita. We are getting to understand that a marathon meeting between the Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister and all the Congress legislators and the MLCs who had rebelled mainly from the Kolar unit has now finally ended, and it is now being understood that all these legislators of the Congress party from Kolar have agreed to the solution which has been provided by the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, stating that whatever decision is being taken by the High Command, they will abide by it, but they still go on to oppose K.H. Munyappa. But in the interest of the party, they will go ahead and make sure that they will fight for the party and they will stand by whoever the candidate is. So somewhere the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister have finally been able to firefight and contain and quell the rebellion which had broken out in the Kolar Lok Sabha constituency among the Congress unit workers as well. But how will these minister as well as MLAs gel with K.H. Munyappa is something that has to be seen as well. So this marathon meeting outside the Chief Minister's official residence has just ended now. And these are breaking developments coming in from the state of Karnataka. So we will still need to wait in as to what the Chief Minister has spoken and how will Chikbalapur be taken in and considered into.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Prajwal, for joining us with those details from Karnataka. We'll slip into a short break, viewers. On the other side, our coverage continues, tracking all the top stories. On the other side, expelled TMC MP Maua Moitro, remember, has skipped ED's summons for what she says she had to go for poll campaigning. Republic TV also confronted her. And battle for Wayanad intensifies. K. Surendran hits out at Rahul Gandhi, says elephants have visited Wayanad more than him.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education, whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
इंडी एलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है।
Days after Prime Minister Modi dialed Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba is all set to make his first visit to India. This is the first time the Ukrainian Foreign Minister will visit India since the start of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Standing here in Kiev, in front of Mahatma Gandhi's monument, I'm pleased to announce that this week I will pay my first ever visit to India. A few days ago, President Zelensky spoke with Prime Minister Modi. My visit will further strengthen our relations. Ukraine and India are two big democracies. I'm certain we are set to be good partners and friends.
The visit of the Ukrainian Foreign Minister comes after President Zelensky extended an invitation to Prime Minister Modi to visit to Ukraine later this year. The Ukrainian Foreign Minister is expected to hold high-level dialogues with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. On the top of Ukraine's agenda is going to be lobbying for India's support for the upcoming peace summit scheduled to be held later this summer in Switzerland. The peace summit is expected to build on the 10-point peace formula of President Zelensky that seeks complete withdrawal of Russian troops,
campaigners ahead of Lok Sabha elections. Akhilesh Yadav, Shivpal Yadav, Jaya Bachchan are among the star campaigners for the Samajwadi Party. So the list is out, and Akhilesh Yadav himself and Shivpal Yadav, who is his uncle, and Jaya Bachchan is part of this list. So that's the list of 40, in fact. These are the names amongst the 40 campaigners, star campaigners for the Samajwadi Party. And the list is out. We'll get you more names on this list. Remember, Akhilesh Yadav is not contesting the Lok Sabha polls this time. But he will, of course, being the party supremo, will campaign. Let's take a listen in to Akhilesh Yadav. In fact, we'll get you more details on that. But the star campaigners, in fact, also includes Dimple Yadav, who is Akhilesh Yadav's wife, Ram Gopal Yadav, who is also an uncle, Shivpal Yadav is also Akhilesh's uncle, and there are many others who are part of this list. We understand even Azam Khan, who's in custody, could also be part of this campaign list, star campaigner list. Jaya Bachchan. All right, my colleague Ajay Dubey joining us live on the broadcast from Lucknow. Ajay, the list is out, and what's interesting is that even Azam Khan's name is in the star campaigners list.
We can see the name of Azam Khan there, and the important thing is that Azam Khan is the message. He must be he will be not participating in the campaign, but the important thing is his name is the message. So we can see many names in this list. Akhilesh is the first name, and then Kiran Nanda, who comes from Bengal and is the second, chronologically, he's the second most senior member in Samajwadi Party. Then Ram Gopal Yadav, who will be participating in this Schedule 1 of the campaigning, and many others. There are more than 5 to 6 people from the family and the other leaders also. The important part is that the list is clear now, but the campaigning, the process of campaigning will be very difficult, because in the first phase of voting, we can see there is a conflict in Muradabad, there is a conflict in in Rampur. There's a conflict now in Noida also, that now Samajwadi Party have changed their candidate in Noida also. So this is a space full of conflict. The phase 1 will be full of conflict for Samajwadi Party. Now list is announced, and in few days we'll be watching leaders going in the various part of the first phase to campaign the election.
Absolutely, of course. There's a lot of course, tussle also going on within the Samajwadi Party over. We saw how S.T. Hassan is also upset over the ticket row and so on and so forth. And of course, it's a message in itself. Azam Khan being part of the list of star campaigners. Thank you so much for the moment for joining us with those details, Ajay from Lucknow. Right, in some more news, viewers, the Bollywood actor Govinda has joined the Shiv Sena in the presence of Eknath Shinde, the Maharashtra Chief Minister, ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Govinda is likely to be fielded from Mumbai Northwest. Former BJD leader Siddhant Mohapatra and Padma awardee Dr. Damayanti Beshra joined Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi today. Both leaders met BJP National President JP Nadda. Karnataka Minister and Congress leader Priyank Khadge lashed out at Kalaburgi MP, saying that MP is being supported by CBI, ED, IT and the Election Commission. Khadge alleges that he has been receiving threat letters from what he calls Manuwadis, saying that Dalits should not be speaking out this loud.
Again, I have received a threat letter from Manuwadis saying that a Dalit should not be speaking out this loud. A Dalit should not be coming out into politics. And if you continue to speak out, we will have to ensure that we encounter you.
Expelled TMC leader Mahua Moitro started her election campaign from Nayachar Island in Kaliganj Assembly. Mahua Moitro is TMC's Lok Sabha candidate from Krishnanagar constituency. NCP-SCP spokesperson Vidya Chavan says that all the seats of Northeast Mumbai belong to Sharad Pawar faction, and if they are denied, leaders will contest from central Mumbai.
मुंबई में जो 6 सीटें हैं उसमें से जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट मुंबई की सीट है वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के हक की सीट है और वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस को मिलनी चाहिए, ऐसी हमारी मांग है। अगर वो शिवसेना नहीं देना चाहती है तो फिर मध्य मुंबई है, हमारी सेंट्रल मुंबई जो है वहां से नीलेश भोसले हमारे इच्छुक है। अगर नहीं देते तो सोचेंगे क्या करना है।
Janata Dal candidate Hassan Prajwal Revanna submitted his nomination papers to the district electoral officer. Revanna is seeking re-election to the Lok Sabha. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy casted his vote at the Kodangal MPDO office for the MLC by-election of Mahbub Nagar. East Tripura Lok Sabha BJP candidate Kriti Singh Dev Barma filed her Lok Sabha nomination in Agartala. Tripura Chief Minister Manik Shah attended the grand rally of her nomination submission. The state BJP president and Lok Sabha candidate from Wayanad, K. Surendran, has criticized Rahul Gandhi for neglecting the needs of the people in his constituency. In fact, he took a dig at Rahul Gandhi, saying that elephants have visited Wayanad more than Rahul Gandhi himself has. He added that Rahul Gandhi's lack of action might benefit the BJP in the upcoming polls. Listen in.
The BJP has once again hit out at Rahul Gandhi from contesting from Wayanad. BJP's Lok Sabha candidate and state BJP chief K. Surendran from Wayanad said that Rahul Gandhi has neglected the needs of the people from his constituency. Criticizing Rahul Gandhi, K. Surendran said his lack of attention might help BJP win in the upcoming Lok Sabha elections.
It's very unfortunate. Today again a tragic loss by wild elephant attack in Wayanad. The criminal negligence of the state government and the local MP Rahul ji. I would like to ask Rahul Gandhi ji, where are you now? See, the wild elephants came to town more often than Rahul Gandhi ji visited in Wayanad.
This is the tragic, pathetic situation of Wayanad voters now.
Taking a dig at Rahul Gandhi, K. Surendran said, elephants have visited homes in Wayanad more than Rahul Gandhi. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Tip into a short break. On the other side, expelled TMC MP Mahua Moitra skips the ED summons for poll campaigning. We get you all that and much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
इंडी अलायंस वाले लोग बार बार जानबूझकर हिंदू धर्म का अपमान करते हैं। इनका हर बयान बहुत सोचा समझा हुआ होता है। जब मैं जम्मू और कश्मीर बोलता हूं तो पीओ को इसके अंदर ही आता है। एक सेकंड भाई सुनो तो, सुनिए तो आप मुझे बोलने नहीं देंगे। आप मैं स्पष्ट करता हूं माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज। मैं जब जम्मू एंड कश्मीर बोलता हूं माननीय सदस्य इसलिए एग्रेसिव हूं कि जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के पीए को आप भारत का हिस्सा नहीं मानते हो क्या? एग्रेसिव ना हो, जान दे देंगे इसके लिए। क्या बात कर रहे हो आप? एग्रेसिव होने की क्या बात कर रहे हो? जान दे देंगे इसके लिए।
5 years after, the Union Home Minister announced the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. The centre is now likely to take yet another major decision for Jammu and Kashmir. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, in an interview to a publication in J&K, said that the central government will consider revoking the Armed Forces Special Powers Act in the valley. Amit Shah also said that the government has plans to pull back.
Good evening and welcome, friends, to this Thursday edition of Biggest Story Tonight. India setting the record straight second time after the United States again mentioned the issue of legal processes connected with the Liquorgate and telling United States to be a good friend and not meddle with what is essential and internal affair of India. Ministry of External Affairs through its spokesperson coming out and setting the record straight second time in 48 hours. Also, important developments in connection with the Liquorgate. Arvind Kejriwal's woes not ending. The Delhi High Court, in fact, extending, or in fact, the trial court extending the ED custody for another 2 days and more. Let's begin with the headlines first and then come back to the important story connected with Liquorgate. As 600 lawyers talk about pressure on Supreme Court, Prime Minister calls out attempt to browbeat and bully. Big setback for Kejriwal as Delhi court extends custody by 4 more days in connection with Liquorgate. United States tries to lecture India, calls for transparent legal process on Kejriwal's arrest, mentions Congress account freeze case. Yet another controversy hits Ashoka University as its students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmin slogans. In an exclusive conversation with Republic, Pratibha Singh says if party feels me from Monday, I won't object.
Under scanner for forex case, Maua Moitra skips ED summons, seen evading Republic's direct questions as well. Welcome again, friends. So let's begin with the biggest story that's been trending, which is in a big setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Rouse Avenue Court has extended his custody with the Enforcement Directorate by 4 more days till April 1. This comes after the ED sought 7 days custody of Kejriwal in connection with Liquorgate investigation. Remember, the ED has been maintaining that it has a lot of evidence which needs to be corroborated after questioning of the Delhi Chief Minister, and after already 5 days of questioning of the Delhi Chief Minister, the ED sought 7 more days, given 4 more days, which are going to go on till April 1st. In a bit, we are going to be joined in by our correspondent Riyanka. She has been there on the ground covering the case from the ED to the Rouse Avenue Court, where the Delhi Chief Minister was taken. He was earlier seen congratulating Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann for having become a father of a baby girl, and otherwise evading questions. The Delhi Chief Minister has been letting his wife Sunita Kejriwal do the talking, while everyone in the political opposition asks in what capacity she is someone who has been holding the baton on behalf of the Delhi Chief Minister. But his legal woes seem not to be coming to an end anytime soon, with the court pronouncing its verdict and giving 4 more days of custodial interrogation to the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, this comes amid reports that after the ED is done with the questioning, even CBI might want to question the Delhi Chief Minister, because parallel investigation is going on in the same case. The ED carries the investigation under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The CBI does it under the Prevention of Corruption Act. I am told Riyanka is in fact live with us now. And Riyanka, you were there in the court when the proceedings were on, following which Arvind Kejriwal was given 4 more days of, the ED was given 4 more days of custody of the Delhi Chief Minister. The Aam Aadmi Party continues to maintain there is no case. In fact, Kejriwal himself argued on his behalf today in the court. What is your sense from here on? You think that this is the last time that ED has been given custody of the Delhi Chief Minister, or you think that ED has more material up its sleeves and it could be the same picture again on April 1?
Right, see, the setback for Arvind Kejriwal in fact continues from the court, and how, as we see at this point in time, that there has been given 4 days extension to Arvind Kejriwal when it comes to the Enforcement Directorate. They have been given an upper hand here. On the 1st of April is what we are getting to know, that Arvind Kejriwal will once again be produced in front of the court, the Rouse Avenue Court, at 11:30 a.m. So what is going to likely happen in the next 4 days are the 4 grounds on which the ED sought an extension. Firstly, that Arvind Kejriwal will be confronted with the documents that have been seized during the raids at the Aam Aadmi Party leader's premises. And secondly, what the ED maintains that Arvind Kejriwal have been evasive during the interrogation, which is why he needs to be confronted and he has to give proper answers and cooperate with the Enforcement Directorate. Well, also at this point in time, what we are getting to know is that in all likelihood, in the next 4 days, Arvind Kejriwal and the other accused in the case, be it Manish Sisodia, be it BRS leader K. Kavita, they might be put on face-to-face and confronted together by the Enforcement Directorate. And also the money trail which is being probed, the entire money trail, which is why we saw how in Goa today, the Aam Aadmi Party Goa chief was also summoned by the Enforcement Directorate because they are probing the 45 crore out of the 100 100 crore kickbacks that was used during the Goa Assembly elections for the campaigning purposes. So several developments are going to take place. The ED is going to make a strong case against Arvind Kejriwal, but the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal both are saying that the arrest is illegal, that the remand is illegal, and they have also said that the ED does not have enough evidence. The Aam Aadmi Party has in fact challenged the fact that on what grounds is Arvind Kejriwal being arrested. This is what has been in fact argued in the court as well. So we have to wait and watch whether the ED will be given an extension. At this point in time, we also see how the CBI is also in all likelihood to come in and seek custody for Arvind Kejriwal. So heat is indeed increasing for the Delhi Chief Minister.
Okay, the heat is on. Thank you so much, Riyanka, for those updates. But we stay with the story, but with a different angle, which is a foreign policy aspect emerging a day after India summoned US diplomat, deputy envoy in their mission here and objected to the remarks on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest made by the State Department in Washington, D.C. The US reiterated its call for fair, transparent, timely legal processes. Same spokesperson, Matthew Miller, he said that it was aware of the Congress party's allegations that tax authorities had frozen some of their bank accounts. India has now hit back at the United States with the Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Ranjit Jaiswal today setting the record straight. Listen in.
Questions regarding the US State Department spokesperson's comment. As you know that we've already, yesterday India had lodged its strong objection and protest with the senior official from the US Embassy with regard to the comments made by the US State Department. The recent remarks by the State Department are unwarranted. Any such external imputation on our electoral and legal processes is completely unacceptable. In India, legal processes are driven only by the rule of law. Anyone who has similar ethos, especially fellow democracies, should have no difficulty in appreciating this fact. India is proud of its independent and robust democratic institutions. We are committed to protect them from any form of undue external influences. Mutual respect and understanding form the foundation of international relations, and states are expected to be respectful of the sovereignty and internal affairs of others.
All right, moving on. The Supreme Court controversy is only getting bigger by the day after 600 lawyers opened up about pressure on the top court. A letter to the Chief Justice of India led by Harish Salve, among others. Prime Minister has called out now the attempt to browbeat and bully the top judiciary. In fact, the letter was occasioned by innuendos and attempts at coloring the perception about the Supreme Court by making charges like bench fixing by a certain lobby. And I'm told we are being joined in by Mr. Manan Mishra. He is one of the signatories, senior lawyer, who's part of the process of trying to get attention on this lobby. A very good evening to you, Mr. Mishra. If you could tell us what occasioned this letter, which is expressing not just disaffection, but an element of frustration also at this sense of entitlement that this lobby has, that they can try to influence administrative aspects of the Supreme Court of the country as well. What occasioned this letter?
See, just to mount a pressure, it was a pressure tactics by a handful of lawyers of the Supreme Court. They wrote a letter to the Honorable Chief Justice of India, and they made several allegations in that the judiciary is being guided and the benches are being fixed at the instance of somebody. So baseless allegations were made against our judiciary and the institution. Therefore, Myself, Mr. Harish Salve, and other 600 lawyers, we wrote to the Honorable Chief Justice of India not to take notice of such frivolous and baseless letters, and on the other hand, to take actions against such elements who are trying to browbeat our judiciary.
Okay, sir, if you could share who are these lawyers and what are their connections which makes them so confident of trying to hector and dictate even the topmost court of the country?
See, some of the lawyers, everybody knows, they are politically attached with some of the other parties, and they all the times whenever some political issue comes, whenever some issue with regard to the corruption comes, whenever the issue of a politician involved in the corruption that comes, they start doing this. Even in the year 2018-19, they did the same thing. They write some letter, make it viral, and then through social media, they want to, and they try to malign the image of our judiciary, our judges, our Supreme Court. Therefore, you know, the election, Lok Sabha elections are going to be held. At this moment, writing a letter, baseless letter to the Honorable Chief Justice of India, making so many baseless allegations, and thereafter giving it to the social media, this is very dangerous for the democracy of the democratic setup of the country, dangerous for the institution. The moment we came to know about it, we also wrote to the Honorable Chief Justice of India not to take notice of this. The public of our country, the general common man, the lawyers, the legal fraternity, they are fully aware of the intent and the motive behind such letters. You know.
Okay, but then is there going to be follow-up? Is there going to be any follow-up, Mr. Mishra, on this letter to make sure that these kind of motivated pressure tactics are not used again?
See, it is for them. We have also actually requested the Honorable Chief Justice to take some action. At least it's a matter of contempt. You know, some of the judges by name, they have been blamed. It's a very serious matter. Naming the judges.
It is, of course.
Kejriwal, you know, he is in jail. The day he was arrested by ED, a petition was filed before the Supreme Court. The case was mentioned, it was fixed at 2 p.m. A special bench was constituted. The moment they saw that they are not going to get a favorable order, then they withdrew it. They moved the High Court. High Court also, the petition was totally frivolous. It was without jurisdiction. The jurisdiction lies with the special court and the magistrate. The remanding magistrate, the remanding court. But purposely they moved the higher courts. Knowing it full well, the position of law they know. But they move before the courts and they know that they are not going to get any favorable order. Courts cannot bypass the settled principle of law. They start doing this, all such mischiefs they are doing at the time of election.
Right. Obviously seems like motivated mischief, and that's why you had to hit back with another letter so that at least a buzz is created, awareness is created. Thank you so much, Mr. Manan Mishra, for joining us. On that note, we slip into a short break. This story, by the way, is going to trend over the evening and is going to be the debate, part of the debate at 9 p.m. with Arnab Goswami. Do watch in. And on the other side, yet another controversy hits Ashoka University as students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmins slogans. Also under scanner for Forex case, Mahua Moitra skips ED summons, seen evading Republic's direct questions as well.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers, he put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aadmi party. Now viewers, if there is no scam in Liquorgate, why do the biggest lawyers of the country lose in court when they stand up to fight for the Aadmi party? Are the courts biased too? Or is it the reality that there is too much evidence that the agencies have shown and the agencies have shared with the courts, with the judges, which makes even giving bail impossible for the court? Consider this, they are not even getting bail. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, Arvind Kejriwal denied bail inside jail. The denial of interim relief by the Delhi High Court in the case of Kejriwal's arrest is yet another courtroom loss for the Aadmi party. Now, anytime the Aadmi party tells you there is no scam, just ask one question. If there is no scam, how come you're always losing in court? And we all know that in every case of arrest and bail, the courts look at only one fact. The courts ask whether there is a prima facie case that can be built against the accused. If there's no prima facie case, you get bail. But here there is a prima facie case. There's a lot of scam. There's a crores of rupees which have been made. Hundreds of crores. The situation is so complicated for Arvind Kejriwal now that unless he wins tomorrow...
हिंदू धर्म में शक्ति शब्द होता है. हम शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं. एक शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं.
इंडी अलायंस ने अपना घोषणा पत्र शक्ति को खत्म करने के लिए किया है. मैं इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करता हूं और मैं इन शक्ति स्वरूपा माताओं बहनों की रक्षा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा दूंगा. कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है.
Welcome back. After a break for almost 15 years, actor Govinda is back in the political arena. The actor has joined the Shinde Sena and his induction is being seen as a big boost for the Mahayuti alliance. The actor also reminded everyone about his close ties with Balasaheb Thackeray and affirmed that he will work for the growth of arts and culture in Maharashtra. According to sources, Govinda could contest the upcoming Lok Sabha elections from the Mumbai Northwest seat. This will see a direct competition between Uddhav Sena's Amol Kirtikar and the Bollywood star of yesteryears. Remember, he was earlier with the Congress party, but now after a 15 years hiatus coming in and joining the Shinde Sena. Have a look at this report.
अभिनेता गोविंदा अब उनका जो है पदार्पण दोबारा से राजनीति में होने जा रहा है. पहले कांग्रेस, अब एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना. क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
वो 14वीं लोकसभा थी. आज 14 वर्ष बाद मैं इस पक्ष में आया हूं और इस कृपा का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं पिछले 9-10 वर्ष में जो आदरणीय मोदी जी की राज्य में जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है और जो यहाँ पे हो रही है, ये 2 वर्ष में हम लोगों ने जो देखा है बहुत शुभ है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत आगे निकलेंगे और साथ में काम करने के लिए जो मौका दिया है मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ उनका।
एक के बाद एक कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम नेता जो हैं वो छोड़ करके जा रहे हैं, चाहे मिलिंद देवरा हो, अशोक चौहान हो। आपने भी कांग्रेस को अपना योगदान दिया है। ऐसी स्थिति में जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी का पतन हो रहा है और जिस प्रकार से आपने भी पार्टी को छोड़ा, आपको लगता है कांग्रेस का कोई भविष्य नहीं है?
सुनिए मेरी बात, जो मैंने जिस समय के लिए साथ में जोड़ा था वो मैं समय पूरा करके निकला। उसके बाद 13 वर्ष मैं कभी उस तरफ देखा भी नहीं, राइट। और मेरी तरफ भी कहीं देखा नहीं है गया है, कहीं किसी का मैं कह नहीं रहा हूँ, नाम नहीं लेता हूँ मैं कभी किसी का, और बदनामी फालतू में कभी सब्जेक्ट में डिस्कस नहीं करता हूँ। तो मैं 14 वर्ष बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं इसमें जुड़ जाऊँ, ये मुझे अच्छा लगा, जैसे उस समय वहाँ लगा था तो जुड़ गए।
उत्तर पश्चिम की अगर बात करें, उत्तर पश्चिम सीट को लेकर के क्या आप आग्रहित हैं कि आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे? क्योंकि आपकी पॉपुलैरिटी भी बहुत है।
आप उनका प्रश्न मुझे पूछ रहे हैं, वो उन्हें पूछिए आप।
नहीं, पॉपुलैरिटी आपकी बहुत है, आपको प्यार भी बहुत मिला है।
जी मिला है, और मैं सेवा प्रदान कर सकता था कि अब ये देखा जाएगा ना।
All right, a day after Union Minister Amit Shah hinted at revocation of AFSPA in Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti has said that PDP supports removal of AFSPA, adding that it was the only demand PDP had when they were in alliance with the BJP. Mufti further lashed out at the party, saying this could be an act to gain votes. Listen in.
A day after Union Home Minister Amit Shah dropped a big hint over centre mulling AFSPA revocation in Jammu and Kashmir, PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti has come out and said that PDP's primary demand was AFSPA's removal from the valley. Mehbooba Mufti also slammed BJP and termed the latest move a big move by the BJP just to gain votes.
ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट डिमांड रही है और कई सालों से रही है, और पीडीपी इसकी हर वक्त वकालत करती रही है। और यही वजह है कि जब हमने बीजेपी के साथ अलायंस किया तो उस अलायंस एजेंडा ऑफ अलायंस का ये बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा था। तो अब हम ये सोच रहे हैं कि बात इलेक्शन के वक्त इन्होंने की है, क्या ये वाकई सीरियस है या ये एक जुमला है? इन्होंने कहा था 15 लाख रुपए हम हर गरीब के अकाउंट में जमा कराएंगे, ऐसा तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ।
The PDP chief hit out at the BJP over other issues, adding that the BJP failed to keep several of its promises. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, we slip again into a short break, but come back on the other side with yet another controversy that has hit Ashoka University as students resort to posh casteism, raise anti-Brahmin slogans. And under scanner for Forex case, Mahua Moitra escaped CD summons, also seen evading Republic's direct questions.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Things have got really complicated today for Arvind Kejriwal. He put together all the lawyers, he put together some of the most formidable lawyers in India to fight his case. And these criminal lawyers, the topmost in the country, gave everything they had to defend him. Everything they had to question his arrest. They put forth all their arguments, but they still lost in court. They questioned the use of approvers, they questioned the timing of the arrest, they questioned the intent of the agency, but they still lost in the court. Loss after loss after loss after loss in court for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi party. Now viewers, if there is no scam in Liquorgate, why do the biggest lawyers of the country lose in court when they stand up to fight for the Aam Aadmi party? Are the courts biased too? Or is it the reality that there is too much evidence that the agencies have shown and the agencies have shared with the courts, with the judges, which makes even giving bail impossible for the court? Consider this, they are not even getting bail. Manish Sisodia, Satyendra Jain, Sanjay Singh, Arvind Kejriwal denied bail inside jail, the denial of interim relief by the Delhi High Court in the case of Kejriwal's arrest is yet another courtroom loss for the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, anytime the Aam Aadmi Party tells you there is no scam, just ask one question. If there is no scam, how come you're always losing in court? And we all know that in every case of arrest and bail, the courts look at only one fact. The courts ask whether there is a prima facie case that can be built against the accused. If there's no prima facie case, you get bail. But here there is a prima facie case. There's a lot of scam. There's a crores of rupees which have been made. Hundreds of crores. The situation is so complicated for Arvind Kejriwal now that unless he wins tomorrow, when his matter for continued custody comes up for hearing, unless he gets relief tomorrow, he could potentially be looking at spending the next few months minimum during election season in jail. And today his only MP from Punjab has quit and joined the BJP. The crisis for Kejriwal may be bigger than the AAP is projecting it to be. But more importantly, there is no wave of public sympathy or mass protest against his arrest in Liquorgate. Where are the people? Where are the mass protests? Are people outraging across the country? No. Also, most importantly, stunts don't work either in these kind of situations. You can do stunts, but people stop responding. And when people stop responding, you know the cry wolf story. Today his wife came and put out a video saying, tomorrow my husband Arvind Kejriwal will reveal where the real money of the Liquorgate scam went. But we all know that also is just a stunt, Mrs. Kejriwal. We know it's a stunt. And stunts, whether you put it or Arvind Kejriwal put it, start failing when the people don't respond. The fact of the matter is Aam Aadmi Party and Sunita Kejriwal should know there is no excitement over this promise that Arvind Kejriwal will reveal where the scam money went to. Nobody's interested. Here is the overall picture for the Aam Aadmi Party. 1, a failing legal strategy. 2, no mass outrage. And you're running out of options and you're running out of stunts as well. But tonight I would like you to consider one more thing. Where is the opposition support for Arvind Kejriwal? Nothing, not there at all. 1 day, 2 days, a little bit of lip service, a few tweets. But beyond lip service, all the other opposition leaders.
The Rouse Avenue Court has granted a 4-day extended custody of Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to the Enforcement Directorate. Kejriwal will be in the Enforcement Directorate's custody till the 1st of April. After Rouse Avenue Court extended the ED's custody of Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister alleged a political conspiracy behind his arrest. Kejriwal said the public will give a befitting answer to this.
CM sir, LG is saying कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
CM sir, कि सरकार जो है वो जेल से नहीं चलेगी. What would you like to say on this? LG कह रहे सरकार जेल से नहीं चलेगी.
ये एक पॉलिटिकल षड्यंत्र है, जनता इसका जवाब देगी.
While defending himself during the hearing in the Rouse Avenue Court, Arvind Kejriwal said that no court has proven him guilty and charges against him are false. While Arvind Kejriwal was arguing his case in front of the court, he engaged in a fiery exchange of words with the Enforcement Directorate. ED alleged that Arvind Kejriwal is not cooperating and that no chief minister is above the law. The Delhi High Court dismissed a PIL seeking the removal of Aam Aadmi Party leader Arvind Kejriwal from the post of Chief Minister. The court claimed that there was no scope for judicial interference in the case. While seeking additional 7-day remand of Arvind Kejriwal, ED stated that the data on one mobile phone belonging to Kejriwal's wife has been extracted and is being analysed. Arvind Kejriwal's wife Sunita Kejriwal was also present at the Rouse Avenue Court for Kejriwal's hearing. Sunita Kejriwal said that the Delhi Chief Minister is being harassed and his health is deteriorating.
हेल्थ को लेकर काफी कंसर्न है. आपके सीएम को
बहुत तंग किया जा रहा है, बहुत परेशान किया जा रहा है, जनता जवाब देगी। आप अपनी बात बता तो दिया है, उनको बहुत परेशान किया जा रहा है, बहुत तंग कर रहे हैं उनको। उनकी तानाशाही नहीं चल पाएगी, जनता इसका जवाब देगी।
Delhi BJP President Virendra Sachdeva lashes out at Aam Aadmi Party, says there was a scam in liquor policy and the thieves are being caught. The BJP state president added that Aam Aadmi Party has a character of drama and looting the people of Delhi.
हमने बताया कि जो अभियुक्त हैं शराब घोटाले के, उनके जो प्रेम पत्र बाहर ये पढ़ रहे हैं उनकी पार्टी के लोग, उसको लेके जांच की मांग की है, क्योंकि हमारी जानकारी के हिसाब से कानून की कुछ परिभाषाएं जिसको सबको मानना होता है और इस तरह के प्रेम पत्र वहाँ से निकल नहीं सकते। तो हमने उनकी जांच की मांग की है कि इनकी जांच कीजिए और जिन्होंने प्रेम पत्र पढ़ के सुनाए उनकी भूमिका की भी जांच कीजिए।
अगर वहाँ से नहीं निकल सकते तो भी कैसे आएगी?
देखिए, जो हमारी जानकारी है, मेरे साथ हमारे एडवोकेट्स भी थे, जो उन्होंने हमें बताया है कि जब कोई आरोपी अभियुक्त हिरासत में होता है तो जिसकी कस्टडी में होता है, बिना उसकी अटेस्टेशन के कोई पत्र आ नहीं सकता। तो हम ये जो पत्र दिखा रहे हैं फर्जी हैं, नकली हैं, सिर्फ अपने आका का महिमा मंडन करने की गाथा है।
On ED's plea seeking extension of Kejriwal's custody, Aam Aadmi Party legal head Sanjeev Nasiar said ED kept on questioning Kejriwal and waited for him to take top AAP leader's name. He also alleged that ED has not been able to prove the 100 crore rupee scam. On India summons US diplomat over comments on Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's arrest. MEA spokesperson Randeep Jaiswal said the recent remarks by the State Department are unwarranted.
In India, legal processes are driven only by the rule of law. Anyone who has similar ethos, especially fellow democracies, should have no difficulty in appreciating this fact. India is proud of its independent and robust democratic institutions. We are committed to protect them from any form of undue external influences. Mutual respect and understanding form the foundation of international relations, and states are expected to be respectful of the sovereignty and internal affairs of others.
Enforcement Directorate quizzes Aam Aadmi Party Goa President Amit Palekar in connection with a money laundering case in Delhi liquor scam. Aam Aadmi Party in Odisha's Bhubaneswar observed fast in protest against Kejriwal's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Bollywood actor Govinda has made a political comeback ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Govinda has joined Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena. He has been inducted to the party by meeting the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
14 वर्ष बाद मैं इस पक्ष में आया हूं और इस कृपा का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। पिछले 9-10 वर्ष में जो आदरणीय मोदी जी की राज्य में जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है और जो यहाँ पे हो रही है, ये 2 वर्ष में हम लोगों ने जो देखा है बहुत शुभ है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत आगे निकलेंगे।
Over 100 prominent lawyers penned a letter to the Chief Justice of India expressing concerns over the attempts to undermine the judiciary's integrity by a vested interest group. On the letter penned by over 100 lawyers, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on social media said to browbeat and bully others is the vintage Congress's culture. PM Modi added that Congress shamelessly want commitment from others for their selfish interests, but desist from any commitment towards the nation. Expelled TMC leader Mahua Moitra skipped summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate in Forex violation case. Mahua Moitra cited that she will be campaigning at the Krishnanagar constituency for the upcoming Lok Sabha polls. Telangana Chief Minister Revant Reddy cast his vote at the Kondagal MPDO office for the MLC by-elections of Mehboob-Nagar. Former BJD leader Siddhant Mohapatra and Padma awardee Dr. Damayanti Beshra joined Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi today. Both the leaders met the BJP National President JP Nadda. On the upcoming Lok Sabha elections, JJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister of Haryana Dushyant Chautala took a jibe at the Congress, saying it is clear that this is Congress's last election. He also added that JJP will contest on all 10 seats in Haryana and candidates will be announced soon.
कांग्रेस के अंदर एक चीज तो साफ सामने आ रही कि पूरे देश में कांग्रेस के जिनको हम दिग्गज क्या करते थे वो सारे डर रहे और ये चीज साफ कर देती है कि कांग्रेस का ये अंतिम चुनाव कि सभी 10 लोकसभा सीटों पर जननायक जनता पार्टी मजबूत मिजाज को उतारेगी और मजबूती से उन सीटों को जीतने का भी काम करें.
Days after Naveen Jindal joined hands with the BJP after quitting Congress, his mother and former Haryana Minister Savitri Jindal also quit the Grand Old Party. Delhi LG VK Saxena sought a detailed investigation report from Delhi Police Commissioner into the derogatory post made by Congress leader Supriya Shrinate against Kangana Ranaut. Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal has once again affirmed that Arunachal Pradesh was, is and will remain an integral part and an inalienable part of India.
China may repeat its baseless claims as many times as they want. That is not going to change our position. Arunachal Pradesh was, is and will remain and always remain an integral and inalienable part of India.
The Ministry of Home Affairs extended the Armed Forces Special Act in 3 districts in Arunachal Pradesh for a period of 6 months. They have declared the state as disturbed area and it will remain in force until it is withdrawn. On Baltimore bridge collapse incident, Ministry of External Affairs spokesperson Ranveer Jaiswal shares an update saying 20 nationals on board the ship are in touch with the Indian mission. Ranveer Jaiswal said one of the crew members was injured and was also given stitches because of the injury. The first aircraft LA5033 of Tejas Mk-1A series took to the skies today from Hindustan Aeronautics Limited facility in Bengaluru. It was a successful sortie with a flying time of 18 minutes. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh said centre is ready to make changes in the Agniveer recruitment scheme if necessary. The Defence Minister also assured that the future of Agniveers is secure. The Indian Army conducted a joint training program with the Jammu and Kashmir Police to further boost the operational capabilities of both the forces. The training is focused on operational tactics, intelligence sharing and also counter-terrorism strategies, drawing on the Indian Army's extensive expertise in these fields. During an anti-Naxal operations, Naxal fired indiscriminately, which was retaliated strongly by the security forces. The search has led to the seizure of a large amount of Naxal belongings such as wires, gelatin sticks, batteries, solar panels and more. The MDMK MP Ganesha Murthy, who was hospitalized after an alleged suicide attempt on March 24th, passed away this morning due to a cardiac arrest. Ganesha Murthy was undergoing treatment where his health condition deteriorated, leading to his death. Enforcement Directorate has summoned former Uttarakhand Minister and Congress leader Harak Singh Rawat under PMLA, asking him to appear for questioning on April 2nd. The summons is related to the illegal occupation of Forest Department land. International team of doctors visiting hospital in central Gaza were stunned by the constant stream of wounded Palestinian children. Hospitals in Gaza are overwhelmed by the casualties from Israel's shelling and bombardment. Over 3,000 Jordanians demonstrated near the Israeli embassy in Amman in response to the war in Gaza and expressed their support for Hamas's actions. They also chanted pro-Hamas slogans and demanded Egypt to end the siege on Gaza and open the land crossing with Gaza Strip. Russia struck the northeastern city of Kharkiv with aerial bombs for the first time since 2022. The attack killed at least 1 civilian and wounded 16 others. The airstrikes also caused widespread damage, hitting several residential buildings and also damaging the city's Institute for Emergency Surgery. Russian President Vladimir Putin visited the Ministry of Defense military base and inspected new helicopter systems and missiles, Putin was shown the X-39 missile, a multi-purpose projectile that allows the military to operate against armored vehicles and fortified areas. The UK Minister for the Middle East met the Egyptian Foreign Minister and the Arab League Secretary General in Cairo to discuss the crisis in Gaza. Discussions focused extensively on what's happening in Gaza and the consultation between the two countries to stop the ongoing war. Belgian Foreign Minister visited kibbutz in Israel near the Gaza Strip on Thursday that was attacked by Hamas militants on October 7th. The Foreign Minister also visited the site of an open-air music festival in southern Israel that was attacked by the Hamas militants, killing scores of people and abducted men, women, children and the elderly. Smoke was seen rising from the Muwasi camp where thousands of displaced Palestinians are staying in the direction of Khan Yunis. An helicopter flying overhead appeared to be shooting in the same direction. Attack on Muwasi comes after it was designated as a safe zone by Israel in December. 12 people were injured and 6 residential buildings were damaged as a result of missile strike on Ukraine. According to authorities, the attack was likely carried out using an Iskander-M ballistic missile. The authorities added that Ukrainian air defense intercepted 26 out of 28 drones launched by Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky appointed the new head of the country's foreign intelligence. Zelensky called him a qualified person who perfectly understands intelligence activities and the key goals of Zelensky's state. Now, Zelensky also said that Ukrainian intelligence should work everywhere in the world. Palestinian Foreign Minister met his Belgian counterpart in Ramallah in Israeli-occupied West Bank. The meeting focused on strengthening bilateral partnerships and addressing the ongoing war in Gaza Strip. Now, Belgium, like most European countries, is calling for an immediate ceasefire to the war between Israel and Hamas. Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni is on a 2-day visit to Lebanon, during which she met Lebanese Prime Minister Najib Mikati. Her visit comes as tension has been on the rise along the Lebanon-Israel border. Investigation of the Baltimore bridge collapse picked up speed as divers recovered 2 bodies from the water. Investigators are also collecting evidence from the cargo ship that plowed into Baltimore's Francis Scott Key Bridge and caused its collapse. The cargo ship that caused the Baltimore bridge collapse was carrying hazardous materials. Authorities say that the ship was carrying 56 containers which had corrosives, flammables, and lithium-ion batteries. While investigation can take up to 24 months, the preliminary report will be released in 2 to 4 weeks. The federal government will provide a $1.5 billion loan to restart a nuclear power plant in southwestern Michigan. It would be the first nuclear power plant to be reopened in the U.S. The plant will be restarted by late 2025 following support from the state of Michigan and the Biden administration. French President Emmanuel Macron called the proposed deal between the European Union and the South American trade bloc Mercosur terrible. Macron called the deal outdated and said it deserves a new start to take climate change into account. On Sunday, millions of voters in Turkey will head to polls to elect mayors and administrators in local elections. The election is expected to gauge President Erdogan's popularity as his ruling party tries to win back key cities it lost 5 years ago. Over 3,000 people displaced by Lahain's wildfires are still living in hotels more than 7 months after the August blaze. The state and federal governments are building modular transitional housing units for displaced residents and hope all displaced residents will leave the hotels by July 1st. 4 people were killed and 5 were hurt in stabbings in northern Illinois. Police is questioning a suspect. 1 person is said to be in a critical condition while other 4 are said to be stable. The cops are questioning the suspect to find out the motive behind the stabbing. Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk held talks with Ukrainian Prime Minister Denis in Warsaw. Both leaders held talks on row over grain imports that has caused mass protests by farmers. Lawmakers in the lower house of the French Parliament adopted a bill that would ban discrimination over the texture, length, color or style of someone's hair. Several French MPs voted to ban the discrimination.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 private university for the 11th year by India Today, a testimony to Amity's world-class education whilst imbibing values and sanskars in students.
कांग्रेस को जब से कर्नाटका में मौका मिला है तो इन्होंने कर्नाटका को अपना एटीएम बना दिया है।
Frisking has given way to F4 racing on the streets of Srinagar. Headlines now boast tourism figures, not terror fatalities. IED blasts and stone pelting have given way to the world's highest rail bridge and a state-of-art movie hall. Kashmir stealing the spotlight even at the G20. Confident Home Minister on the improving situation.
निश्चित रूप से चुनाव के बाद इस पर हम एक एक्शन प्लान बनाए हैं और जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस के हवाले ही जम्मू कश्मीर का कानून और व्यवस्था की स्थिति होगी और धीरे धीरे ट्रूप बैरक में जाएंगे। ये हमारा एक डिज़ाइन बना हुआ है। हमने 7 साल का एक ब्लूप्रिंट बनाया है। जम्मू कश्मीर पुलिस को हम स्ट्रेंथ कर रहे हैं। जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस अब अपने पैरों पर खड़ी हुई और जितनी भी मुठभेड़ हुई है इसमें ज़्यादातर अब जम्मू कश्मीर की पुलिस करती है, क्योंकि फोरफ्रंट पर वही रहती है। हम सपोर्ट में सेंट्रल फोर्सेस से।
हिंदू धर्म में शक्ति शब्द होता है। हम शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं, एक शक्ति से लड़ रहे हैं।
इंडिया अलायंस ने अपना घोषणा पत्र शक्ति को खत्म करने के लिए किया है। मैं इस चुनौती को स्वीकार करता हूं और मैं इन शक्ति स्वरूपा माताओं बहनों की रक्षा के लिए जान की बाजी लगा दूंगा।
Welcome back, viewers. After a break for almost 15 years, Bollywood actor Govinda is back in the political arena. The actor has joined hands with Shinde Sena, and his induction is being seen as a big boost for the Mahayuti alliance in Maharashtra. The actor also reminded everyone about his close ties with Balasaheb Thackeray and affirmed that he will work for the growth of arts and culture in Maharashtra. Now, according to sources, Govinda could contest the upcoming Lok Sabha elections from the Mumbai Northwest seat. This will see a direct competition between Uddhav Sena's Amol Kirtikar and Govinda. Let's take a look at Govinda's exclusive conversation with Republic TV.
अभिनेता गोविंदा अब उनका जो है पदार्पण दोबारा से राजनीति में होने जा रहा है। पहले कांग्रेस, अब एकनाथ शिंदे की शिवसेना। क्या कुछ कहेंगे?
वो 14वीं लोकसभा थी। आज 14 वर्ष बाद मैं इस पक्ष में आया हूं और इस कृपा का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। पिछले 9-10 वर्ष में जो आदरणीय मोदी जी की राज्य में जो प्रोग्रेस हुई है और जो यहाँ पे हो रही है, ये 2 वर्ष में हम लोगों ने जो देखा है बहुत शुभ है। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बहुत आगे निकलेंगे और साथ में काम करने के लिए जो मौका दिया है मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ उनको।
एक के बाद एक कांग्रेस पार्टी के तमाम नेता जो हैं वो छोड़ करके जा रहे हैं, चाहे मिलिंद देवरा हो, अशोक चौहान हो, आपने भी कांग्रेस को अपना योगदान दिया है। ऐसी स्थिति में जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस पार्टी का पतन हो रहा है और जिस प्रकार से आपने भी पार्टी को छोड़ा, आपको लगता है कांग्रेस का कोई भविष्य नहीं है?
सुनिए मेरी बात, जो मैंने जिस समय के लिए साथ में जोड़ा था वो मैं समय पूरा करके निकला। उसके बाद 13 वर्ष मैं कभी उस तरफ देखा भी नहीं, राइट, और मेरी तरफ भी कहीं देखा नहीं है गया है कहीं, किसी का मैं कह नहीं रहा हूँ, नाम नहीं लेता हूँ मैं कभी किसी का, और बदनामी फालतू में कभी सब्जेक्ट में डिस्कस नहीं करता हूँ। तो मैं 14 वर्ष बाद मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मैं इसमें जुड़ जाऊँ, ये मुझे अच्छा लगा, जैसे उस समय वहाँ लगा था तो जुड़ गया।
उत्तर पश्चिम की अगर बात करें, उत्तर पश्चिम सीट को लेकर के क्या आप आग्रहित हैं कि आप चुनाव लड़ेंगे, क्योंकि आपकी पॉपुलैरिटी भी बहुत है?
आप उनका प्रश्न मुझे पूछ रहे हैं, वो उन्हें पूछिए आप।
नहीं, पॉपुलैरिटी आपकी बहुत है, आपको प्यार भी बहुत मिला है।
जी मिला है, और मैं सेवा प्रदान कर सकता था कि अब ये देखा जाएगा ना।
Now moving on, ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha polls, massive anger is brewing among the TDP cadres and the supporters of N. Ramakrishna Reddy. Now this comes after the TDP candidate was not given a ticket in the NDA. Supporters of Reddy hit the streets and also burnt cycles and also placards of TDP because the ticket has been instead offered to NDA candidate M. Shivakrishnam Raju. Here's a quick report on that.
Party cadres in protest hit the streets over Anna Party seat being offered to the BJP candidate. They burned cycles and placards of the party in strong opposition to the latest decision. This comes just days after 20 Telugu Desam leaders and their followers submitted resignation to party top brass.
TDP has now joined hands with the NDA and will be contesting all three together. That is TDP, Jana Sena and BJP will be contesting together in the state of Andhra Pradesh, and that is the reason why we see that Anaparthi seat has now been given to the BJP, as BJP will be contesting on 10 seats in the assembly polls and 6 seats in the parliament election, Lok Sabha elections. We'll have to wait and watch how it turns out to be. This comes just ahead of the elections. This is Anisha with British journalist for Republic TV.
Now let's take a look at other important stories ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. Former BJD leader Siddhant Mohapatra and Padma awardee Dr. Damayanti joined the Bharatiya Janata Party in the national capital today. Both the leaders met the BJP national president JP Nadda. Karnataka Minister and Congress leader Priyank Kharge lashed out at Kalaburgi MP, saying that the MP is being supported by CBI, ED, IT and the Election Commission. Kharge alleged that he has been receiving threat letters saying that Dalits should not be speaking out this loud.
Again, I have received a threat letter from Manuwadis saying that a Dalit should not be speaking out this loud. A Dalit should not be coming out into politics. And if you continue to speak out, we will have to ensure that we encounter you.
Expelled TMC MP Mahua Moitra starts her election campaign from Nayachar Island in Kaliganj Assembly seat. Mahua's TMC Lok Sabha candidate from Krishna Nagar constituency. NCP Sharad Pawar faction spokesperson Vidya Chavan said that all seats of North East Mumbai belongs to Sharad Pawar faction, and if they are not given to them, leaders will contest from Central Mumbai.
है उसमें से जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट मुंबई की सीट है वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के हक की सीट है और वो राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस को मिलनी चाहिए, ऐसी हमारी मांग है। अगर वो शिवसेना नहीं देना चाहती है तो फिर मध्य मुंबई है, हमारी सेंट्रल मुंबई जो है वहां से नीलेश भोसले हमारे इच्छुक है। अगर नहीं देते तो सोचेंगे क्या करना है।
JDS candidate for Hasan Prajwal Revana submitted his nomination papers to the district electoral officer. Prajwal Revana is seeking re-election to the Lok Sabha.
It's now time for the nation's sharpest opinion. From global headlines for incidents of stone pelting to hosting the world at the G20, from the weekly visuals of attacks at the Indian Armed Forces by Pakistanis to the first ever Formula 4 car racing event, Kashmir has changed. Ladies and gentlemen, from the grenade attack ripping through the Regal Cinema in Srinagar to getting its first multiplex in 2020, the face of Jammu and Kashmir has transformed under the Modi government after the abolition especially of Article 370 and 35A. For decades after decades, a regurgitated narrative was thrust, a lie told a billion times, projected and amplified by a globally funded, well-oiled machinery that the problem of Kashmir shall never be solved. We were told it was too complex a conflict for India to find a solution to. And yet, ladies and gentlemen, Narendra Modi has delivered the answers. 4.5 years after the revocation of 370, Kashmir has been more peaceful, more integrated than it has ever been through independent India's history. And that is a proud moment for every Indian. So, and this brings me to the news point today, when Amit Shah says today that the government is actually considering a rollback of AFSPA in Kashmir, I do not see this as a loose comment or a